And a very warm welcome everyone to Croft Circuit and this Alpha Live coverage of this 750 Motor Club race meeting, the second visit of the season to Croft Circuit by the 750 Motor Club. My name's Ian Soman. Alongside me today will be Marcus Pye to talk you through today's 6-race programme organised by the 750 Motor Club. The cars for the first of those races just heading out onto circuit now. They'll be racing on the 3.4 kilometre Croft circuit, a former airfield venue that was raced until around about 1980 in a previous configuration. Then this new configuration created 20 years or so ago now. And the weather, I can tell you, here at Croft at the moment is pretty grim. Rain water is plastering our commentary box windows. There's been a heavy rain shower just in the last 10 minutes or so after some lighter rain earlier on this morning. It's not pleasant at all out there now, just as the Formula V cars are coming out onto the circuit for the first race of the day. So there you can see the V's on. Martin's Group, the new sponsors of the 750 Motor Club Formula V Championship. There you get a very good idea of how bad the conditions are now here at Croft Circuit. Let's have a look at the grid then for this second round of the weekend, fourth round of the season for the Martin's Group Formula V Championship, and this is a grid set by the second fastest qualifying times from yesterday. So on pole position it's number 2 Daniel Hans, and alongside him is number 33 Matt Hobble, though he had an accident yesterday. Row 2, 41 Andrew Cooper and 50 Steve O. The third row is 6 Tim Probert on the podium yesterday and 99 Craig Bell. On to row 4, that's 10 Bill Garner, involved in the Matt Harbert incident yesterday, and 51 Matthew Hyde. On row 5 it's 3 Ian Jordan and 17 Elliot Mason. Row 6 is 56 Christian Goller and 16 James Madden. On the 7th row it will be 11 Ben Cressy and 43 Vaughan Jones, 69 Ian Buxton and 44 Stephen Bailey on row 16. Yesterday's race winner and the 3-time winner this season, Craig Pollard, aligns pretty 17th in car number 92 alongside 66 Philip Waterhouse. On the 10th row it will be 64 Sam Wallbank on the inside and 42 James Huckle beside him, 65 Simon Livesley, and they're going to get 2 green flag laps by the looks of it, and 7 Richard Walsh beside him on row 11. Row 12 is 47 Matt Topham and 80 Peter Can. On the 13th row it's 21 Adam Zieber and 75 Mark Egan. 14th row is 88 Francis Twyman and 34 Alan McKenna. 13 Rachel Swain and 1 James Harridge, the reigning double champion, on the outside of row 15 of the grid. And then the 16th and final row will be 59 Chris Walsher and 72 Colin Gregory. So they're getting an extra green flag lap because the conditions are very different to those that they qualified and raced in yesterday. So it gives the drivers a little bit of a chance to see what this circuit's like in these very grim and wet conditions. As I say, Marcus Pye is alongside me. He's had his binoculars out, I think, to try and spot exactly who and who is not there on the grid.
Well, certainly we've got Matt Harbert in, which is good news. So they've worked very hard to repair that car. So it's just we've got a very strung out field, because we've still got some coming past us. One coming into the pits here is the number 59 car, which is Chris Wilshire from the back of the field. But it'll be a while till they're all the mats back on the grid. We certainly have Harbert, but of course you mentioned that one of the other cars damaged, Bill Garner's car, the WOM Shane. I'm afraid that's a real mess.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Lumped into its trailer, looking very sorry for itself. But I'm interested to see how yesterday's winner, Craig Pollard, come through from 17th in the WEV, the Worm's Eye View, and also from 30th. James Harridge, who had gear selection problems. The car spun coming out of the chicane over there, I can see, and I think that is that's McKenna, isn't it?
Yes.
Our Australian visitor, and he's in Scarab. McKenna.
There's the pole position driver on screen now. Daniel Hansen, as Marcus says, he's going to have a long old wait on the grid before everyone else arrives back to join him. Danny Hansen was second in yesterday's race, but 13 seconds behind Craig Pollard. That in the dry, of course. And Tim Probert was third yesterday. Pollard, dominant winner.
The man who, when he's soggy, only has 6 miles to go home, which is
that's right. Tim
Middleton tyres.
That's right. Andrew Cooper was fourth yesterday. Matthew Hyde, a very good drive from him to take fifth in his second race meeting.
16-year-old did his last day at school on Friday, so he couldn't be here testing.
That's
Shows
right.
commitment, doesn't it?
It does indeed.
GCSEs, man.
And Ian Jordan, number 3, he took 6th position yesterday. James Harridge was in last position yesterday. He had got one lap into the race before he retired. What that did to the points, we're only 3 rounds into a 14-round season, is that Craig Pollard now has 77 points. He's the championship, of course. Second on 56 points is Andrew Cooper. Moving to third place with 50 points to the Probert. To fourth, or second fourth actually, on 43 points Craig Bell. Fifth on 43 points Danny Hansen. Sixth on 34 points Matt Harbert. He dropped down with that non-finish yesterday. So that's how things stand. But Craig Pollard, I don't know how much driving this car was new to him for this season. He would have done in the wet up until now. It's the WEV, the car that's had many years and a lot of time invested in the development of it by its previous owners. Charles.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've probably got a very, very full set of setup notes. Because Krongan's a very experienced racer, and a very fastidious guy too. So yes, we've got 2 Mavericks at the back of the field. So the start delayed board out. So
has someone spun and stopped somewhere? It's possible on the room like that. It's not beyond the bounds of possibility. See there, you've got Hands on the left, the blue just dominated the latest iteration thereof, and Matt Harbert actually also dominated beside him. So the green car, that was a bit biffed up yesterday, but not the extent of Garner's cars. They tangled and forward. It's actually raining more heavily now, isn't it, as well, I can see on our commentary box windows. That also, of course,
one car in the pit lane, that's the Wilshire car. He's been through, presumably to adjust some settings as much as he can. They run the original Beetle front beam on these cars, but they are relatively adjustable. Some of the later ones.
There are a few gaps on the grid a bit further back. Just to say as well, Richard Walsh is missing from row 11. Row 13 is completely missing. 21 Adam Ziebert and 75 Mark Egan are not there. It does mean Dave Harridge, James's father, gets a go at the back as one of the reserves. Although whether he's relishing the opportunity now in these conditions, I'm not quite so certain. But he missed the qualifying session yesterday and had to do some laps behind the safety car, behind the pace car at lunchtime yesterday. So we have this delayed start. Right, I can see there's a car being pushed backwards here, and that's James Madden, isn't it? The Irish driver. I can narrow that down quite quickly because he got the Irish tricolour beside his name on the only part of the car that I could see.
Over the top of the barriers,
Yeah,
exactly. So Madden being pushed, is he going to be pushed back, or is he going to be pushed off the grid? I'm not sure.
I suspect he's going to be pushed into the pit lane entrance, isn't he? So there's no gate in the pit lane that they could more easily get him in.
Formula V, invented in the USA, of all places, in the early part of the 1960s, came here in '67. Been running in Europe prior to that as well, but it was the work of Hubert Brundage, Brumos Motorsport as they are these days, and he was the importer of VW and thought it was a good idea, and clearly it was, because here we go towards what's about 60 years later, aren't we? We have Formula V. They run 1200s in the States, they're 1300s here, 1500s in Ireland, but Formula V also running in South Africa, it runs in Australia, New Zealand. Green flag lap again.
Yes, another green flag lap after that long delay.
I can see this race being gradually reduced in actual length, fuel capacity.
It may well be. We'll have to see. So this will be the third green flag lap that they will have completed, and the teams will have calculated how many laps they're getting. Obviously, it's wet, actually, which they probably won't have built into their calculations. So that would mean they're probably doing at least one fewer lap than otherwise they might have done. So
probably fewer revs as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So they may get away with it if it goes the full 15-minute distance, which it didn't quite yesterday. We had a restart and a 7-lap race.
And you can see on your screen here, number 1, James Harris, the champion, flinging the car around just to see how little grip there is. And there's his dad in 8. Another of the Mavericks, novice cross on the back. But I think you'll see the number 1 car come through relatively well.
I would think so, assuming he stays reliable this time. He pulled off into the first lap of yesterday's race.
That's right.
That's the 11 car. That's Ben Cressy. That's a former championship winning car. It was in the hands of Ben Maludi, and I think it was 2017 that Ben won the championship in that particular car.
And one of the GACs, of which there were quite a number built.
There's 2, which is the poleman, Danny Hans, 2008 champion.
The Harvard car seems to have a bit of a hole in the front of the nose, which they couldn't patch up after yesterday's praying.
There they go. It was a relatively sedate green flag lap. This one, there's Craig Pollard going through, so we've got to keep one eye out for that bright yellow car during the course of this race as well.
I think we saw the Ferrari Tasso go through there, which is very much a run-off.
House's car. So they're coming through towards the complex at the end of the lap.
And looking at the circuit, there's some very wet parts, and there are some significantly drier parts. And,
yes.
One guy there, that was 51, that was Matt Hyde, wasn't it, exploring the offline thing, because he probably realises there's very much a line that made up with the obvious one, which harbours most grip here, but we'll have to see how little grip there is elsewhere off it.
And he's lots of karting in the past, so he'll be well familiar with that kind of approach as well.
Exactly.
And Jess did very well yesterday to get up to 5th position, and had it gone a little bit longer, he could even have got onto the podium, I think. So we'll have another crack at this Formula V race, hopefully get it underway this time. Remember that if you are at the circuit, then if you've not got your Google on, you can get to your smartphone, you can find the digital programme online, 750mc.co.uk/calendar, scroll down to the event for Croft and click onto the links to race programme. You'll also find one for live timing as well, and of course if you're watching the live stream at home, you can also do that to enhance your enjoyment of the day's racing. All of the information you need about what's going on in today's 6 races. Right, so we've got the final couple of cars into position. We do get the green flag waved at the back. 5-second board is raised. 15 minutes we should have ahead of us for the Martins Group Formula V Championship race. It's underway now. Pretty sluggish start from Hub from the outside of the front. A great start from the back from James Harridge. He's going to make up several places before they get to Clervaux Corner. You could just see him bursting through, but it's Danny Hans leading. Ian Jordan's made a good start to this race as well. He was on row 5 of the grid, I think. He's up to about 3rd position. It's Steve O, I think, that's gone into second. Yeah. He's an experienced campaigner, so he's able to use all of that knowledge to get well up the order here. So they're heading through Hawthorne on the chicane for the first time. Hans making a little bit of a break here from Steve-O in second place. It's Ian Jordan in third position, Matt Harbour fourth, Craig Bell in the Bifind Dominator in fifth.
And Harwich, the champion, up into the top 12 by the halfway up the straight.
And I think he's pretty much level pegging with Craig Pollard at Tower Corner. Yes, he is. They're almost together, as you can see, as they go through Tower. We could just see that on the camera shot there as well. So both Pollard and, even more impressively, Harwich have made up a lot of ground on the first half a lap here. So they're making their way through the Jim Clark S's and towards Barcroft. And the spinner is Steve-O. He's gone off into the Clopson second position. And also, that is... which one of those is that? That is, I think, possibly Andrew Cooper that's gone off as well. In the two AHS Dominators have both found their way into the field on the inside. Craig Bell has gone very wide at Sunny Corner also. He'd been making up a little bit of ground, and it's looking very spread out therefore as they come back down to the complex for the first time.
It's quite amazing, isn't it? Yeah, and we've got number 2 then, Danny Hans, who's been vice champion for the last 4 seasons, won the championship back in 2008. And he leads by a country mile from Matt
Harwich is fourth though. Harwich is fourth now. He's just behind Matt Harbert, right with him as they go round the hairpin.
Pollard is 6th, so this is a remarkable drive from James Harwich, and he's now slipstreaming Harbert. He doesn't seem to have quite the pace, but he's in the really wet part of the circuit, and he's going past the blue car, coming down the inside of Matt Harbert into Clervaux Corner. This is James Harwich from the back of the field, and he's now running in 3rd place, which is just staggering.
Absolutely incredible drive, and Pollard up to 5th by the end of the opening lap as well. There he is, you could just see him going through the shot there. So Harwich was 6.6 seconds behind the leader, Danny Hans, at the beginning of the second lap of the race. It'll be interesting to see what that gap is at the end of lap 2. Hans has a lead of more than 3 seconds over Ian Jordan in second place. We lost Steve-O and Andrew Cooper. We saw them surveying their cars, who no doubt the very soggy crop on the infield there, halfway around the opening lap. But here's Harwich. He is, by the looks of it, taking time out of Ian Jordan. Harwich the champion in each of the last 2 seasons. Yellow flags waving, but look, those cars are a fair way off into the crop there. The drivers are waving to
having a conversation
to the competitors as they go past. But Harwich now with Ian Jordan. And
you can see that Harwich actually sits quite a long way forward in the car. Look at that, he pops his hand up just to clear the visor. He's dived down the inside, he's taken that place, but it's quite a forward control car. It's probably quite twitchy on the rear, which is how he likes it. And he does go incredibly well.
Yellow flags on the exit of Sunny as well, by the looks of it.
Yes. And we have
a safety car. That's why we've got yellow flags there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, well, if that's for the 2 cars that are in the crop, they are a long way off.
It's going to wipe out a large lead that Danny Hans has. He's 3.37 ahead at the end of the first lap.
I'm not sure Harwich needed much help either, but yep, that's going to wipe out Hans' big advantage. It was more than 3 seconds. That will become nothing. As far as I'm aware, the only 2 cars that we have lost are those that are in the crop. Andrew Cooper, who was second in the championship coming into this race, and also Steve-O, of course, who was second in the race when he went spinning off on these difficult conditions. Very wet out there. Of course, they've not had any sort of proper wet running before this. Number 6
broken. That's Probert, isn't it?
It is. Yes, yesterday's podium finisher. It looks like a mechanical issue or something with the car rather than anything else. Or maybe it's, well, I think if it just decided it didn't fancy the rain, he'd have driven all the way down the pit lane.
Yeah, I suspect it's just drowned, hasn't it? That's pretty much the way these things go.
So, the race order at the end of 2 laps is number 2, Danny Hans leading. It's number 1, James Harwich in second. Number 3, Ian Jordan in third. In 4th place is number 92, Craig Pollard. In 5th is number 33, Matt Harbert. And 6th is number 17, Elliot Mason. 7th is 56, Christian Goller. 8th is 51, Matthew Hyde. 9th, 43, Vaughan Jones. And 10th is 69, Ian Buxton. But we have the safety car out at the moment. Marshall is now pushing Tim Probert's car down the pit lane beneath our commentary position, and we'll see what is going to be done about the cars that were off in the crop at the exit of the Jim Clark S's. There's Cooper on the left talking to Steve-O on the right.
They're trudging back.
Yeah. Yeah, and probably sopping wet and shot as well, having to vacate their car.
As O came through backwards, you saw that his nose cone picked up, and they just pulled all that crops there.
So we've got the circuit vehicle heading out to see what it can do about those two. But I would have thought they're fairly well off the circuit.
The problem is, if cars have been there, it's possible that more cars can be there.
More cars can go there.
The responsibility of something collecting someone already parked is too great.
And of course you've got drivers that are in an exposed position out of the car as well. So
Formula V is one of those amazing stories, isn't it? I mean, we've had Formula V in this country since 1967, so it's 55 years of Formula V. The first race run just a couple of weeks before the first Formula Ford race, and we've been following Formula Ford for years. But the air-cooled Beetle engine cars are quite remarkable. Among the champions who've gone to greater things, Brian Henson went on to win the European Formula 2 Championship with the Tolman Hart team in 1980. When he won Formula V in the early part of the 70s, he very sort of boldly said he was going to be in Formula 1, and he got there under his own steam as a privateer for a while. But these days the progression just not possible through the ranks as it was. I mean, there's some fantastic drivers here, don't get me wrong, some of whom could really hold their own in higher Formula, but just unfortunately getting there is now on impossible.
The most obvious successful driver at a higher level that's raced in Formula V in recent years has been actually Sutton, who of course is now a multiple British touring car champion after he raced in V, which was his first experience out of karts. He then went down the tin top route initially into Fiestas, then he had a road accident that kept him out of racing for some time before he rejoined in Clio's and then graduated to the British Touring Car Championship. But really V was just his first stepping stone out of karting, I guess. Something similar to what Matthew Hyde is doing, who's about to go into shot. There he is in the
51 car, the GAC. From the Sybil Headingham stroke Halstead way over in Essex, and we were finding out that he'd been diabetic since he was 10, which caused one or two problems with his karting licence. But when he got back into that, he's really got on top of the condition and embraced it, and well controlled, is able to race, which is fantastic. It's become more possible over the last decade or so, hasn't it? Better control, better treatments, etc. But still ongoing research, which is important. Oh, here we go.
That's Steve O's car, some new adornment on the...
Looks like a winning entry of the Chelsea Flower Show, which is this week.
It?
Royal Horticultural Society, take note.
So that's Steve O's car that's been brought back. I'm not sure if Andrew Cooper's car's also been collected, but I think we're down to around about 24 cars still circulating.
More to the point, we're down to about 6 minutes to go in the race, which means it's only going to be a bit of a sprint, isn't it?
It is unfortunately, but enough time possibly for James Harridge and or Craig Pollard to get to the front. Danny Hans will know this is a good opportunity for him to get his first victory of the season.
And there's our problem. There's Andrew Cooper sort of standing there in the field and
hands on the hips. Yeah, if we need to rescue him as well, it is going to take a little while. So we'll see what happens here.
I suspect he was in a slightly less exposed position where he's there, because it's kind of closer to the corner.
That's right. So wait and see what...
Any provision to add 3 minutes onto it, not within a tight timetable?
No, the regulations don't allow for that. Obviously, for the British Touring Car Championship, which you might be familiar with, there is the provision to add up to 3 laps on. But the safety car lights are out now, so it looks like we are going to go racing again as the sun is trying to break through over our right shoulder. This will be with around about 5 minutes to go, so we could get 3 or 4 laps, probably 3 laps in these conditions. But before the safety car, James Hyde is in a 1:49.31 compared to yesterday's fastest lap, which was a 1:18, so about 18 seconds a lap slower. As the green flag is going to wave, and Harridge is already getting alongside Danny Hans. He's got to be careful not to complete the move before they pass the start line, which they do now. Heading down towards Clervaux, Harridge is going to go to the left-hand side of the circuit and drive all the way around the outside of Danny Hans. He's done it, but he goes off through the gravel trap and he keeps it out of the barrier. Craig Pollard follows him off there as well, but nevertheless Harridge still in the lead of the race, and now Pollard's going to go up on the inside of Hans through Hawthorne there, so they were both off through the gravel. I think Hans is just going to repel him in actual fact. Yes, he does. Both off through the gravel. Nevertheless, Harridge holds the lead. Yes,
Harridge holds the lead, but he's being harried all the way down there, side by side. And here comes Pollard. You can see how much grunt he's got coming up the inside. Is he going to hold sway into the corner? He's there, wheel to wheel. They go through Tower, and Pollard on the inside, and Hans on the outside. Both former champions. And what a battle this is. That was extraordinary down at Clervaux.
Yeah, absolutely. They're up at Sunny Corner now, just watching the rest of the cars just make their way through. Rachel Swain, I think you can see, making her way through the murk and down towards Tower Corner. But we'll pick the leaders up again very shortly as they arrive back towards the complex. Taking a little bit longer to get here than we possibly expected. I guess it is very wet out there, and it is Harridge that's going back towards us. Hans is just about holding on from Craig Pollard in second place. Ian Jordan sticking with them very nicely in third position, then quite a gap back to Christian Goller, who is fifth at the moment.
Yeah, Ian Jordan's been running now in this series for 40 years, hasn't he?
31 years, I think, but not quite. So
a long
in his
time.
Fourth decade.
Certainly with his dad, that's been racing a long time in this, and that's an elderly base car that's been upgraded over the years.
That checkered
and
flag.
the checkered flag's come out 2 3/4 minutes prior to the end of it. So that is it. So and it's showing, interestingly. It was showing Hans at the head, but now it's gone to Harridge at the head, as we saw.
Itself, yeah. So Harridge is the winner by 2.32 seconds then, his first victory of the season. Hans in second and Pollard in third, only 16/100ths behind. We probably did lose a bit of time because of that extra green flag lap, didn't we, after the start was delayed, so that probably explains that. Ian Jordan took fourth place, fifth place to Christian Goller, sixth to Matthew Hyde, so he made up a couple of positions on that one lap that we had.
He certainly did well because, yeah, he's come up strongly. Good effort from the 16-year-old, car 51. Mason, Jones, Buxton and Cressy. Buxton had a fairly anonymous day yesterday, didn't he? But
yeah.
Showed his experience today.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Number one, Harridge is very happy with that, showing his thanks as well to the marshals as the drivers go round on their slowing down lap, and yes, we echo the gratitude to the marshalling force here at Croft this weekend, especially as today you've had to put up with some very difficult weather conditions already, and we're very grateful to be in our commentary box and thankful that you're doing all of your hard work out there.
Well, there's our top three, the two blue cars and the yellow one. Number one, champion of the last 2 years, showing his mettle from the back of the field. And the fact that he was way down in 30th place on the grid. Yes, there were a couple missing to make it fractionally easier, but he was into the top 12 by the middle of the back straight.
Yeah, and third by the end of the first lap. Yeah, and only 3 racing laps in total. Had we not had that safety car, I think there's still a good chance he would have caught and passed Hand. We'd have probably had another 2 or 3 laps of racing, wouldn't we? But nevertheless, even though the gap was closed for him, if you like, by the safety car, a very good drive from James Harridge, and as well from Craig Pollard. I'm sure if that race had gone on for another couple of laps as we thought it might do, then it would have been.
Well, he had his nose ahead, but Danny Hans fought back to get past him again.
First defeat this season for Pollard. I don't think we'll be too concerned, especially as neither Harridge nor Hans have had an unblemished record of finishes so far. Exactly. This season.
Yeah, remarkable effort, really. And Formula V's then, as we always said, so much more than a lot of hot air. Great cars.
Absolutely. So Harridge it was that took the victory in 5 laps that were completed. In car number 1 from number 2, Danny Hans in second place. Third place went to number 92, Craig Pollard. Fourth place to number 3, Ian Jordan. Fifth was number 56, Christian Goller. Sixth was number 51, Matthew Hyde. Seventh, number 17, Elliot Mason. 8th to number 43, that was Vaughan Jones. 9th was 69, Ian Buxton, and 10th was number 11, and that was Ben Cressy. So that's all of the Formula V action for this weekend. The championship will continue though at Brands Hatch on the 2nd and 3rd of July. There's the next 10, by the way. James Huckle 11th, Colin Gregory 12th, for Waterhouse 13th, Sam Allbank 14th, then Matt Topham 15th, Francis Twyman, Stephen Bailey, Simon Livesley, Peter Cannon and Alan McKenna rounding out the top 20. And I think just a few more on the next screen as well. Rachel Swain and David Howard and Chris Wilshire made it to the checker flag. We lost Matt Harbert and Tim Probert, as well as the two that went off on the first lap, Steve O and Andrew Cooper. Yes, Brands Hatch the next round, and Snetterton, Silverstone, Cadwell and Mallory to round out the Formula V Championship season. Plenty more racing still to come this afternoon, but we'll go down to the pit lane for the first time today to hear from Tom Butterworth.
Down in the pit lane for the first time today with the Martins Group Formula V winners and podium sitters. So, James Harridge, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, that was a bit of a hectic, chaotic race, but yeah, we didn't have a good day yesterday. We kept snapping the gear linkage, and to be honest, I'd given up a bit of hope this weekend because I just thought that the car wasn't quite up to it. I felt really up to it as soon as it started to rain. So we come, what did we start? 28th?
Right at the back, yeah, so it's definitely an adventure for you.
I genuinely couldn't see anything. I had to lift the visor up because I had the visor fully up all the way down the back because I couldn't see a thing. Yeah. I'd forgotten what it was like to start that far back with all them cars. So it was a bit of a challenge. All the best to Danny, because I mean, to be fair, when I got past him down there at turn 1, I was already past, but I outbraked myself, went wide. I tried to give it back to then come back past, but he was already in a battle with Pollard there, so I felt bad. I said sorry to him, but it's one of those things, isn't it? I'm sure he'll get me back for it in the next race.
It was definitely an adventure, especially those opening couple of laps as well. So huge amounts of places made up. Were just a case of threading the needle, or was it all down to experience, or what was the difference?
Yeah, to be honest, I think it's one of those things. You just got to have the feel, for the car. I mean, this car and me have always got on well in the rain. And I think it was quite nice to have a bit of a leveller because some people have got a hell of a lot of power in the dry, and yesterday I don't think I'd have done it in the dry, but the rain, it's a great leveller, and I've enjoyed it today. So thanks to everyone that's helped out this weekend. AHS as well, they welded up. I mean, they're a rival and they've gone out of their way to help me. So yeah, thanks to Alan Harding and AHS and my dad as well, who I don't know if he finished or not, but he's out there as well somewhere.
We think he did.
Yeah, that's a milestone. Just finishing, bless him. So yeah, thanks for your time. Cheers, mate.
Great stuff. Thanks, James. Congratulations. So your Martins Group Formula V winner for that race. So we're going to move on to second place. So that is Daniel Hans. Daniel, tell us about that one. Obviously, very, very wet, very tricky conditions. How was it for you?
Yeah, it's all pretty bad, really. Like you say, very tricky. James did well to come through and make all those places up. Into turn 1 on the restart, obviously he outbraked himself going into the turn and went off track, and then kind of when he came back on, he was ahead of me. So and then he pulled a big gap, so I couldn't really do anything about it. So he kind of took me off track, but it is what it is, and we'll move on to the next one.
Okay, well, 2 second places from the weekend as well, so all good for the championship and looking rosy moving forward?
Yeah, we're just doing one race at a time at the moment. We're still developing the car, so there's lots to come. That's the first time we've ever driven that car, that chassis in the wet. And that was on a full dry setup. So yeah, there's lots to come in the wet. But yeah, I mean, overall, it's not too bad of a weekend. Could have been better. We'll just try and find some more speed for next time.
Okay, well, it looked like it looked after you anyway, and yeah, congratulations. 2 second places, 2 podiums for the weekend. So moving on finally to yesterday's winner. So this is Craig Pollard. Craig, starting 17th as well, where you said yesterday that you thought you might struggle from there, but stellar couple of laps and made your way right through.
Yeah, obviously wanted 2 places better than that, and James had an absolute demon start to go from further back to win the race, but it's a shame we didn't get more laps after the safety car to go for it. I got side by side with Danny, and I think I'd have definitely had him and tried to hold on to the back of James, but I knew he was going to be quick today, and it's a long season ahead, and take some points for today and move on, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked a good battle between the two of you up into Tower Bend, and both made it through nice and cleanly as well, which is the key thing. And double podium for the weekend.
Yeah, no, happy with that. You know, me and Danny both said after the race, you know, we're millimetres from each other's tyres, and open wheel, if you go over the top of each other, it's game over. It makes such a mess of the cars, and it's the first time I've driven the car on the wet as well. I don't know setup or anything like that, so we'll take the points and move on, I think.
Great stuff. All right, thanks, Craig. Thank you very much indeed. So we will move on very quickly. Your next race is going to be the first race of the weekend for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship.
And there you can see the cars in the assembly area waiting to be released. The circuit just needs to be cleared after that Formula V race before the cars are brought out onto the circuit for the first of two races today for the Toyota Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. It's their third event of the season. It looks like the marshal, they're just signalling them to head out, and it's going to be Aaron Cook that leads them out, the two-time champion and the championship leader, and the pole position man is going to head them out onto the green flag now.
And interesting, in the end, he was leading the session, topping the qualifying session, when he slid off at Tower this morning, bringing the session to an end. So that was quite interesting. Number one car stuck off at Tower.
Absolutely right. So let's see if we can go through the grid then for this race. We should have 30 cars out there for this one. Lots of mixture of the Mark 1s, Mark 2s and Mark 3s. Pole position then is number 1, Aaron Cook, in one of the roasters, and alongside him is 41, Alistair Topley, in the first of the Mark 2 cars. The second row has on the inside number 31, Ben Rowe, all the way from Devon, and beside him 27, Sean Traynor. And the third row, it's number 18, Sam Harper, and 26, Paul Quick. On row 4, 22 is Nick Williamson, and 21, Daniel Sylvester. 8, Tim Hammond, and 71, Graham Malings on row 5. Neil Stratton in number 84, and Pete Higton number 4 on the 6th row of the grid. On to row 7, it's 99, William Boggis, and 15, Gavin Aldworth. On the 8th row, it's 86, Lee Brown, and 17, Maxine Nichols. Row 9 is 65, Via Aldridge, and 13, Rhys Dorman. 10th row, 14, Gareth Baxter, and 30, Andy Williams. The 11th row, 16, Daniel Farmer, and 20, Patrick Stoner. Row 12, 82, Andrew Ruthven, and 79, Jonathan Grimes. On row 13, it's going to be 76, Tim O'Brien, and 24, Paul Hudson. 52, Nick Emeny, and 53, Alan Walker on the 14th row. And at the back, 51, Andrew Strange, and 68, Jim Cook. So 30 cars we should have. The championship situation coming into this weekend, we've had 3 rounds, but 4 races. At Donington Park, Sean Traynor took 2 wins, although actually only one of those effectively counts for the championship, because only the driver's first race counted at the Donington meeting. Aaron Cook winning both of the races on the Silverstone National Circuit. So Aaron Cook has 144 points, Adam Lockwood 141, Sean Traynor 132, Ben Rowe 130, Alistair Topley 129, and Daniel Sylvester 126, as we come into this third event of an 8-event season for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. You can see the cars lining up on the grid. Mixture then of the Roadsters and the Mark IIs, probably actually a roughly even split between them. I think we've actually only got one Class A car on the grid today, which is Daniel Farmer in number 16, who lines up on the 11th row.
It's taken a number of years to really get this sort of equality of numbers between the Mark IIs, 2 litre Mark IIs, and the 1800 Roadsters, but now more and more beginning to go. I guess it's just availability of donor cars.
That will be a big part of it. You've had quite a few of the Mark II drivers switch over to the Mark IIIs, and some Mark I drivers as well, also have sort of leapfrogged straight into Mark IIIs and missed out the Mark II cars from the 1990s. We've got the 32nd board being shown. So we are going to get, by the looks of it, a green flag lap, yes, because the officials have decided that although it was dampish when these cars qualified, it's now a lot wetter than
and also, Ian, they haven't done a complete lap to get to the grid. They've come through the cut-off after Tower, so they haven't seen the Jim Clark S's, Barcroft, Sunny, or the complex.
Yeah, that's right. So they'll be getting this green flag lap in, which they wouldn't have had if the conditions had stayed the same. All right, and then get the racing underway. So see the cars head around on this green flag lap. Then pole position driver is Aaron Cook, 25-year-old mechanic from Rickmansworth. He started out in oval racing, and then he switched to MR2s. He was well in the 19 championship, won the 2020 championship in a Mark II, switched to the Mark III Roadster for last season, won the championship that year as well. His car prepared by Rogue Motorsport. As we say, next to him on the grid is the 41 car of Alistair Topley. He's in one of the MR2s, the driver from Glossop again, I think a driver from a short oval kind of background, returning to the championship for this year.
I saw him in an Elva Courier with Equipe Racing at Alton Park, going very well last Saturday.
Something a bit different last weekend, back to his regular mount today. Then on the inside at the second row, you've got 31 Ben Rowe, long-time competitor now in the MR2 Championship from Holsworthy down there in the West Country. A long old journey to get up here to Croft.
That's where the Nike race cars were made.
Okay.
Holsworthy played the late Ken Nichols.
So you've got Ben Rowe there. He's never won the championship, but he's a bit close. He had a good battle for the title with Sean Traynor a few seasons ago.
Done the most miles to get to the races though. Wins that award.
Absolutely, I'm sure he has. And then next to him you have got Sean Traynor, who's a multiple champion in MR2s.
Who sort of never quite convinced, having changed from the Mark II to the Roadster, was he? That the Roadster was better, but I guess now he's probably getting the hang of it.
Yeah, that's right. He's been racing this one for a while now, but Sean Traynor's championships, they came in 2015, I think it was the first one, then 2017, 2018 and 2019, so all of those were scored in Mark IIs though, before we switched to the Mark III. So you've got the cars on the grid then, the first of them anyway. Some of them, the rest of them are still heading through the complex, so a little bit of a wait on the grid for Cook and Topley on the front row of the grid. 15-minute race is what we're expecting for this MR2 Championship. Last few cars coming into position. So we've had races at Donington and Silverstone National so far this season. Cook also a winner of the John Miles Award last year, awarded to the most promising younger driver within the 750 Motor Club.
Prestigious award that.
It is.
John Miles, former Grand Prix driver, very, very talented suspension engineer as well, raced in two sports cars as well, and all kinds of stuff in the background with sort of Lotus Elans and Lotus 62s and that sort of stuff. And before he got into the Grand Prix team, works Lotus team.
Yep, and Vice President of the 750 Motor Club until he passed away a few years ago, and a great support of young driving talent within the 750 Motor Club. Right, 5-second board is shown to the drivers then. So we're about to go racing in the Toyota MR2 Championship. The race gets underway. Pretty even start from the two on the front row. Topley in the Mark II and Traynor in the Mark I. They head down to Clervaux Corner for the first time. It's actually Topley that's got his nose in front. Traynor is trying to go around the outside. It's Cook on the inside line. He's losing out. He's going to lose at least one, if not two positions there. It's just a question of whether Traynor can get all the way around the outside of him, which he can do in the white car with the blue stripe. So Sean Traynor up to second and Cook down to third.
Yeah, that was quite interesting, wasn't it? And they're working their way around Hawthorne. The exit onto the back straight so important, but it's Ali Topley who leads the way. Sean Traynor in second. Aaron Cook in third at the place where he slithered off this morning. Fourth and fifth, side by side, the grey and yellow car, which is Cook, isn't it? And that's is that Ben Rowe on the inside?
It is,
the old black one. And then Nick Williamson leading the rest of them.
He is, so that's in fourth place, Ben Rowe. But there are the two leaders, and Sean Traynor going with Ali Topley here. Aaron Cook is losing a few car lengths, and his car doesn't look like it's handling that well. He lost a little bit more time there through the Jim Clark, I think. Sean Trainer's car looks a little bit scraped up now. I'm not sure if that's something that's already happened in this race or if that's something, a legacy from earlier on, but may have been some contact around the first couple of corners. There's the 84 car of Neil Stratton, the bright yellow car. He's just ahead of number 99, which is William Boggis, the driver in his first season of racing. Venturing
off lines, isn't it? And Trainer had to brake really late to repel the resurgent Cook there. Aaron Cook coming back at him in the complex. Ben Rowe goes up the inside of Paul Cook behind them.
There's Maxine Nichols going through. She had a big tank slapper on the back straight. We saw that on the live stream. She's somewhere in the middle of the pack, coming through to end the first lap. They're not waiting for a timing screen to update itself, but they can see Ben Rowe and Paul Cook. They're still disputing fourth position. And it was Topley leading by just under a second at the end of the first lap from Cook in second place. From Trainer in second place and Cook in third. That's the fight for fourth position at the moment. Ben Rowe and Paul Cook just in the background. We can see Nick Williamson there in sixth, Daniel Sylvester seventh, 8th, 7th, half and 9th, Lee Brown and 10th, Maidens and Register.
Difficult to overtake right now, particularly if you venture offline. You can get some very, very slippery stuff. There's 31 Ben Rowe, still with Paul Cook in 26, chasing him, and right ahead of them is the roadster of the last couple of years champion Aaron Cook. And the lead pair have made a bit of a break now, it would appear, and Trainer's knuckling down to see if he can outfox the lead car. That's Ali Topley who leads the way in 41, and as they go around Sunny, in and out up into the infield, up towards the complex, here comes Paul Cook in 26 back at Ben Rowe. So it's 2 and a 1 and a 2, still side by side, the two Mark IIs in the middle of it, and it looks to me as though there might be a change. Paul Cook got himself alongside, and they're still alongside in the middle of the competition. They go around. Oh, there's a nudge. There's a little bit of a scrape on the front wing, but they both keep going. Cook now tries to come back down the inside, cut back, but not going to make it. But there's a battle on the challenge now for the lead being mounted, because Sean Trainer is up alongside. It's the Maverick route, isn't it, round the outside, but he thinks better of it, and that's like the Formula V one. But Sean Trainer has fastest lap. Ali Topley has the advantage out front. Yes, there's a fair amount of scrapage on the side of the 27 car of Sean Trainer, but they're very closely matched. Topley, Trainer, Cook, Rowe, Cook and Williamson, the top 6, but it's the top 5 really who are in this racing.
They are. There is top 10 all covered by just under 10 seconds at the end of lap 2. We're watching Sean Trainer go through in second place, number 27, only a tenth or so behind Ali Topley, the race leader, in that Mark II car, which showing that Mark IIs can still hold their own. Of course, they've run to a different minimum weight. They have a 2-litre engine. The Roadster's a lighter car, but with 1.8 litre more modern engine. And Trainer having a look up the inside into Sunny. He had his car just overlapping the rear quarter of Topley there.
Problem then, just a little tag from the front bumper on the rear of the other one. Going to send the Mark II round. So he backed out of it to avoid that. It was good experience driving. 2 here. What's happening there?
It's Nick Emily.
Nick Emily, long-time racer.
Yeah.
Come back into this.
Production Sports in the late 70s, Formula V in 87 as well. He's been doing some karting since then. But
Ben Rowe's now up to 3rd, I noticed. But he's outbraked himself at the hairpin, and that's allowed Aaron Cook to come back up the inside. Aaron Cook gets his foot down, but the extra grunt of the 2-litre car taking Ben Rowe back past. So there's a change now for 3rd place, but Aaron Cook didn't really want to be giving that one up. Topley has the fastest lap, 1:47.74.
Yep, and he's just edged a little bit further away from Sean Trainer. Aaron Cook clearly not enjoying these conditions as much as he enjoys the drive. He is struggling a little bit here. Lost that position to Ben Rowe, and Paul Cook, who's been a multiple race winner in MR2s as well, and just behind him. Those top 5 now, about 5, almost 6 seconds clear of Nick Williamson now in 6th position. So it looks like it's the top 5 that we need to focus on. Daniel Sylvester, he's there in 7th place. Sam Harper 8th. He's gone back a little bit from his starting position. Then it's Lee Brown and Graham Mailings. But now we've got Paul Cook trying to attack Aaron Cook, his namesake, or near namesake. One of them's got an E, one of them hasn't. As they go through the Jim Clark S's, and he's going to do it. Paul Cook, without the E, he goes through to take 4th place.
There weren't too many Cooks. There were just a sufficient number of
just the
Cooks.
right number. Yeah.
Exactly. Top Gun car with Ouch on the rear wing, which is saves some painting it, I suppose. And yeah, so Paul Cook's found his way past Aaron Cook. Aaron Cook, though, that little nimble roadster. And Maxine Nichols into the barrier, and a lot of damage has been done, but she's driving it out and away.
Just on the exit of Tower Corner, isn't it?
A real big sideways for Paul Cook in 26. That was also in the middle of the complex, just behind our commentary point. Topley's made the break, and he's gone away from Sean Trainer. Ben Rowe in 3rd place. 4th is Paul Cook, 5th is Aaron Cook, and then the rest. And Topley keeps setting a fastest laps, just nibbling away a little bit at it, but exploring the outer reaches of the corner there, and some curves, both of the Cooks. And Aaron Cook trying to get into the slipstream of the 2-litre car. Remember, the Roadsters have 1800cc. We'll see what happens in this one. Can they get back on terms with Ben Rowe?
I'm sure that they can. Ben's made a nice little break, hasn't he? He was about a second clear of Paul Cook at the start of this lap, so we'll see if that prevails. There's definitely quite a lot of standing water still offline, isn't there?
With the longer wheelbase of the Mark IIs and that slightly more torquey 2-litre engine, you really wonder once they get a real slide on, whether that kind of boat anchor effect will swing them around more easily than the more compact and less powerful Roadsters. But at the moment, it's a Mark II that leads a Roadster. A Mark II is next, a Mark II is 4th, and a Roadster is in 5th place, Mark II, 6th. So 3 of each in the top 6.
Yeah.
But it's the Mark II that holds sway up front. Trainer trying to come back from 1.35 seconds down.
There we go, that's the top 5 just going through there. You can see how big that gap back is to Nick Williamson, who's still 6th, although he's got Daniel Sylvester now, I see, right with him in the number 21 compact. So we can pick that battle up for 6th place in a moment, because actually Williamson has got 4 cars right in his way. There he is, Williamson, then Sylvester, then Sam Harper, then Lee Brown, and then Graham Mailing. So a mixture of the Mark IIs and the Roadsters there in this battle. Sean Trainer now in 2nd place has done the fastest lap, so he'll be narrowing the gap to Ali Topley.
Here comes Sylvester. New name on me, but Sylvester, I've not seen the MR2s this year.
Yeah, he did a bit last year as well. He's from Yorkshire, so on home territory here. And
but a little bit timid into the braking area for Clervaux, but that wasn't timid, was it? From the 77 who came through.
71.
71's Mailings, isn't it?
Yeah, so he's got ahead of Lee Brown now, who we saw out yesterday.
He was a short oval man at one point, wasn't he, Mailings? And they came into MR2 with a very flashy kind of stock car style graphics all over his car.
Did some Brisker F2 short ovals. So now Sylvester there's in danger of losing a position to Sam Harper in the number 18 car. So that's for 7th position. And then Mailing's trying to fend off Lee Brown, having got past him into Clervaux at the beginning of the lap. So this is 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th that we're looking at the moment. Nick Williamson, he's won at least one MR2 race as far as I can remember in the past. But not a very regular visitor to the top step of the podium. Farmer, the only Mark 1 runner in 23rd position overall. You can see the light blue square for his race number on the timing tower if you're on the live stream. Williamson has Sylvester right behind him again here, Marcus.
Yeah, absolutely, and not far behind them is Daniel Harper in the white and blue car, Trainer's reduced his best lap into the 46s meanwhile. And again, a tighter exit, and there's a change again. Sylvester this time takes advantage of a slightly sideways Williamson. Williamson now with Harper lining up behind him. Mailings is on the other side, and behind him the very nice looking Summertown garage car of Lee Brown.
Yeah, the lead gap, by the way, is coming down. It's 0.8 of a second now between Ali Topley and Sean Trainer. We've got another 2, maybe 3 laps to go on this, so we could have a change there. And now Sam Harper's making a move on Nick Williamson, and he goes through. That's at Hawthorne there, and Williamson was off at the chicane really to avoid an incident really. So he's actually come back on ahead of Harper. Oh, and off the circuit has gone number 65, which is via Aldridge. That's at Clairvaux.
He did well to claw that back on.
He did. And on the marbles there of the sort of gravel pallets down there in that gravel trap. So that's Williamson going through, then Harper, then Mailings is next through in this group now.
Yeah, really entertaining battle. He gets very, very sideways. There's the 71. Mailings hung on a tyre over the edge. A G&T Motorsport car.
You can see out of our contact box, the 2 leaders are almost together again now. They're at the hairpin. And equally, it's close for 3rd and 4th between Ben Rowe and Paul Cook.
Towards the end of the 7th lap now. Trainer getting just a little bit closer out front, but meanwhile, we're watching that chase group. There's the Summertown Garage. Oh, 76. That was looking immaculate on the grid.
That's not a very good birthday present for Tim O'Brien, whose 49th birthday, I believe it is today. His first season of racing in a road motorsport prepared car. I was watching that group of 5 cars we're watching battling for 6th, because Tim Heron has joined the back of that group now in car number 8. He shelled a few years ago after an incident at Castle Coombe.
He's vastly experienced, Tim Heron, in MR2s.
Yeah,
isn't he?
he's been doing it for about 11 or 12 years.
Getting closer and closer. T-cut work needed on the wings before the next other abrasives are available, no doubt.
To say the least, yeah. So there is Topley. Trainer right behind him now. We've not seen the last lap board yet, but I think we'll do at the end of this tour, in this 15-minute race. It'll make it a 9-lap race. Probably would have got 10 out in dry conditions. And there's Cook, who's now ahead of Ben Rowe. So he's made that move on this lap, on the first half of this lap. Didn't see where that happened. But he has lost out as Ben Rowe on the screen there. The leaders coming into the complex once again. And then we'll watch for the next couple to come through. Paul Cook and Ben Rowe. And out of the hairpin. Do they get the last lap board this time? Yes, they do. Just about see that. So final 2.1 miles for Topley and for Trainer. The gap was just under 0.7 of a second, and it's now just over half a second. So it's come down by about 0.13 although I think Trainer's made a mistake there at Clairvaux because he's lost a bit of ground all of a sudden. Yeah, it's not quite as close as he was at the beginning of the lap. He's continued to improve his lap time though, down to 146.71 as the track conditions steadily improve.
Traffic ahead.
Yes, they are going to get to that, I think, before the end of the race as well, aren't they? Well, that is going to come into play. There's the 3rd and 4th place cars go through. Very quiet race for Alan Cook in 5th.
Yeah, 4th place car there. That was Ben Rowe. Popped his headlights up to warn the slower traffic.
And that's Sylvester now, very much out on his own in 6th place with Graham Mailings up to 7th, you can see there. Yeah,
Williamson got way back down the order. He got a bit sideways coming out of the hairpin. Lost a couple of places just because they outdragged him at that point. And that's Heron in the kind of sort of stormy petrol flavoured car, isn't it? It's that unusual livery.
Right, so, and Maxine Nichols had a spin behind us in the commentary box here. She's going to get that hook round and pointing back in the right direction again, but that's not that far in front of the leaders, who are just arriving at the complex now, I can tell you, and they've got 3 back markers ahead of them on this, the final lap of the race. We've got Topley and Trainer together. There they are, you can see them on screen now as they're heading into the hairpin.
Is that going to hinder Topley coming out? He's got enough space though, hasn't he?
Just enough space to sort of stick to his normal line. Goes through now and takes the checkered flag. So it's Ali Topley that takes the victory. That's his first victory of the season in the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. It was achieved by 0.7 of a second from number 27 Sean Trainer. Number 26 Paul Cook takes third. Fourth to number 31 Ben Rowe. Alan Cook in number 1 takes an uncharacteristic fifth. And it's going to be number 21 Daniel Sylvester in 6th place. Everyone else is 7th, headed by number 71 Graham Mailings. Then it's 18 Sam Harper, 86 Lee Brown, 22 Nick Williamson, Tim Heron in the 8 car, and then Peter Hickson in 4. He is in 12th, as 7 of them, or 6 of them certainly finished more or less together. Good drive that from Ali Topley though.
Didn't put a wheel wrong, did he?
He didn't, and to keep a 4-time champion at bay. I wonder if this circuit and conditions in combination actually favour the MR2 a little bit. I think you were saying there may be
the Mark
maybe
II,
good reasons for the Mark II, I should say. Yeah.
But I think if we can keep them tidy, they're good old tools. A bit heavier, aren't they? Which gives them a little bit more feel, maybe. And that longer wheelbase, it might telegraph what it's doing a little bit better than the Roadster.
That's right. So there we see them on their slowing down lap. Ali Topley with his hand out of the window to wave his acknowledgement and thanks to the marshals as he passes their marshals posts. Trainer there in 2nd as one of the back markers, I think, and then Paul Cook 3rd. Here are the results. Number 41 Ali Topley taking the victory then by 0.7 of a second. Number 27 Sean Trainer, then 3rd 26 Paul Cook, 4th 31 Ben Rowe, 5th number 1 Aaron Cook, 6th 21 Daniel Sylvester, 7th 71 Graham Mailings, 8th number 18 Sam Harper, 9th number 86 Lee Brown, and 10th number 22 Nick Williamson. Tim Heron in number 8 was 11th, then 4 Peter Hickson, 84 Noah Stratton, 99 William Hodgson, Reece Dorman in 13, who rounded out the top 15. Aldridge, Ruthven, Aldworth, Baxter and Hudson ending at the top 20.
It's Formula 3 race at Hudson.
Indeed. Jonathan Grimes 21st, then Cook, Williams, Maxine Nichols, she had a couple of dramas on her way. Daniel Farm, the only Mark 1 driver. Today he finished 25th overall. Walker, Patrick Stone and Nick Emily, Andrew Strange and Tim O'Brien we saw had that incident and picked up some damage in the number 76 car to rule him out of the race a couple of laps or so earlier than he would have hoped. So that's the MR2s, and they are back out again later on at around about 3 o'clock, which is only an hour's time, for their second race of the weekend. A couple of races between now and then for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship and the High-Tech Alpha Mayo Championship. And then to round off our proceedings here at Croft today, we have the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. The race getting underway at around about 3:25, but it's for 125 minutes, so a shade over 2 hours, and that's the centrepiece of the weekend with more than 40 cars expected to take the start.
And some really fantastic machinery in that field here.
Yes, a great mixture, a few TCR cars, but then you've got a real nice mixture. You've got some big beefy BMWs as well, a good number of Lotuses, although I think one less than we would have expected.
And the weather potentially throwing a bit more pathos into the whole proceedings.
Absolutely.
Although the cloud base is currently lifting.
Let's head down to the pit lane and hear from our MR2 successful drivers with Tom Butterworth.
Welcome back to the pit lane. Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. First race of the day winner, Alistair Topley.
Yeah, that was a heck of a race. It was so slippy out there, different to qualifying, and I actually had a bit of a gap and then made a silly error out the back, went on the grass, nearly threw it away. And when you've got a 4-time champion, I think, like Sean behind you, it's, yeah, I didn't know if I could keep the Mark III behind me, but big thanks to Rogue Motorsport for the car, all my family and friends watching. Yeah, What a race, what a race. Hopefully it rains again for race 2.
I was going to say, it sounds like you enjoyed it out there at the very least.
Yeah, it's just when it's like that, you never know where the grip is from one corner to the next. And, you know, I could see Sean trying behind. He nearly threw it off a couple of times. And, you know, when we were racing like that, but then we're pulling away from the pack, just a really enjoyable race. And I know I can always race with Sean, nice and clean. And we've had some great battles and hopefully many more to come.
Great stuff, and good luck for the next race today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So second place, we have Sean Trainer. Sean, it looked a bit lively out there, shall we say? It looked an adventure, and the car was moving around all over the place, but it looked fun.
That's how I like it, to be fair. It was quali. I left it too late. I should have just tried to put a lap in earlier on, but I got a great start. And I think it was, I don't know if it was the first or second lap, Ali got it on the grass coming out of church. I think it's, Tower, sorry. Yeah. And I thought, I've got a bit of a run on him, and I thought I might have been able to go around the outside. And I thought, here we go. If I chuck it off here, second lap, I'll wait. But he didn't give me another chance.
No, he certainly didn't. But I mean, you were pushing him hard all the way, and certainly kept him very, very honest. But yeah, certainly coming into the hairpin through that right-hander, the car's moving around all over the place as you try and get the traction and then get it on the brakes. I mean, what's it like to drive one of these?
Lively, yeah.
In the wet.
Yeah. But I quite like the wet. I mean, the old Mark II I used to love in the wet. This I haven't quite got the grips with the same, but we're getting there. So. Well,
it looks enjoyable, and it looks, well, we've got blue skies above us, believe it or not, so it might end up being dry for race 2. What do you think your chances are?
I don't know. I'll have to have a look at the lap time, see what sort of lap time, see where we're starting on the grid, but if we're on the front 2 rows, I fancy my chances.
Okay, feeling confident. Thanks very much, Sean. And then P3 for today, first race was Paul Cook. Paul, tell us what was your race like?
It was the visibility was I just couldn't see anything out the windscreen. It was all fogged up on the inside, but we managed to get it round and finished third in. Well, I should have qualified really.
Well, you were certainly making your way through from I don't want to say a lowly order, but but a bit further down the order and made your way up and through it. So happy with the result?
Yeah, really happy. I've had a good battle with Ben, which is half the enjoyment of having a race. So yeah, really happy.
Great stuff. And chances for race 2?
P3 would be good again, but yeah, if I went forward, I'd be even more happier.
I think we all would as well. Thanks very much. So we will move on to the first race of the day and their final race of the weekend for F1000s.
And it's the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Up next, third and final race of the weekend for these guys. We had 2 great races for them yesterday, and it is the result of the second of those races yesterday that has helped to determine the grid for this one. But it's actually the fastest laps from that second race, rather than finishing positions from that race, that have determined the grid. And so it has a rather interesting look to it. Pole position should be the number 56 car of Lee Morgan, the reigning champion, winner of the second race yesterday, and alongside him, number 8, Dan Clues, the champion from 2020. Row 2 on the inside, the youngster, 26, Murphy Aldridge, who had his first podium finish in F1000 yesterday. And 65, Matthew Booth, who's already been a champion in this, as well as specials a few years ago. Row 3 on the inside, number 69, Edward Falkingham, and number 3, Thomas Westworth. On row 4, it's 5, Rob Wellen, who finished second in yesterday's race, and 83, Matthew Higginson. Row 5, it's 41, Billy Stiles, and 42, Paul Butcher. Row 6, 44, Alok Iyengar, and the 88 car of Mark Betts. Then on row 7, 80, Dan Gore, and 14, Adam Walker. Row 8, 24, Victor Newman, and 68, Max Finthauser. Row 9 is 33, Rob Bailey, and 95, David Tagg. And towards the back, we've got number 12, Tom Gadd. We should have had 73, Kaylee Cole, but she's been withdrawn from the meeting. And 98, Alex Tutzeo at the back of the grid. But we had a very exciting, in particular, second race yesterday, Marcus. But we did lose 3 of the front runners in that one.
That's right, we did, in pretty short order as well. We had Matthew Booth was going really strongly, and he had a joint failure in the rear suspension down at Clervaux. Dan Gore overcooked it at Clervaux, went off into the barriers, took a front corner off his car, and Tom Gadd was flying too, and a drive shaft broke, so that ended his day yesterday. So lots of work overnight, particularly in the Mattel camp, where Victor Newman also had a problem. His car shed a wheel when a front stub axle broke. So there really has been a lot of action, but Tom Gadd going from the back. Didn't get many laps into yesterday's race, but was flying when his car broke. And so we'll see how that works. Now they've got a curveball because the track condition is neither wet nor dry.
No, they are drying, aren't they? It's how dry they will get during the course of this race. Ordinarily, they would be on slick tyres, but I would have thought they've all gone for wets.
It's a pretty brave choice, I thought. You do sometimes go against your intuition on the basis that occasionally a race comes back to you, but
it's hard to tell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just having a look at the championship situation after yesterday's 2 races. It's Tom Gadd, although he was retirement from yesterday's second race, he did get 4th in the first and fastest lap, so he now has 103 points in the lead of the championship. Matthew Booth second with 98 points. Driver that's moved up to 3rd place in the championship with consistent results yesterday is Matthew Higginson. He's now 3rd on 85, 1 point clear of Dan Gore, who's on 84. Rob Wellham is 5th with 79, and Dan Clues now 6th with 70 points. He had a good strong day yesterday with a 2nd and 4th place finish. But there's still a long way to go. That's 5 races into the season, and in all we have an 18-round calendar. So it looks like we are going to get 2 green flag laps once again for these single-seaters, because they had dry conditions for their 2 races yesterday, so it gives the drivers the opportunity to see exactly how much grip there may or may not be out there.
Ian, they're all on wet from what I can see.
Yeah, which I think is the wise move.
Yeah, the trouble is any kind of standing water around them, so you can see inevitably there's going to be some in some places, and you'd certainly be in trouble on slicks. It may come to a point during the race where slick might be a wiser choice, but I think you're going to lose too much time in the early part of the race. You're not going to overheat the wets over a 15-minute run, I wouldn't have thought either. Unless you can see the spray that's being kicked up. There's tons of spray.
Quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just only option.
Absolutely right. So F1000, sponsored by Swallow Hill Homes. Been running with the 750 Motor Club for a few seasons now. Grids have steadily increased, getting towards the mid-20s now. It's been good to see a number of competitors that have raced with the 750 Motor Club in other categories moving into F1000. I think I counted 7 yesterday that have raced in various different disciplines with the 750 Motor Club before switching over to F1000.
And in this race, this weekend, Lee Morgan's been driving his Perpetual Motorsport teammate's car, Andrew Wills' car. So that was a late change, engine dramas with his own, I believe.
Yeah, and he was the champion last year and also the champion in 2013 as well. The majority of these cars have Suzuki engines. I think 1 or 2 have the Yamaha.
Yes, one of them has an R1 on it, which they had problems finding an engine map for, but that's one of the novices at the back. But it's interesting, isn't it, when these Jedi-based cars being run. First ones appeared back in 1984 for hill climbing. Still the Corbin family's enterprise. Fantastic son Fraser doing the job now that Dad John did all those years ago. And they're awesome little cars. They're way next to nothing. Oh, with a problem here.
Rob Bailey, isn't it? I think. Oh, and Adam Walker as well. So a couple of the drivers in trouble on the green flag lap. Adam Walker, whose favourite circuit this is as well. So that's a great shame that he's had that misfortune.
I wonder where they are. That might bring a delay to proceedings, mightn't it?
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on things. certainly we've not yet. Oh, we do now have the green flag from the back 5 second board, so we've decided we can go racing. Red lights go on and they go out. So away we go then. There's 1 or 2 that haven't got away that quickly, but I think they're all going now. It was the 3 car of Thomas Westworth that was a little bit delayed off the line, but it's Lee Morgan leading from Dan Clues in second
Booth
position.
is third.
Booth is third, and Rob Wellham up to 4th position.
Popped the
7th.
curve to do that.
Yeah. Wellham likes the wet. Elliot Mitchell was telling us that yesterday, so we should see Rob Wellham move forward in this race. One would think he's already made up 3 places from his starting position, but it's Morgan, Clues, Booth and Wellham as they head down towards us. And there's Tom Gadd.
Tom Gadd, who's made up 5 or 6 places already. He made a much better start than Dan Gore, who had a complete left front corner replaced on that car, including the damper mount was refabricated following yesterday's crash.
Wellham got to 3rd past Booth at Tower, and he's now heading off after the top 2. Lee Morgan and Dan Clues, the 2 champions from the last 2 years. Rob Wellham, who's won a few races in the past 2 or 3 seasons, but never really had the championship. But between Tower and Sonny, he has got right with the first 2. He's got quite a deficit to make up, but he's done it, and the first 3 are together as they head into the complex.
Yep, here they come back into the complex then, and you can see it's Morgan, Petrium car. Clues in the pale blue one, ducks up the inside, but a better exit speed for Rob Wellham, and he gets run really wide out of that corner. And meanwhile, Clues challenges Morgan for the lead. Wellham looked like he was really racy at that point. Those 3 clear, then it's Booth in 4th. 5th is Murphy Aldridge for looks of things, and it's 69, which is going through after that, which I think was Eddie Falkingham.
So 3 for the lead. Wellham still with the top 2. Then you've got this gap back to Booth and to Aldridge, the 16-year-old. Eddie Falkingham 6th, Matthew Higginson 7th. And there you've got Wellham. He's got past Clues there at the chicane. So Wellham up to 2nd position now. Certainly living up to his reputation as a wet weather specialist here. He's gone from 7th to P2 in the first lap and a half. They're at Tower Corner now, and it's only about a car length between Lee Morgan and Rob Wellham, and it was at this part of the circuit that's coming up now that Wellham was very quick on the previous lap and took a lot of time out of the 2 race leaders then, and he's right with Morgan now. I can see out of our commentary box window as they head up towards Sunny. We've got Barcroft to come first. This fast right-hand kink, quite a lot of curb taken by Wellham, who's up the inside of Morgan, and he goes through on the inside there. And Rob Wellham takes the lead away from Lee Morgan. A bold move that, not much compromise there. He's gone through to take the lead. Morgan to 2nd, Clues is 3rd, Booth 4th, and Murphy Aldridge is 5th.
Yeah, that's been a fantastic couple of laps, isn't it? So much work done in the first couple of laps, and Rob Wellham then from P7 on the grid. Murphy Aldridge having a good go, tried to come back round Matthew Booth, but he couldn't make that one stick. And here comes that pale blue car there, see of Clues. But the chase pack is intensifying.
We've got double waved yellows on the way into Clairvaux, so there must be a car off down there. Rob Wellham, unsurprisingly, has got the fastest lap of the race. I think that's the car that's been recovered that was off on the green flag lap, possibly, but that's now being hauled out of the way. So Wellham it is leading from Morgan in 2nd, and Clues now has Matthew Booth all over the back of him for 3rd and 4th position. And Matt Higginson, I think now has he made up a place there?
Yeah, ahead of Falkingham, yes.
Yeah, he's up to 6th now. He's gaining on Murphy Aldridge here. 4-time champion in RGB, as it was. Matthew Higginson has been away for a few years, away from racing with the 750 Motor Club, certainly. Has been doing things elsewhere. 11 minutes left to go in this race. Murphy Aldridge, a very impressive podium finish from him yesterday, getting his first top 3 finish.
Yeah, he looks well into this race as well. And Booth ran a bit wide on the exit of Sunny 1. I think that's what might be where the other car is over there.
Yeah, Tom Gadd is 9th, isn't he? He's not right at the front of the field. Rich, look and see, yes, he's just in the back of that shot there, isn't he? Gaining on Paul Butcher, who's his next target. But I thought he may come through a little bit faster than he has, but he won't have driven these conditions too often, I don't think, as Aldridge and Clues, sorry, Morgan and Clues were overlapping there at the hairpin. They're coming through to complete lap number 3.
Clue's looking good down into Clervaux. He has a bit more speed in the slipstream. Can he make it stick? Is he close enough? That was really tight, and someone may have had taken a lunge there and then ended up with both cars off, but nicely done.
Higginson's just in the fastest lap of the race to get on terms with this group as well.
Yeah, Aldridge couldn't get his car to turn just then into the chicane. Cost him a little bit, probably a tenth of a second or so. Just slithered understeered a bit. Up they go towards Tower. Using all the road going in. There is Higginson sliding round in the disc lock car, and he tries to come round the outside of the car with a novice cross on, which I think he's done. He has. He's gone round Murphy Aldridge there, and now sets his sights on Matthew Booth up ahead.
It does indeed. So disc lock man Higginson up to 5th position. Got the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. There's Wellham then in the lead of the race, from Morgan still in 2nd place, looking to add to his victory in the 2nd race yesterday. There's Higginson with Aldridge just behind him, so that's the fight for 5th and 6th position. The cars turn their way towards the hairpin for the 4th time in this race. Wellham out front, Morgan 2nd, Clues in 3rd.
Down the field, I see that Newman's making up some place, up into 10th place. Matthew Higginson best lap, 1:31.48.
Yeah, Newman also coming from towards the back. He started 15th, didn't he? So he's made up 5 places.
He's the Alsatian, isn't he, from Strasbourg?
Yes, that's right.
Bob Wallach, great sports car racer, brilliant Bob.
So I'm racing in Sports 1000 the past couple of seasons, Victor Newman. Not Bob Wallach. No, that would have been.
Unfortunately, he died in a cycling accident.
That's right.
Bob Wallach, on his way cycling back from the circuit, or back to the circuit in Florida at Daytona.
So Higginson did another fastest lap on that previous lap to get a bit closer to Booth, to get ahead of Murphy Aldridge. 1:31.48. Yesterday's lap times were obviously much quicker, 1:17.34, the best race lap time from yesterday. That was for Tom Gadd in the first race. Gadd in 9th position here, not really making much impression on Paul Butcher ahead of him, I don't think. So possibly 9th, limiting his ambitions here. Aldridge not giving up on 5th position. Trying to fight underway. Higginson
up the inside of Booth at the hairpin, in the green car on the maroon one, and there's not much grip to be had on the exit, but Higginson looking strong, coming through the chicane the wrong side.
That's 95, David Tagg.
David Tagg, yeah.
Aldridge did the best lap of the race on that lap, a 1:31.11. So, and there goes Higginson around the outside at Hawthorne, trying to get the place away from Booth. That will give him the inside line for the left hand that comes up next, and he squeezes through.
That was fantastic. Round the outside at Hawthorne. Who'd have thought it?
Booth looks like he wants to try and fight back on the way down to Tower, though, and Aldridge, who was quick on the last lap, is sticking with them as well. They've got quite a gap back to Edward Falkingham in 7th, Paul Butcher 8th, Tom Gadd 9th, and Victor Newman in 10th place. It's really all about these first 6, who are still separated by only 2.5 seconds. That's the back marker, David Tagg, that they're going past there, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got towards 5, certainly got room for time for 4 laps, and Higginson absolutely fired his car into the corner there, and through Barcroft on the approach to Sunny. And Aldridge now looking like he'd like to have another go at 65, which is Matthew Booth.
Yep, good. Yep, get 5th position out of this one.
They still also have 3 winners. Oh, someone's got a marker post. Higginson gets a bit sideways coming out. Matt Booth in there as well. Leaders up at the hairpin. Good train of cars.
Clues a bit skittish on the exit of the corner in 3rd place. Wellham, who's still out front, has not got away from Lee Morgan. His advantage was 0.8 of a second. It's down 0.9 of a second, so it's not really changed by very much on that lap. No improvements to the fastest lap on that lap either for their first time so far this race, I think, with not had an improvement to the fastest lap. I think the conditions were generally improving.
Dan Gore's made a place on bets, but I guess his car may not be handling quite as well as it was yesterday. Extensive repairs to that car.
Run by Mattel Cars, as is the car of Matt Higginson there, that's in 4th position, number 83. He sported in RGB as well when he raced in that previously.
And it was down towards here at Croft where Higginson was so quick. The car just slightly twitches out of line, but he keeps it nicely under control.
Through the second element of Sunny and on a short straight towards the complex. Looks like the top two are just pulling away a bit from Clues now in 3rd place. So Morgan trying to go with Rob Wellham, but then Higginson and Booth and Aldridge are right together for 4th, 5th and 6th positions.
I don't know if it's Higginson's driving style or whether his car just is slightly looser at the back end than many of the others. Good old slide out of the hairpin for Booth, but it didn't help his traction, and it exposes him to a potential attack from Murphy Aldridge down into the... Aldridge goes to the outside, carries a lot of speed, and is he going to make it? He does. That was very brave. Very brave. Great move from young Murphy Aldridge there. Round the outside of Matt Booth into Clervaux.
And on that lap, Lee Morgan did the best lap of the race as well, a 1:30.88. He was a quarter of a second faster than Rob Wellham, who himself his personal best lap, a 1:31.13. So could the fight for the lead be on as perhaps conditions have been back to Lee Morgan, but Booth now trying to get the place back around the outside of Aldridge at Tower Corner. And I think they're still wheel to wheel, and Higginson's got a problem. They've gone past Higginson, but these two are still together, and it's Booth that's made that move back on Aldridge at Tower Corner. I mean, while Higginson's had problems, he's actually still there, so maybe it's just an intermittent issue, but Higginson back to 6th place. So Booth back up to 4th position. Over the 3 leaders, there's definite gap now from 3rd back to 4th. Clues and Booth because of the various incidents between 4th, 5th and 6th.
You can see it's getting slidier out there because the cars aren't turning in as well. There's not as much bite there to be had from these wet tyres. So maybe they are now beginning to go off a bit.
Yes, and possibly some will be thinking the end of the race can't come too soon. And we've got...
Can't come too soon for race leader Rob Wellham, that's for sure. He's got 0.67 of a second with 2.5 minutes to go. So there's one more lap after the one they're now on, if the check flag's not thrown early. Dan Clues has the fastest lap of the race, a 1:30.54.
Yeah, and that's got him to within about 7/10 of Lee Morgan now as well. So the first 3, well, they were pretty much equidistant over the line.
Gad on 24 there. Gad's gone... he's under attack from Victor Newman.
He is. Gad, low-cost champion a few years ago. Front runner in the Sports 1000. Past couple of years, Gad, big slide on the way out of the chicane there. Managed to keep that under control, but the grip and the handling, not what he would be hoping for. Newman in that Mattel Cars run machine attacking the TSR mount of Gad, who went wide, but actually that wasn't the worst thing to do, I don't think there, but he did find a bit more grip as they go through the Jim Clark S's. Which one of those is going to come out in front? We'll pick that up in a minute. Here are the leaders.
It's getting closer, I sense. Lee Morgan, a couple of times a champion, is looking very much racier again. It's out of the hairpin where Booth seems to have problems with traction, and last time, a couple of laps ago, he was taken by young Aldridge, who's in behind him in the 26 car.
Last lap boards being shown to the drivers now, so this is the final 2.1 miles with just about a minute to go on the clock, so that's right.
Morgan has halved the gap, more than halved the gap, to Rob Wellham. Wellham, the wet weather specialist, a bit sideways as 3rd place. Clues through... and there's a different set of lines here. This is quite interesting. And has that cost Morgan time, or is it all about exit speed from the chicane? It looks like it is, and he's looking really strong as he goes up under the wing, goes up the outside. Is there the room to get round? He's got to fight. It's not much track room, but that was very cleanly done. And he might try to cut back. There is obviously better grip harboured in some parts of the circuit, but through the Jim Clark S's they go. Daunting part of the circuit. Rob Wellham holds on.
He does indeed. Morgan had a real good go. It was all about that speed out of the chicane that allowed for the attack at Tower, but Wellham was wise to it and able to defend it. They take different lines again through Sunny, and they come back together on the exit of Sunny 1, now through Sunny 2. There's half a car length between them, and that's not very far at all.
There's not much chance really up here normally at the complex. Clue's looking good on the... Oh, he comes up the inside of Morgan.
And actually Booth and Aldridge are right with them as well now. Aldridge was the fastest man on circuit, 130.30 on the previous lap. Towards the hairpin for the final time. Clues looks up the inside of Morgan, which kind of distracts Morgan, I think, from attacking Rob Wellham. If anything, it's going to be Wellham that's going to come through and take the checkered flag. His first victory of the season in the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. The first 5 covered by just 1.59 seconds in the end. 5 Wellham the winner from 56 Morgan, 8 Clues, 65 Booth, 26 Aldridge. Then in 7th place it's Eddie Falkingham, number 69. Sorry, no, 6th place it's 83 Matt Higginson. No, the screen corrects itself. 6th was 69 Eddie Falkingham, 7th was 83 Matthew Higginson, 8th was 12 Tom Gadd, 9th Victor Newman, number 24. Paul Butcher has not... He has come through in 10th place now. Number 42, Paul Butcher. Alok Iyengar, 11th. Dan Gore, 12th. Matt Betts, 13th. And I think we're waiting for Max Windhauser to take 14th, which he does now. And David Tagg was a lap down with a slightly reduced grid with some attrition during the course of the weekend. But a really good race that. A great drive from Rob Wellham, Marcus.
That was really superb, and in conditions that he couldn't let up for a nanosecond, could he? That was absolutely marvellous. Beautifully done. Fought his way through.
Yeah, from 7th, wasn't it?
Yeah, 7th on the grid. Throw of the grid. And terrific win. Thrilled to bits with that.
Let's have a look at that result then. Rob Wellham getting the verdict by 0.48 seconds at car number 5. From 56, Lee Morgan in 2nd place. 8, Dan Clues was 3rd. 65, Matthew Booth 4th. And 26, Murphy Aldridge 5th. 1.59 seconds separated the first 5. And 6th was 69, Eddie Falkingham. 7th was 83, Matthew Higginson. He had problems in the last 2 or 3 laps. 8th, number 12, Tom Gadd. 9th was 24, Victor Newman. And 10th was 42, Paul Butcher. He lost a couple of positions, I think, on the final lap. Then in 11th was the Indian driver from Pune, Alok Iyengar, number 44. 12th, number 80, Dan Gore. 13th, number 88, Mark Betts. 14th was 66, Max Windhauser. He was the last finisher on the lead lap. David Tagg, number 95, was 15th. And Thomas Westworth, he only managed to complete 1 lap.
So they close the points up, isn't it? Because Booth, who was in 4th place, and Gadd down in, 8th place, yeah. That's going to make a big difference. They're going to be pretty much together, I'd have thought.
Although, having said that, I mean, for the 3rd and 4th place drivers, Higginson and Gore didn't have that strong a result in that race, did they? Wellham, he will, I would think, probably move up to 3rd place in the championship with that win.
He could well, but I think the point situation between Booth and Gadd, who were the leaders going into the race, Gadd in fact 5 ahead of Booth. Yeah. I think it may have been reversed now.
I think it probably will be. I think Matthew Booth will have taken the championship lead with that, but there is still a long way to go. The next meeting of the season for the F1000s, and it's another triple header, of course, is at Brands Hatch on the 2nd and 3rd of July. They go to Donington Park a month later. Anglesey in September, and they complete their season on the Snetterton.
I'm looking forward to that already, Ian, because we're there, aren't we?
We are, yes. So look forward to that as the final cars come in. Still got 3 races to come this afternoon. The High-Tech Alfa Romeo Championship is up next, and then we've got the 2nd of the Toyota MR2 Championship races and the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship to round off the 750 Most Club weekend here at Croft Circuit. And a reminder that the next event here at Croft after this weekend, it's a bike meeting on the 11th and 12th of June. That's organised by No Limits Racing, and the next car racing action is the British Touring Car Championship. That's in action at Thruxton this weekend. They're here on the 25th and 26th of June. Let's head down to the pit lane and Tom Butterworth.
Welcome back to the pit lane once more. Swallow Hill Homes F1000 final race of the weekend winner. Rob Willem, you went second yesterday, managed to get the win today. Brave move down the outside as well, down the inside into, where did I have it? Into Sunny Inn to pass Morgan for the lead, and then came back at you on the last lap as well. How was it?
It was tricky for me. There's not as much grip as there was 3 years ago, but the car was performing good. Just going down the straight, I was having to lift off halfway because the clutch kept on spinning or slipping. So that made it a bit tricky because I could see Lee just catch on the straight all the time. But no, it was a good race.
It looked enjoyable. Certainly opening a few laps and things like that were there. Was it just trying to keep it in one, in a straight line for the final few laps? And how worried were you when you came down the outside of Tower?
Well, it was a bit sketchy moment, but we kept on the track. It's so easy to follow someone because you got them as a braking zone or braking point. But when you're out by yourself, you have to make sure that you're doing everything right, and it makes it that much trickier.
Okay, well, congratulations, Lee. Well done. Second yesterday, first today. We're going to move over to Lee Morgan, who finished second on the road today. First place yesterday in race 2, and almost had the lead back again today.
Well, yeah, I think actually on the last lap I was just actually over the head, but yeah, Rob had the inside and showed me the outside of the track, which, fair to do, and give me room. But yeah, there wasn't enough room around the outside to go around, and the grip wasn't really there, to be fair. So yeah, we had a good go at it, but obviously this man here, Dan, was also hassling me from behind. So I think we were sort of all quicker in like different parts of the track that made it really interesting. So I think where I was quick, Rob was a little bit slower, but then in other parts where I was a bit slower, Dan was quick. So it never gave me that sort of chance to really attack going forward. It was a bit of an ebb and flow race where I was sort of defending one part of the track and trying to attack on the other.
Yeah, it looked like the race went out a little bit, and then towards the end we thought maybe he cooked his tyres, or he certainly started to come back towards you. And I mean, you were never a long way behind anyway, but you were right there at the finish.
Yeah, I don't know whether we just managed our tyres a little better, or maybe I was on slightly older rubber, so maybe that just came in at the end as it was drying out. But yeah, it was. I sort of let him go at the start because I knew he was going to be quick anyway, and I thought, well, if I can follow him, I'd be quite happy to sort of come over in P2. And then as the race went on, we sort of started to close that gap in a little bit. So I thought on the last lap we might as well have a little sniff, and I wasn't going to take any massive risks. Well, it's not even in my car, so I didn't really want to go right at the car off. So yeah, we had a little sniff, but we didn't really want to take too big a risk. I mean, yeah.
Best to look after it, and congratulations. So another double podium. Moving on to Dan Klaus, who's also double podium this weekend. 3 races for F1000, so a second and now a third. And again, you were right there at the end, Dan.
That's it, and a 4th in race 2 as well. We've had a cracking weekend.
Yeah, brilliant.
We've certainly turned the form around since Silverstone. The lads of JFK have asked an awful lot of them this weekend and in the prep beforehand, and they've turned everything out. The car's been perfect all weekend, and that was a wicked race. Really enjoyed that.
Great. It looked a lot of fun in the wet as well. I mean, what are these like to drive in the wet compared to the dry?
They're so skatey because they're so light. So there's not a great deal of sort of, well, they're so light, so they sit on top of the water, float around a lot, so you're always working all the time. On the brakes, it's sliding all the way through the corners, and you're just trying to stay on top of it all the time. It's a real battle.
Great stuff. Well, thanks, Dan, and congratulations again. 2 podiums and a 4th place as well. We will move on very swiftly because they're on their out lap already to the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship.
Yes, the car's being brought forward to the grid for the second race of the weekend for the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship, and they're being shown the board there. You can see it on the right-hand side, saying that they're going to get 2 green flag laps because the conditions have changed since those that they raced in and qualified in yesterday, although the conditions are improving all the time now. The grid looks like this. On the front row will be 156 Scott Austin and 75 Thomas Hill. The second row is 5 Graham Seeger and 97 is Gabriele Iaccarino. And on the third row, I think it's just going to be Andy Inman, number 80 on his own, because 14 Andy Page broke yesterday. Then the second chunk of the grid, because they go off in 2 waves, on the inside of row 4 will be number 86 Andrew Bork, and then 23 James Ford beside him, 33 Toby Broom, and 9 Richard Ford on row 5, and 100 Robin Hall, and 8 John Billingsley will round out the field, which will be 11 cars, 5 in the first wave and 6 in the second wave.
Billingsley pitted yesterday, didn't he? And so he's got a little bit of work to do. I think he should come through well. He was one of the record holders coming into this weekend.
That's right, in the Twin Spark Cup class, which goes on that second wave, 10 seconds behind the first group. This is the first of 2 green flag laps that the drivers are having though here. Yesterday's race, that was won by Scott Austin. He won by 1.76 seconds in the end. I think it was gearbox issues he was having during his stage race.
He lost second gear, didn't he?
That's right.
Yeah.
So that caused him some difficulties. He was the finisher in the modified class. Tom Hill took second place, just a second or so behind Austin, winning the V6 class, but he was a long way clear, as in more than a minute clear of Graham Seeger, number 5, who took third position. There was an entertaining dice of 4th and 5th position between 97 Gabriele Iaccarino and 80 and Andy Inman. And then in the Twin Spark Cup class, that was won by number 86, Andrew Bork, and he was about 6 seconds clear of 23 James Ford, who had his work cut out, keeping 33 Toby Broomer-Bay for second place within that class. Richard Ford, James's brother, who was 4th, and Robin Hall a fair distance back in 5th position. And what that means for the championship is that Tom Hill, we reckon, unofficially has taken the lead overall on 63 points, from Andrew Bork on 62, and Scott Austin third. Actually, no, Graham Seeger now third on 56, Scott Austin 4th on 55. He is stymied in his overall points championship ambitions because he was the only finisher in his class, only 2 started, and so he can't get all of the available 20 points that you have for a victory. So that's a little bit of a setback for Scott Austin in his modified class car. So we have an on-board camera.
It's the view of Scott Austin, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Thomas
No,
Hill.
it's Tom Hill, yes, that we're on board with. We can see Scott Austin's car. Tom Hill, who is a 4-time champion in Alfa Romeos. Mostly that's been achieved in the Twin Spark Cup class, which is the sort of entry level class that the competition offers. The V6 class is a new addition for this season. It's been established to encourage more V6 powered Alphas into the championship, with detailed specification developed for the eligibility of the cars to restrict costs and facilitate close racing. That has taken some cars out of the Power Trophy, which doesn't have any representation here this weekend. And then there's the Twin Spark Cup, which is for cars that use the 2-litre 16-valve Twin Spark engine and then on controlled Yoko tyres. The modified class is for unlimited capacity production-based Alphas. Slicks normally, but one would imagine on wet weather tyres.
It's going to get back towards slicks, actually.
It is certainly going to. So Scott Austin, the representative for that particular class in this race. Be interesting to see, therefore, if Tom Hill, in these damp but drying conditions, can take the fight to him on merit, as it were, rather than just because Austin had gearbox issues yesterday. Yeah,
got to be quite skitey for the first few laps, I would think. Or Drich, as they say, north of the border. Just that from away from here.
Certainly not.
But quite a few Scots racing with us this weekend.
We do indeed. There's the 33 car, Toby Broom, a driver that has returned to racing after a bit of a layoff, in actual fact. Started racing in 1994, but then hasn't raced since then. He raced an Alpha 33 in the old Class F of the Alpha Championship. Some karting and track days in the interim. But this is his second meeting back. He's also at Silverstone. He's racing this sort of roughly 2000 mod year 156 Twin Spark 2-litre engine, prepared by Bianco Auto Developments, who lent the car to him. It's not his car, it's owned and rented out by Bianco. And yes, John Billingsley is going to be an interesting one, because I think he was on pole position yesterday for the class, if I remember rightly, but the car broke. And he retired after 7 laps. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do from the back. So the first group of cars go when the lights go out, and 10 seconds later the Union flag is dropped and the Twin Spark Cup cars get away.
Shouldn't there be an Italian flag dropped?
Possibly it should be, but I suspect they don't have one.
Fair point.
Maybe the Alpha should
bring
one with them.
One.
Yes. Other Italian cars are allowed, by the way, besides Alphas, Fiats, and Lancias, we sometimes see. 5-second board is shown. Red light goes on, and away go the first 5 cars. And the revs will continue to rise for the rest of them, and it is a Union flag that drops. And there it is, away we go. And a good start by James Ford from
John Billingsley's already pretty much at the front of that group.
It's certainly up to about 3rd, wasn't he, as they headed off the line. Yes, there is the 147 of Billingsley, but it's Bork that's got the advantage on James Ford in 2nd. And John Billingsley already 3 places up from 6th to 3rd on the opening lap. Overall, I can see, as we go on board with Tom Hill, it is Scott Austin ahead of him as they head down to Tower Corner. There's about 4 or 5 car lengths between them. They've already made quite a good break from the rest.
Yeah, that next group I can see also that Billingsley's taken 2nd going into Tower, so from the back to 2nd in that group. Icarino in the middle of that, and the black car, Gabriele Icarino.
And here is that next group. There you can see Billingsley is up to 2nd.
Yeah, Bork is leading it, Billingsley 2nd. The rest of the red Alphas is in 3rd, which is unusual in that group.
Yes. James Ford with his brother Richard behind him.
Broom on the back of that quintet.
So they're making their way through Sully. The leaders outright are already with us at the complex. There's the 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars, and the Iaccarino's made a good spot, hasn't he? He's made it up to 3rd position now, ahead of Graham Seeger. So Seeger, very experienced Alpha exponent, down to 4th position. Here's the Twin Spark Cup battle on our screen now, and Bork and Billingsley are together.
And Tom Hill, meanwhile, attacking Scott Austin up at the front.
Yes, we'll see if we can pick up on that in a moment. It's still, here we are. It is still the silver car ahead of Scott Austin. Here's this scrap for 3rd overall, with number 97 Gabriele Icarino ahead of Graham Seeger and Andy Inman, and the 4th of the V6 class cars, the 156 GTA behind the 147 GTA of Seeger. Here are the 2 leaders down at Tower, and there's not much to choose between them.
No, that's right. And the cars, I sense, are quick on different parts of the circuit, so it's an evenly matched lap. But still holding sway is Scott Austin in the 156 pole car. To Croft, skating through there nicely. Quite a few little dive planes on the front of that lead car, a big wing balancing out in the back. There's Thomas Hill, Rose Italia car, one of several prepared by them.
Yes, and you can see that does look at least more production spec, doesn't it? Without the appendages.
Quite clear of the rest.
Yes, we're already 12 seconds clear of the rest at the end of the first lap. And that's what happens when you get a modified car, and also the drive for the quality of Tom Hill. And he gets a good run on Austin as they come out of the hairpin, and he's got his nose in front now. Austin's going to have the inside line though. Thumbs up from Tom Hill as he goes past his pit crew. And
then gets retaken.
Well, look at the timesheets, as they say, because he's ahead on them as he came over. Actually, they were credited with exactly the same time, 0.00 gap, but Hill's name appeared first on the timing screens at the end of that lap, so he can say at least he led a lap. Although that might be stretching the point. interestingly, the third, fourth and fifth place cars are being caught by the leading Twin Spark Cup cars, and it is now John Billingsley that's got to the front of that group, because Andrew Bork is down to second place within that class. We've had a change of lead there, and John Billingsley, yeah, he's lapping about 3 seconds a lap, or 2.5 seconds a lap faster than Andy Inman ahead of him. So in these conditions, the Twin Spark Cup cars are going to get amongst the V6 engine cars.
And the first four are kind of jostling up towards the trio at the back of the first Gridsworth as they come out of Tower. Billingsley and Bork and the Ford brothers are in hot pursuit.
Lincolnshire-based Ford brothers.
Oh, that was tight going down through Ipswich and Clark S's in the group ahead of them. That was Yaccarino and Seeger and Inman. They've all been caught by this group.
Yeah, it's not normally supposed to happen, this, is it? But they're right with them now. These less powerful cars. You've got Inman now under pressure from John Billingsley, and this could actually change the complexion of the battle for the Twin Spark Cup, because it's now Bork coming up on the inside of Billingsley. He's got the lead back there of the Twin Spark Cup as they go into the complex. Is he going to keep hold of it? Yes, he is. Just about.
And now the Fords are coming around the outside of Billingsley, who was rather stymied on the inside.
And it's Richard actually, rather than James, isn't it?
Yes, that was down at Sunny.
So this is very interesting now, because they've got these theoretically quicker cars that are lapping a bit more slowly actually than the Twin Spark Cup cars ahead of them, who are no doubt going to get involved in this. Although as conditions improve, possibly the conditions will go back towards the V6 cars. Richard Ford there was very badly out of shape as he went into Clairvaux on that occasion. The finance director of the championship sponsor, Hi-Tech. Been racing for 8 years now. It's Bork ahead of Ford, then Billingsley. Really good race this amongst the Twin Spark Cup contenders.
Always good when 2/3 of the field are fighting for the for position.
It is, yes.
And they're not far between behind this pair, because Yaccarino had Inman fighting for place. Inman went over the curbs, and that reprieved Yaccarino.
Out front, Scott Austin stretching his lead over Tom Hill. Up the inside goes Richard Ford, and he takes the lead at Sunny of the Twin Spark Cup part of the race. So number 9 briefly goes through round the outside at the second element of Sunny. Bork holds on. Really good racing this in the Twin Spark Cup. Scott Austin is just on the best lap of the race overall, 1:39.35, as he extends his lead over the rest. So it's Bork, Richard Ford, Billingsley and James Ford, the first 4 in the Twin Spark Cup part of the race, and they're still just behind the 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars in the V6 class. Which of course down the straight have the legs over the Twin Spark Cup contenders, but it all compresses in the corners. And here is Billingsley coming back at Ford now into Clairvaux, but he's on the outside line, so he's not going to make anything of that, I don't think. I think if these Twin Spark Cup cars weren't battling among themselves, they would probably have got past the V6 cars if they were just focusing on their own business.
Yes, in some ways they'll be regretting starting 10 seconds later, won't they?
Yes, they've certainly been ahead on.
Makes for a better race, in fact.
It does.
Richard Ford fending off Billingsley. Billingsley looks up the outside, but Ford on the inside line for Tower keeps it. There's Billingsley, who tricycling through the corner, bouncing that inside wheel in the air.
Scott Austin's coming past our commentary position to complete his 5th lap.
Clearly has some grunt, doesn't it? You can hear it sizzling as it goes past.
That's right, and he's done screen's yet to update itself. Actually, 1:38.83 that time, which is about 6 3/4 seconds off what he did yesterday in the dry, which does suggest that the conditions are certainly coming back. As Billingsley there and Ford were getting overlapping with each other. Billingsley, I think, is getting ahead. No, he's not getting ahead of Richard Ford there, but it's mighty close. Andrew Bourke right on the tail of Andy Inman as well for 5th position overall, although not for class position.
To look up the inside from Billingsley. Ford looks to the outside. Now he's blocked in behind Andrew Bourke as they go down towards Clervaux.
Billingsley has a run on him, but he's going to be on the outside for Clervaux. He's in the white 147 on the right hand side of shot. But yeah, he has to tuck back in behind Richard Ford in number 9, and Bourke is just getting away a little bit at the front of this twin spark group now.
Yeah, and James Ford comes back into that little tussle as well, as a result of getting an uncompromised line. Billingsley goes to the left of Richard Ford, going up the straight, gets his nose ahead halfway to the tower. But Richard Ford might be wise to that, just hanging on the inside. Bourke still ahead of them, the class leader.
So Ford and Billingsley battling away over 2nd position within the Twin Spark Cup. Scott Austin goes through to complete another lap. We're into the second half of this race now, just under 10 minutes left to go in this high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship race. The Alfa Championship been running for a long time now. Recently switching to run with the 750 Motor Club after a long time association elsewhere. Not quite so many cars on the grid this weekend. They had a decent turnout at Silverstone for the opening event of the season, and we'll hope for more cars on the grid in future rounds. It's left to go. Bourke, Ford, Billingsley, James Ford, and Toby Broom actually has, I think, gained a little bit on James Ford over the last lap or so.
He's got more confidence, hasn't he, as the circuit begins to dry out.
So you've got basically 5/6 of the Twin Spark Cup class together, and still right with the back 3 from the front wave. So from 3rd back to 10th, there's only 5 seconds separating them, so that's really tight.
In the top 6, in fact, 3rd place, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th have all lapped in the 47 as best lap, but Broom behind him is just on a 46, so he has closed in on merit.
Certainly has. That just in 2 46s on the trot as 46.45 and 46.55, so he's certainly gaining in confidence. It's right there with James Ford.
He's squeezed up the inside, hasn't he? And that puts him on the outside for the Jim Clark S's, but he might be able to carry a bit of momentum behind Billingsley, who there is attacking Richard Ford in the black car.
Just see if we can spot what's going on just behind them. Yeah, no, Broom's had to tuck back in behind James Ford there. Let's watch Richard Ford in the livery of his company and the sponsors, High Tech. There's Broom then, number 33, fastest man today in the Twin Spark Cup pod race, but only the 5th position of the 6 cars that we have in that part of the competition. Not the biggest grid that we've got this weekend, but still a very good race in the High Tech Alfa Romeo Championship.
You've got 8 of the 11 having a battle. That's always going to be good. Yacarino still leads them from Seeger, Inman, Bourke, Richard Ford, Billingsley, James Ford, and then Broom, Toby Broom. Billingsley again has a tentative look at the outside, but isn't quite close enough. He cuts through the chicane. They just hopping onto the edge of the gravel in the middle element of it. But there's 23 and 33. James Ford and Toby Broom trying to get back in. Scott Austin through again.
Yeah, it's complete lap 8 with 6 minutes to go. I wonder if he's going to catch and possibly lap the big group of cars that we've got battling. That's not beyond the bounds of possibility is Broome round the outside at Tower to get ahead of James Ford. I think he might have made that work this time. He's going to have the inside line for Jim Clark, as well as a bit further up the road. Richard Ford and John Billingsley go side by side through Jim Clark as well.
Billingsley carried more speed into it, and he had a little bit of a moment middle of the corner, whereas the black car headed Richard Ford took the ideal line, not using much road on the exit to open up the next part of the Jim Clark S's and the run down to Croft and Sunny.
Take a really good win here, just challenging Billingsley there through Sunny. Still Iaccarino in third position at the head of the group of 8 cars that's about to go past our commentary position here. Reminder, it's 1:56, Scott Austin still leading from 75, Tom Hill in second. There's 13.5 seconds between them, and more than a minute from Austin to Iaccarino in third place. No matter, because they're having a good dice. Broome has lost a bit of ground to Billingsley. He's got a second behind him, so just gradually spreading out a little bit more this group. There's Broome with James Ford behind him, 4th position in class.
And Broome took the Billingsley line up over the curb, took it across the edge of the gravel and turned it in.
3/4 minutes left in this race. It's certainly dried out as the race has gone on. There's some blue sky above Croft now. There's Richard Ford up the inside of Billingsley. Billingsley possibly going to get the cut back on the exit of the corner, but that's going to put him on the outside line for the first element of the Jim Clark S's. This is Gabriele Iaccarino, number 97, with Graham Seeger, the very experienced Graham Seeger, number 5 behind him. And then we should see this next battle coming through. Here it is. Ford, Billingsley, Broome and Ford.
A bit twitchy from Billingsley, and that's allowed Toby Broome to get closer going into the corner, but he's now going to watch his mirrors because James Ford is filling them. Billingsley switches sides, comes up the inside, has a look into the complex, but that only compromises his exit speed. There's yellow flags waving there as well. I'm not sure what that's for.
Yeah, it's a yellow flag, I think, between
the exit of Sunny and the complex.
Yeah, because there's a green flag as they come into the complex. So have we lost him? Oh, what a contact there! That's between Broome and Billingsley. You can see the biff on the front of Broome's car. It almost lifted. Well, it did lift Billingsley's car up momentarily, I think. Landed back. Oh, and there's the reason. It's 97 Gabriele Iaccarino, and he's I'm afraid gone off heavily into the barriers there by the looks of things. Didn't see how that happened. But Iaccarino didn't come through, so it's Graham Seegan out to third and then up to 4th position overall. Iaccarino had been running very well in 3rd place. And the last lap board has gone out as well, so possibly with that car off the circuit, they've decided to get the last lap board out a little bit early here. As we're watching the 156 car of Scott Austin, then on his final lap. And he is making his way through. Here is the scene at the Jim Clark S's. That's Richard Ford and John Billingsley battling for 2nd and 3rd within class. It's then James Ford and Toby Broome having lost that position after that incident with Billingsley 3/4 of a lap ago.
Yes, there'll be no, I guess there'll be no overtaking on the exit of Sunny there. There's Iaccarino off on the left at Sunny 2.
Yeah, so yellow flags there. So these drivers have still got to see the last lap board though, so these have still got another lap to go. Oh, and off the road there has gone Richard Ford, just beneath our commentary box, just behind him. There he is, just reappearing into shot. So Richard Ford, who was 2nd within that group, has now dropped effectively to the back of it, and John Billingsley's 2nd. James Ford is then Andrew Bork. Toby Broome is 4th, so they're going on to their last lap. The leader, Scott Austin, is just coming into the complex for the final time in number 156 car. It's going to be 1 lap shorter than it might have been this race, as he heads into the complex, or into the hairpin for the final time. The only modified class car in this race, so probably expected to go on and win it. That's exactly what he's going to do. And Scott Austin in terms of outright victories is unbeaten this season in the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship. There is Tom Hill on board with him as he goes across the line flamboyantly to take the checker flag. Very happy with that.
It's a class win, isn't it?
It is a class victory as well. Second place, therefore 12 seconds behind the victor, but we've still got the Twin Spark Cup to sort out. They're heading up towards Sunny for the final time. Andrew Bork started this lap about 2.5 seconds ahead of anybody else. There is Bork, and he's trying to get up the inside of Andy Inman on the final lap at Sunny, but then decides better of that. And do we still have yellows there as well? Possibly so. So, I mean, Bork doesn't need to overtake them. He's got a comfortable enough. I say that. John Billings is right with him now, isn't he? On this final lap, he was 2.5 seconds ahead at the start of it, but John Billings is right with him now. So, possibly Bork has been held up a little bit to the hairpin for the final time. Is there going to be late drama here? Billings to the outside of the circuit. Will try and cut back on the inside of the hairpin. Can't do it. So, I think it's going to be Bork that's going to come through to take the Twin Spark Cup victory behind Sigrid Ehrman, who's 3rd and 4th overall, 5th, and the Twin Spark Cup victory goes to Bork, 6th to Billingsley, 7th to James Ford, 8th to Toby Broom, 9th to Richard Ford, and then a lap down actually is Robin Hall in 10th position. So all of the cars have now completed their race, and for the fact that we only started with less than a dozen of the markers, that was pretty entertaining. That
was brilliant, wasn't it? 8 of the 11 embroiled in a scrap for much of the distance, which was just not expected, but very welcome.
It certainly was. The Alfa Romeo Championship, that's going to continue at Anglesey in July, about 2 months from now actually, so quite a long gap. Then Brands Hatch, Cadwell Park and Alton Park will complete their season. Let's see if we can bring you the results then from that high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship race. And it was a clear win, 12.45 second victory for number 156, Scott Austin. In second place was number 75, Tom Hill. Third was number 5, Graham Seeger, almost a lap down. And fourth, number 80, Andy Inman. And then the first of the Twin Spark Cup class cars was number 86, Andrew Bork. From number 8, John Billingsley, 23, James Ford, 33, Toby Broom, 9, Richard Ford, and the last of the finishers was 100, Robin Hall. And we lost, I'm afraid, Gabriele Iaccarino, about 2 laps from home, wasn't it? Up there at Sunny, looked like it nosed into the barriers and eliminated, sadly, from the race that he was running in 3rd position. So that's the Alphas, and all from them for this weekend. We still have 2 more races to come here this afternoon for you at Croft. We've got coming up next the Toyota MR2 Championship, the Toyota Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship, and we're going to complete the action this afternoon with the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, a 125-minute race that gets underway, well, straight after the MR2s have finished. A reminder that there's lots more 750 Motor Club action to come this season, but we'll tell you more about that later because Tom Butterworth is ready in the pit lane.
So back down into the pit lane again as the Alphas continue to file their way through. We're going to have a chat with Scott Austin, your overall race winner. Scott, it looked a bit close for comfort at the start there, but then it seemed to settle down and pull away.
Yeah, I'm running slicks on the front and wets on the rear, so it took a couple of laps to get them hot enough to, you know, really make them work, and then it was okay.
Okay, you confident it wasn't going to rain anymore then during the session?
Absolutely not. I think it was spitting actually on the second warm-up lap. Okay. And it was like, oh no. But anyway, it stopped, so
So, I mean, what would you have done? Just carried on and made the best of it, or?
I'd have had to. I couldn't, I haven't got 22 guys to come and change the tyres, unfortunately, in 2 seconds. Red Bull, if you're listening.
There's a sponsorship opportunity somewhere, I'm sure.
Yeah. I'll just get Brown Ball, no, my luck.
But anyway, 2 races, 2 wins, so pretty happy with that and good for the championship?
Absolutely, yeah. Leading the class, hopefully, and, doing the best I can.
Great stuff, congratulations, and we'll see you at the next round.
Hopefully.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Oh, yep, and we're back this way. And a nice congratulations there as well. So Thomas Hill, again, first in class, second on the road, and kept Scott nice and honest for the first few laps as well.
Yeah, we're trying hard. I think, it was a really tricky call at the start of this race, because we've got obviously really changeable weather. Yeah. We took a bit of a risk going on wet tyres. I think it paid us forwards in the first couple of laps, but obviously later on in the race, Scott made a masterful decision going on slicks. And, it was just a case of time management, really.
Yeah, he's gone half slick. He's gone slicks on the front and wets on the rear.
He's a talented man. Yeah, I'm not man enough quite to do that. But I just went for wets all round. We got there in the end.
Absolutely, play it safe, exactly. And you never know what's going to happen, do you? And Scott was saying it was spitting on the warm-up lap as well. So you must have been thinking you'd sold under a lucky star at first.
That's it. I thought we were going forwards, but it's just a case of trying to hang on his coattails as per race 1, and as critically get it to the end of the race.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations again. 2 races, 2 class wins. Cheers. Fantastic. Thank you very much. And finally, we're going to move round towards the back here, and we've got Andrew Bourke. So again, another class win. Yeah. How was that for you? It looked pretty exciting. The 2 in front of you had moved well clear, but then there was just a massive battle raging.
Yeah, I
think there were 8 in it at one point.
Yeah, so I always I tend to worry when it's wet. Then when I get out there, it's kind of like I love it. So, and then I spent most of the race fighting with Andy Inman in the power cars. I was literally going into sunny in, sunny out. Through the rest of the lap, I was right on his bumper. I just couldn't get past him. And then when the lap started again, he'd just kind of pull away, and then it, as a repeat of the same thing. But yeah, it was awesome. So yeah, it was great. So.
He got the power, you got the handling.
Well, that's it. Yeah. So and then I tried a few other areas to get past him, but I just couldn't do it. So but one of those. So
well, it certainly looked exciting. And what was your tyre strategy? Because we've had a split strategy here, and we've had full wets all round on the.
So we're just control tyres on ours, but they're good in the dry and the wet kind of thing. It's obviously a bit more slippy in the wets, but. Yeah, there was a few areas where there was just grip and it just stuck, and then some areas going through turn 1, it was kind of just like hold on for your dear life kind of thing and just get the car through the corner kind of thing. So yeah, it was awesome though. Yeah, great race. So loved it.
First lap, you just chuck it in and hope for the best, and then you find out where that grip is as the laps go on, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I realised a few of them weren't doing that, and I think that's where the gap was coming, especially down the back part. I just kept it flat, and then it kind of just stuck. It kind of slidey, but it just stuck. So. And then I seen the gap appearing behind me, so yeah, and it seemed to work. So yeah, it was great. So
great stuff. Thank you, Andrew, and congratulations again. 2 races, 2 class wins for all 3 of our Alpha drivers this weekend. So thank you very much. Moving on, we will hit the race number 2 of the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship.
Yeah, so we'll have the MR2s out onto the circuit very shortly, but I think there's a slight delay before they're going to be released. There's a little bit of work to be done on the barriers up there suddenly after that incident in the Alpha race, so while that is done, we'll take a short break. And the cars onto the grid for the second race of the day for the Toyota MR2 Championship. Earlier on today, it was a win for Alistair Topley from Sean Traynor and Paul Cook. This is how the grid is going to line up. On pole position, it's number 27, Sean Traynor, and alongside him, his 41, Ali Topley. This is based on fastest lap times from race 1. Second row has 26, Paul Cook, and 31, Ben Rowe. Third row has 1 Aaron Cook and 21 Daniel Sylvester. On the fourth row, it's going to be 8 Tim Hammond and 71 Graham Mailings. Fifth row, 4 Pete Higton and 99 William Boggis. Sixth row, 22 Nick Williamson and 86 Lee Brown. On row 7, it's going to be 13 Rhys Dorman and 18 Sam Harper. On the 8th row, 84 Neil Stratton and 65 Via Aldridge. Row 9 is 82 Andrew Ruthven and 15 Gavin Aldworth. Row 10 is going to be Maxine Nichols, number 17, and Gareth Baxter, 14. Jim Cook in 68, and Patrick Stone, number 20. Row 12, 53, Aaron Walker, and 79, Jonathan Grimes. Row 13 of the grid will be 52 Nick Emily and 24 Paul Hudson. Andy Williams in 30 and 16 Daniel Farmer on row 14, and row 15 is 76 Tim O'Brien and 51 Andrew Strange. The 5-second board is shown then, and the second of the day's MR2 races about to get underway. Red lights go on and they go out now, and it's a pretty even start from the two of them on the front row, Ali Topley and Sean Traynor, as they stream down towards Clervaux Corner for the first time. Oh, it's just about Topley with his nose in front, but he's on the outside line now. It's going to be Sean Traynor that's going to take the lead as they go into the first corner. Traynor, Topley, Paul Cook, their third. Ben Rowe trying to go around the outside of him and take fourth place. Daniel Sylvester in the red and blue Roadster. He's made a good start, and I think he's going to slot into fourth place. Ben Rowe having to go and straight line the chicane there because... well, that was just to avoid an incident, basically. And we've got one or two more cars. We've got one stranded there towards the back of the field. I could see at the chicane, and it's yeah, I think it's made contact with the tyre stack that marks the chicane there. So we'll see. Is now going, I can see. So Sean Traynor it is that leads. Paul Cook in second place, so he's got through to P2. Ali Topley third, and great drive this from Daniel Sylvester in fourth place. I think that's the first time he's been as high as the top four, certainly in races that I have seen. And then in fifth place, it looks like it is another of the races. I think that could be Aaron Cook, in fact, couldn't it? The reigning champion from the past 2 seasons, though. They're out of Sunny, back towards me at the left-hander at the complex, the first element of the complex. They come streaming in now with 27 Sean Traynor ahead, and then to his right at the moment at the hairpin is Paul Cook. But watching the rest of the field stream through the second element of the complex. There's the 14 car smoking and in problems. That's Gareth Baxter, the former Mark 1 racer, who's switched to this new car for 2022. They come through to end the first lap then, and it's Sean Traynor ahead by 0.6 of a second from Paul Cook in second. Topley, who didn't capitalise on his front row starting position, he's lost out to Paul Cook at Hawthorne, I think it was, on the first lap to go down to third place. Sylvester with that good start to get up to fourth, and Aaron Cook in fifth position at the moment. There's Nick Williamson. He at the moment is outside the top 10. He was well inside the top 10 in the earlier race, of course. Here they come down towards town for the second time. That's the 99 car of William Boggis in that privateer entry. in his first season of racing. He's where is he winning? He's in 9th place, so he's going pretty well as this race now about halfway around its second lap, Marcus.
Yeah, Trainer looking quite comfortable, isn't he, out of front? There's Sylvester in the 21 car under pressure from Aaron Cook, who tricycles through. Sonny comes up towards the complex, and there's that car in 3rd place, which is Topley, the early morning winner, who is trying to bridge the gap to the leaders. And there's a dive up the inside. Aaron Cook gets inside Sylvester. Sylvester will find himself on the inside, better territory after there's a change attempt up at the front there as Cook got close to Trainer, but that's brought Topley back into play. Cook has got 4th from Sylvester, kept it through the hairpin there, and they're chasing down now towards Clervaux, where it's fiercely slippery, but they work their way through. And a bit twitchy was Cook. He's bounced over the curbs. That was Aaron Cook in 4th place. Side by side, the yellow and pink cars there. That's 84, which I think is the Stratton car, isn't it? Yeah, big one behind that. Some good fighting, half a second or so, 6/10 between the first two.
Yeah, on to lap 3 of this race. Dan Topley with the best lap of the race, a 1:39.46. The best lap in the early races, they're about 7 seconds off that, so you can see how it's an hour or so the conditions have really improved quite markedly here. It's Paul Cook in 2nd, Ali Topley in 3rd, Sean Trainer leading the way in the Roadster. Just need to see if Aaron Cook's going to have any better fortunes in this race. He was relatively anonymous 5th in race 1. He's 4th here, pulling away from Sylvester now, but not really. He seems gaining on the 3 leaders. No,
that's right. Topley looked quite racy there, coming up towards the complex. I think he got a sniff of a chance at 2nd, but it's not really an overtaking spot in these cars. As they come out and accelerate down past the pits again. 27 Trainer has what, about half a second maybe over the chase pair.
Something like that.
Yeah, 6 seconds, it's 6/10 again.
I say Aaron Cook's not doing anything about catching the cars in front, but he has just done the best lap of the race, a 1:38.71. He was in fact about half a second faster than Topley, who was the car immediately in front of him that time, so the gap between them is now 0.83 seconds. And yes, you can see actually on the that shot there that Cook is closing now on Topley, getting closer all the time. In fact, getting away from Sylvester in 5th, Ben Rowe in 6th, Tim Heron 7th, Graham Mailing's 8th, 9th place William Boggison running out the top 10, and this is Pete Higton. As Paul Cook makes a mistake there and loses out to Ali Topley at Tower Corner. So Topley through on the inside at Tower, and he's now just making a little bit of a break, and Cook all over the back of Paul Cook. Cook in the black and red and white Roadster. It's the yellow and grey Mark II car for Paul Cook.
Able to make a little bit of an advantage here, but you sense that if Aaron Cook can get past Paul Cook quickly, it was a big moment for that's Ben Rowe, isn't it?
No, it's Boggis.
Oh, Boggis.
Yeah.
Big sideways mode. He caught it well.
He did. Considering it's his first season of racing, that's
done
very
well.
good. Yeah. Leaders are at the complex once again. Aaron Cook still trying to find a way past Paul Cook here, but all the time, of course, his big championship rivals, I'm sure he would see it, Sean Trainer is pulling away.
And he's in the slipstream now, Aaron Cook of Paul Cook. So it's Cook with the E chasing Cook without the E. Down into the braking zone. And the Mark II just a little bit more grunt, an extra 200cc. Longer wheelbase car. Out to the outside of Hawthorne, but Aaron Cook almost touching the back bumper there as they come onto the back straight. There's probably just about a Roadster's length between them to come up into the braking area for Tower, but Aaron Cook not close enough to try anything up there. You need to be decisive a couple of hundred meters up. He gets through on the inside on the exit, and he picked up speed very rapidly there. And that remains to be seen now whether he can charge down Ali Topley.
Yeah, he's got probably the best part of a second to make up now, hasn't he?
Yeah, but I think once they get into traffic as well, that's going to help. Yeah. They will at some point.
So Aaron Cook now makes it second, so it's Mark 3, Mark 2, Mark 3, Mark 2, Mark 2, Mark 3, the order inside the top 6. And I think actually Ali Topley's taken some time out of Sean Traynor on this lap, because it was 1.84 seconds between them at the start of the lap. It doesn't look like that now. There's Ben Rowe. He has got ahead of Daniel Sylvester, so up to 6th place has gone, to 5th place has gone Ben Rowe there. Leaders are coming up and over the line. I'm going to look at that gap that was 1.84 seconds between Traynor and Topley. See what that updates to as they go across the line. Yeah, 1.23 seconds now. As Topley did a personal best of 1:39.01. Still the best lap of the race to Sean Traynor, 1:38.56. I wonder if Traynor just made a little bit of a mistake on that lap.
0.7 though between second and third, as Aaron Cook is trying to close down second place Ali Topley.
It's Neil Stratton who's been in a bit of strife at the complex, number 84, but he's back into the race. He was running in 18th position. Just dropped down because of that.
It's not 7/10 between second and third now, as they, as you see, Sean Traynor lead them through the Jim Clark S's.
I wonder if Aaron Cook goes win this race yet. His best lap time only a fraction slower than Sean Traynor's.
Yeah, there's kind of 4 more laps in this, I reckon, so he's got some time.
There's the reigning champion Rogue, the preparers of the cars. They are for many of the cars on the grid in the Toyota MR2 Championship.
Nothing but Rogue not preparing any of these MR2s, any iteration.
No, we've seen them preparing other Toyotas as well. We saw the GT86 out, which Aaron Cook was in yesterday in the Road Sports race.
He was.
Which I think is actually a car that Aaron's worked on himself.
He just got pipped, didn't he, into the class by next to nothing. And here comes Aaron Cook, who's up alongside the bumper of Ali Topley, and he's going to have territorial advantage going down into Clervaux. Sean Traynor will see that happening in his mirrors. Has he got enough? Has he carried too much speed? He hits the curb pretty hard, bounces through, but he's made the that move.
That 1:38.05 for Aaron Cook there is a new overall lap record for the MR2s as well. The mark actually was from a Mark II for Sean Traynor in June 2019, a 1:38.24. So that's the best lap ever in an MR2 round here.
And here's Topley now back in the slipstream of Aaron Cook. Paul Cook in the background. There's Topley in the 41 car. Aaron Cook runs wide, puts a wheel over the edge of the curb onto the grass there on the exit of Tower. Now through the Jim Clark S's.
Yeah, Topley's not relinquished this place lightly, has he? He's sticking with Cook. I think they made their debut in the same season a couple of years ago. Possibly the same race. And immediately they both made an impression at the sharp end of the championship. Sean Traynor, though, has been the benchmark in MR2 since about 2015. He won his first title. After that, all in Mark IIs. Not yet having had one in the Mark III Roadster, but maybe this season. I'm sure Aaron Cook will have something to say about that. Adam Lockwood, who's the nearest challenger to Cook in the championship, not here this weekend, I don't think. Driving standards flagging out for small, which indicates that someone's been exceeding track limits, which probably is now something that is more likely to occur than it was in the first race when it was so much wetter, and you'd be certainly wanting to keep off.
All we can tell from here is it's a 2-digit number because there's 2 blocks on the board, but we've seen it from the wrong side.
Yeah, that narrows it down to about
after 3/4 of the field.
Yeah, if not more. So we've got probably this and one more lap to go, I think. And there you can see Sylvester, who's trying to reclaim 5th position from Ben Rowe. Not much between those two. They're heading down towards Tower Corner now. What's probably the penultimate time of the race. Oh, and a spinner.
That's Emily.
Yeah, number 52. Search to the complex behind our commentary position here. Sylvester in that roadster.
Right on the tail of Ben Rose.
He was completely hidden there, wasn't he, on that shot behind the Devonian's car. Up towards the Jim Clark S's for the 8th time, or to Barcroft I should say, and then Sonny. And Rowe just has a couple of car lengths in hand there. They are about 5 seconds. Oh, and that's Paul Cook off from 4th position. He's been off at Sonny. He's going to get back onto the circuit, but he'll be behind now Rowe and Sylvester, and also I think Graham Mailings and Tim Heron as well, because that's Cook just slotting in behind these two.
That's right, top 3 then complete their next lap. Last lap board out for them.
Yeah.
At 8 laps.
Yeah, 1.38 seconds is the gap between Sean Traynor and Aaron Cook at the start.
Down
of it. Yeah,
by a couple of tenths.
Yeah, only a couple of tenths though. And it needs to be more than that for Aaron Cook to get the victory here. Sean Traynor, having finished ahead of him in the first race as well, has been very tight in the championship after this weekend, I suspect. And there is Sylvester, and he's going to get the place from Ben Rowe this time. Yes, he's done it. There he is at Hawthorne and through the chicane. Daniel Sylvester getting back up into what is 4th position now, of course, with Paul Cook having been off half a lap ago. So Sylvester here looking for P4, which he actually did get a couple of those. I think possibly that they were at Silverstone. So we're equaling his best result here. Cook has not given up on this chase of Sean Traynor, has he?
No, he's not. He's down to probably 3 car lengths behind, but Traynor is a canny character, isn't he? He will have backed off on the last lap, though, and providing it's a clean exit from the hairpin, he should be okay. But they're pretty much nose to tail coming into the complex. It's all about keeping it clean, and Traynor has got his work cut out. Put the car in the middle of the track is what he needs to do. He's done just that. And provided he can take a sensible line through and get the power down, not touch the curb. Now he clings to the middle part of the track, dominating that part of the road, and he takes the checkered flag, leaps on the brakes going past it. So there was virtually nothing between them on the line. 0.33 between Sean Traynor, the race winner in 27, and 1 Aaron Cook, the reigning champion. Ali Topley 3rd, then Sylvester in 4th place, Rowe in 5th, and in 6th place is the recovering Paul Cook.
Yeah, Tim Heron takes 7th place, Graham Mailings 8th. Sam Harper gets ahead of William Boggis on the last lap to take 9th position. Now Boggis running out the top 10, Reece Dorman 11th, Nick Williamson 12th, Lee Brown 13th, Phil Aldridge 14th, and Gavin Aldworth rounding out the top 15.
And that fastest lap, 38.05, wasn't it? 1:38.05 to Aaron Cook is that new record.
Yeah, absolutely right. Breaking the previous mark set in June 2019. So MR2 still fighting across the line. Such a big grid of them, 30 cars we had, and I think most of them did indeed make it all the way to the end as well.
It's intriguing, isn't it? I mean, it's been, what, 3 years since that record was set, and the track's been all redone, etc. It's not by any means perfect,
No.
and he's under that under the outright MR2 record.
The suspected full dry conditions.
Yeah.
There'd be a bit more time in there. Yeah.
Very much so.
Let's have a look at the results then from that second race of the day for the Toyota Tyres Total MLT Championship. Number 27, Sean Traynor it was that took the victory. From number 1, Aaron Cook in 2nd place. In 3rd place was number 41, Alistair Topley. 4th to number 21, Daniel Sylvester. 5th was 31, Ben Rowe. 6th was 26, Paul Cook. 7th was number 8, Tim Heron. 8th was number 71, Graham Mailings. 9th was 18, Sam Harper, and rounding out the top 10 was number 99, William Boggis. Further back, Reece Dorman was 11th, Nick Williamson 12th, Lee Brown 13th, Phil Aldridge 14th, and Gavin Aldworth 15th, then Higton, Rutherford, Maxine Nichols, Grimes and Stratton. And Stratton just pipping Gareth Baxter to 20th place. Then it was Jim Cook, Andy Williams, Patrick Stone, Andrew Strange, Aaron Walker, Nick Emily, Paul Hudson, and then Daniel Farm, 29th and the final finisher, the Rogue Enduro car on the back of that graphic. So MR2 Championship, that's going to continue at Brands Hatch on the 2nd of July. They also go to Snetterton, Silverstone, Cadwell and Alton before the end of this season. Let's head down to the pit lane and hear from Tom Butterworth.
And welcome back to the pit lane. So he felt confident going into race 2 barely an hour and a half ago, and Sean Trainer has been good to your word.
Yeah. The car's going well. I just had an issue on the last couple of laps there. I've got a real bad wobble coming off the back wheel. I thought the wheel would come loose, to be fair, and if it had been another couple of laps, I probably would have had to pull in. It wasn't good. Aaron enclosed me right in, and I just had to sort of block him for the last few corners.
We saw you get out of the car. Well, I saw you get out of the car straight away and give it a bit of a wobble. So
yeah, I thought it was either a broken wheel or loose, but it looks like one of the bars have come loose. But it would have caused a major issue if we'd had another couple of laps to go.
Were you smiling all the way through that one then?
I was smiling all the way until the last lap.
Up until that point.
Yeah, that was good. Can I say hello to my grandson's at home? He watches. He can't keep him away from the telly. Hello, Louis. Hope you're enjoying it.
I think you just did. Yeah. Cheers, Sean. Thanks very much. So we got Aaron Cook finished second in this one, P5 in the first race in the wet and tricky conditions. It looked a bit leery, to say the least, coming through Hawthorns a couple of times, struggling to keep it all in line, but good fun.
Yeah, it was good fun. Race 1 we had a misfire. We had the air boxes full up with water, so we struggled there. But this one was a bit better. We was gaining, and then I lost 3rd and 5th gear, so I was having to hold it in 3rd down the straights, hold it in 5th, and trying to hold it in 3rd round the corners was a bit tricky. That's why we might have been a bit sideways. But
was it jumping out?
It was jumping back into neutral if I let go of the gear stick, so I was having to hold it in gear, which not ideal. But I think we would have had a really good run, a really good fight with Sean the last couple of laps if we hadn't had to do that. But second place is great. I mean, massive thanks to Ali. He didn't put up much of a fight. He knew I was coming, and yeah, brilliant.
Oh, great race as well, and congratulations on the podium. Ali, not quite the repeat of race number 1, but again, it looked pretty leery a couple of times coming through Hawthorns. I think you went all the way through about 4 or 5 seconds with the car fully sideways. It was a great watch.
Oh, it felt perfectly under control in the car now. It was that kind of dry line, but when you went offline, it was slippy. And yeah, I thought with it being dry, you know, Sean and Aaron in the Mark IIIs, they're an extremely tough nut to crack, let's say. But I was actually pleased. We were gaining Sean a little bit, but Aaron just had so much pace. You know, he had an issue in the first race. You know, with teammates, he was going on for Sean, and I was pulling away from Paul, who was in 4th and for the class win. So yeah, I think we were all still trying like the wet, but it was good fun, and 2 class wins, can't complain.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Ali. And congratulations as well to all our podium sitters here this weekend. Final race of the weekend is going to be our 2 hours and 5 minutes to Giwa Club Endurance Championship, which will be coming up next.
Yes, the cars in the assembly area there, about to be released out for the final race of the weekend, the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. And a big field of cars for this one, the 2nd round of the season for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. It's a 125-minute race, and the drivers, each team has to make at least one mandatory 3-minute pit stop during the course of the race, and that has to be made after the first 30 minutes and before the last 15 minutes of the race. Let's just have a quick break before we have the cars released out onto the circuit. So the car's being released now out onto the circuit. ahead of this Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race, first of them for the season. That was held at Donington Park. It was won by Carl Swift, who drove solo on that occasion. Andy Marston was second, and Steve Laidlaw and Sam Laidlaw took third. Let's have a look at the grid now. We don't yet have the information from race control on the start drivers, but we'll give you the grid as we have it. So on the front there's going to be 1, which is the car of Rob Baker and Carl Swift, and alongside them is the number 37 car of Andy Marston. The second row is going to be 11, which is Ryan Parkin and Adam Blair, and the number 2 car is going to be driven by William Caswell and Ben Rushworth. On the third row it's 32, Leon Bidgeway, who's going solo, and 69, which is the car of Matthew Hampson and Andy Schultz. On row 4 it's number 70, Steve Hutchinson, and then and he is sharing the car with Sammy Venables, and 27 is the car shared between William Beach and Mark Rice. Row 5 is 15, which is Colin Gillespie driving solo as usual, and 166, which is Nicole Drought. On row 6 it's the number 49 car of William Stacey beside number 5 Jonathan Packer. On to the 7th row of the grid, it's 38 Peter Molesdale and 51 Luke Handley. In fact, Peter Molesdale sharing with Steve Kent. Luke Handley drives solo. Row 8 is the 43 car of Steve Cheetham, and 55 is Chris Coomer. Row 9 is number 92, which is Phil Nibb, and 14 Chris Freeman. On to row 10, that's the 67 car of Julian McBride, and the 13 car Steve Hewson and Matt Fazy. On the 11th row it's number 99 Joe Williams, and number 12, which is Scott Parkin. On the 12th row number 91 is Christopher Plaskett, and he will be beside the number 8 car, which is Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster. And then on row 13 it's 46, which is Matty Taylor and Will Ashmore, and 22 the car of Paul and Luke Browse. On the 14th row it's number 79 Lance Gauls and John Brown, and number 4 Reese Lysett and Steve Brockington. The 15th row is number 16 Phil Dryborough, and 78 is Mike Nash. On to row 16 you've got 102, which is the car, the addition of Matthew Higgins, and number 10 is Robert Fennick. The 17th row is number 53 Joel Oswick and Dan Orsano, and 76 Michael Downey. Row 18 the treble 8 car of Graham Price and Jason Hennifer, and number 3 Nick Dougill and John Munro. On to row 19 it's the 117 car of Martin Gadsby and Paul Clark in car 42, along with Tom Gladys. Row 20 is 98, that's Rory Baptiste and Mark Lloyd Jones, and 58 that's the Neville Jones and Christopher Jones car. On the 21st row it's 881 Lewis Rose and Aaron Rose, and 73 Stephen Duran and Scott Bunn. On the 22nd row 316 and 63, 316 is Ivan Mayers, 63 John Maudsley and Stuart Mead, and number 45 Graham Kelly, number 188 Graham Kelly on the back of the field. That's how the cars are scheduled to line up. As I say, we don't yet have the information on the starting drivers, but we will hopefully have that shortly and bring it to you as soon as we know who is starting each car. But yes, 125-minute race for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. It's going to be a rolling start. A few cars just having to slop through to take up their allocated grid positions below us here on the grid, possibly because they've been they were released. Yeah, there's a few gaps further forward, and it's quite a narrow grid here at Croft, so drivers have to try and thread their way through to their rightful grid positions. I can see, I think that's Scott, the Adam parking car, the Adam Blair car, and Ryan parking car, also the Beach and Grice car, trying to slot their way through their positions a bit further up onto the front of the grid. But we do have on pole position that number 1 car, which is that of Carl Swift and Rob Baker. Carl drove the car solo at Donington Park for the opening round of the championship. with Rob Baker. I think he was absent running the cars in the TCR opening round of the championship. He's a busy man with Area Motorsport. There you can see an on-board shot. That's Colin Gillespie, number 15. He lines up on row 5 of the grid. He's in a Seat Leon TCR. He's driven various different cars in the past, and that's one of the Class A cars. So it'd be interesting to hopefully get the view from on board with Colin during the course of the race, one of the solo drivers. So there is the ability for teams to refuel during the course of this race, should they wish. All of the stops have to be 3 minutes in length. There's quite a bit of shuffling going on the grid, I can see. So, and now the Beach and Grice car, having moved forward, is now going backwards again. Trying to see where it should be. Well, we'd got it, what showed us on the 4th row of the grid, but it's now reversing back, way to the back of the grid. So there was a gap where it should have been on row 4, and it's going to head into the pit lane, I think. Yeah, Marcus Pye alongside me. Wonder what that could be for.
Well, I mean, potentially a tyre change or a settings change, if not that. And may well be that a quick suspension setting change based on what they know of getting to the grid.
Well, they're opening the, well, what we'd normally call the boot on that car. So what are they trying to access there? Down beneath us.
Well, they've gone scurrying off into the pits to get something.
Scrutineer, I think, was having a look in there. I think possibly the scrutineer was working, so that's maybe a fluid something like that. We can see on screen now.
There's a fire bottle when they've brought up, haven't they? They're plugging a new fire bottle. Is it? What if it's gone off?
Possibly.
They're mopping up something, aren't they, on the inside of the screen? I think the fire bottle's gone up in the car. Because there's another one under the mechanic's arm. He's now running down.
Yes, that's unusual, isn't it? For that to happen. The team working feverishly to try and get the car race ready. We'll have to start, you would think, from the pit lane now.
Yeah, there's now lots of blue cloth coming up and a screen cleaner, which was the bottle was kind of run across the roof of the car. Mechanic caught it.
Yeah, so some feverish work being done to clear the screen.
See, Tom's down there, so maybe Tom has a better eye on it than we do.
So we'll see if we can get through Tom in a second. Team working hard to clear the screen and get the car ready to go. We've not yet seen any sign of the race starting. That's because they are still gridding up the cars at the back of the grid. It's such a big grid here, 40 plus cars, that it's not the work of a moment to get gridded.
We had a lovely job of cleaning it up.
Yeah, we got confirmation from down there. It was the extinguisher that has gone off in the car sometime between arriving in the assembly area and arriving on the grid, and so that's needed to be cleaned to probably be replaced before it can go out into the race.
It has to be sort of screwed in and then lashed back down into a cradle.
Yeah, so I think it must be Mark Grice starting that car. So that's one start driver we've managed to work out. But you still yet to have the information on that come through. Hopefully the team in race admin are listening to me, and we'll get that across to me as soon as. But
here comes the 55 Kuma Seat coming through. That it's trying to squeeze through the centre of the grid.
Well, on our grid sheets, it's actually shown as being on 23rd, but on what I just read out, he was shown as being a bit further up. So I wonder if there was an amendment. We've now got a 1 minute board, even though Chris Coombe is still somewhere in the middle.
Here it comes. I think I'll take this one. It seems to be available.
That's closest. We'll go with no.
No.
Yeah, not sure where he's trying to get to exactly, but it's a long time since we've had 3x2 grids, which is what Chris Coombs trying to emulate here.
In the old days at Silverstone, even into the 70s, there were 4-3 grids.
So are we going? I can't think that they'll start the green. Well, it's now reversed. We can't start the green flag lap while we've got someone reversing on the grid.
It's a great looking field, though,
It is.
Ian, isn't it?
Yes, we've been rather distracted by extinguishers going off and grids being shuffled, but it does look good. We've got quite a few TCR cars, some cars that have raced in the VW Cup in the past green flag laps.
The work of the rap artists all the way up and down the country. I mean, those who put colour schemes on cars rather than make strange noises. That's well showcased in this field.
It certainly is. There are 3 classes within the Tigawar Club Enduro Championship based on power to weight ratio. So Class A is for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B, the split is 240, and Class C is up to 180 brake horsepower per tonne. The bias this season has been more towards Class A and Class B. Historically, there's been a pretty even split between the 3 classes, but it is now more focused.
There goes the Audi down the pit lane.
It does, so it's going to get back out into the race. It will have to start from the pit lane then.
TCR cars making about 350, aren't they? Something like that. There are more of those in the field these days.
Yes, they are, and of course they all have to declare their power output and then run a minimum weight that gets them within the power to weight limits for their particular class. So they go into Class A, those types of car. So 125-minute race ahead of us. We've had that first race of the season at Donington, as I said, won by Carl Swift. In fact, as far as the championships being concerned in the past couple of seasons, has been really regularly Rob Baker and Carl Swift that have been at the front of it. They won it in 2021, they won it in 2020 as well. In both cases, both the outright and the Class A championship. Joe Taylor won Class A in 2019, but the overall championship went to Steve Cheatham in his Porsche. And in 2018, the overall champions were Steve Houston and Matt Noster in a BMW 328i, and we do see Steve Houston out in a Porsche this year, sharing with Matt Fazy, who he pipped to the title of that season. They share a car now. So these cars off on their green flag lap. Rolling starts ahead of us at 125 minutes of racing. We're starting a little bit later than we'd hoped with those various dramas in the earlier races, and let's try to sort out the grid. Safety car making sure they're all in good order, and they will be in 2x2 formation. What we should find is that the safety car will sort of sprint away from them and into the pit lane entrance. The 2 cars on the front row of the grid will control the pace. That's 37 car, Randy Martin's second. He drives solo, and Baker and Swift, whichever one of them it is, in the pole position car. The Seat Leon TCR, so they're in reasonably good formation as they come out to the hairpin. So the red lights, which are on, go out, and the race gets underway for 125 minutes, 2 hours and 5 minutes for the Tigawar Club Enduro Championship, and a great sound as this 40-plus car grid streams past our commentary box under acceleration for the first time. One to watch actually from the back is going to be number 78. That's the Mike Nash Seat Supercopa. He started at the back and is already several places up the order.
Great start by the Parkin and Blair Audi TT. They got up into second place behind the Andy Marston BMW. The Andy Marston BMW leads the way then from the Audi TT, and third is the Swift Baker Seat. Then fourth is Bidgeway, who won yesterday's road sports race, and then the rest charging after them, among them the orange BMW, which is the car that fell out with an electrical problem after only 1 lap in yesterday's race. That's the car of Hampson and Schultz.
Yeah, and it's interesting because some of these 2 driver teams have 2 fairly evenly matched drivers, some not quite so much, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, although at this stage we don't know which drivers are aboard each car, unfortunately. Leaders are Allspin.
Is that 12 gone round? It is.
It is, so that's
Scott Parkin.
Scott Parkin, brother of Ryan Parkin, who's out in the Audi. Scott Parkin the in the TDI.
67 McBride off as well.
Yeah, and that's I'm not quite sure where that is that he's got off, but he's certainly stranded at the moment. We'll see if he can get back into the race. Cars coming through at the end of the first lap, and it is the BMW that is ahead of Andy Marston from the Seat in second place of no, it's the Audi in second place of Parkin and Blair, isn't it? There's McBride in that that BMW that's prepared by Jeff Steele Racing. But here are the leaders heading down towards Tower for the second time. Then it's Marston from Parkin and Adam Blair, the ex-Formula 3 racer, in second position. We're on board with Colin Gillespie. He was 10th at the end of the first lap, and he's heading down towards Tower Corner now, taking the right-hander and heading back out of it and towards the Jim Clark S's once again. But here are the leading three, Baker and Swift third, the drivers that have done so much winning in the past couple of seasons. That's where the McBride car is, then just on the way into Sunny, so I should think the officials will want to do something about that, and indeed I can see that the safety car is waiting at the end of the pit lane, but all the more reason for Baker and Swift to try and make a move now, but they've now seen the yellow flag, so took back in behind, and there's contact between the two leaders. They're under yellow flags, and I'm afraid that is hugely unnecessary. Why that's happened is slightly beyond me, I must say, because yellow flags were waving, but nevertheless the Parkin and Blair car seemed to want to take the lead away from Andy Marston, who I think is going to head to the pits. Well, that's a little bit bizarre, Marcus.
Oh, absolutely ridiculous, wasn't it? And as you say, completely unnecessary. And you know, you're 1 3/4 laps into a 2 hour and 5 minute enduro. Contact is just not necessary.
Yes, less alone in those particular circumstances.
Yeah,
anyway,
exactly.
safety car is out to lead them round, and it's that McBride car, which is half on and half off the circuit, isn't it? Just on the way to Sunny.
And it's
going now
under its own steam. It's
although not necessarily
much of a head of steam.
No, we'll see if it. I suspect he'll be to the pits, but at least it's going. So it will probably be a relatively short safety car period, unless there's anything else that we also.
Did the BMW go straight through? It rejoined. I think there was minimal, probably, cosmetic damage.
Yeah, we'll try and pick up where that has gone. Of course, that was the leading car of Andy Marston. Is that it? I can see in about 15th or something in the order. Possibly not. It might be a different one. I mean, it's showing on our screens in 10th place, but of course that's just when it tipped the timing beam in the pit lane. Let's see if we can spot that coming through. There it is, the 37 car. So yes, it is the one that I thought I saw out there. So it is in probably around about 15th position now, something like that. Under the safety car, which I imagine, as I say, is going to be fairly short-lived, because I don't think that there's anything else that needs to be sorted out. So we've had 5 minutes, 2 hours left to go. And we'll give you a bit of a rundown on things. Now, this is too early, this safety car, for the drivers who think about making their mandatory stops. You can't make them until the 30 minutes have gone, and each pit stop then has to be 3 minutes in length. Each of the mandatory stops, and any pit stop that involves refuelling also has to be 3 minutes. But anything else, just sort of minor repairs or whatever, those can be done just as quickly as possible. Safety car lights are out, so it is, as we thought, going to be a relatively short safety car period, and the race getting back underway. So it's going to be that Ryan Parkin and Adam Blair car that leads the way. The Dark Side Developments Audi TT, Audi in front. Then you've got Carl Swift. It is just shown as Carl Swift rather than Swift and Baker, so we'll go for that being Carl Swift on his own in this one. He's in second place, and then in third place it's Leon Bidgeway in the Lotus at the moment. Fourth is, I'm guessing that's going to be Andy Schultz, who's the quicker of those two drivers in that orange BMW.
Yeah, the Talk Speed car.
Yeah, and then fifth actually is the number 2 car now. That's William Caswell and Ben Rushworth showing that car today.
That's the Corton Miller set, isn't it? And that's got the very quick little Lotus of Stacey coming up alongside it that was stuck in 4th gear in yesterday's race. There is the Andy Marston car just going past the Nib Seat.
Yeah, it was 16th at the beginning of this lap, Marcus, that car.
Okay.
Now up to 50th, having got past Nib. And look at this for the lead of the race. Carl Swift right with the Parkin and Blair Darkside Developments car. And it's an ex-Slide Sports built Audi TT. Well, it's an Audi, it was built for the VW Cup, which also allowed these cars as well. But had quite a bit of development on it since then. Up against the TCR car of Carl Swift and Rob Baker, who we think it is Carl Swift in that car, and is right under the wing of that Audi as they cross the line to complete lap number 4 of the race. And Swift has just done the best lap of the race as well at 1:29.20.
There is the 37 going through, which is stuck into the back of a group of cars. Oh, very, very close there with Kuma and car he was trying to overtake. He got blocked. He went the other side of the yellow BMW.
The leaders.
There's a change potentially going up towards Tower as the Swift has made it. That's the Swift car goes through. So number 1, Carl Swift, going past the Audi TT, which then jumps all over the grass and all bounces back on. Right in front of Andy Schultz, but Leon Bidgeway's gone past and all that. And
Schultz is going to follow, isn't he?
Yeah, Schultz will follow, and Stacey as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if that Audi isn't destined to dive into the pits.
It's had a couple of biffs, hasn't it? One with Marston, now it's been all over the grass as well, so it's going to be a bit shaken up one way or another.
Fairly erratic effort so far. It's going to only improve.
You would think so. So it is now Swift that's leading, Leon Bidgeway second, Andy Marston is third, William Stacey is fourth, fifth is still the Parkin and Blair car, the Audi that's just been off onto the grass, and sixth is the Corton Miller car. What a black flag for a 3-digit car. So it's just narrow it down a little bit, but not hugely. So one car getting a black flag there, telling it that it needs to come into the pit lane immediately. That's Schultz up the inside of Leon Bidgeway for second place there, Marcus.
Yep, and Schultz going really well in that. I think they've got that. Oh, and Stacey's gone through as well.
It's the 188 car that's getting the black flag, by the way, which is the Graham Kelly E46 325.
That's the blue and black one.
Yeah. So there's this pack of cars. That's the 15 car of Colin Gillespie, who been on board with earlier on in this race. He is running at the moment in 8th position, and he's just ahead of Steve Cheatham in the Porsche Boxster. There's that 5 for 5th and 6th. You've got the Corton Miller car being driven today by William Caswell and Ben Rushworth. Ben Rushworth, of course, a champion in Metros and in Hot Hatch a few years ago as well.
Yeah, and also raced Paul Lugo's Chevron B8 in historic events, very successful.
Yes, he's still a bit of a strike race, because I think he's running GDs as well from memory. So that's the number 2 car, the Corton Miller Seat there. He's just ahead of that number 70 BMW, the Steve Hutchinson and Sammy Venables car, the Elite Works prepared car. There's number 3, that's the TWP MX5 of Nick Dougal and John Munro. That started well down the order, so we'll see if that's able to make up much progress this race. That coming towards us, I'm not quite sure who that was trying to pick it up. Which cars we're looking at here.
Up into the top 10 has come Jonathan Packer with his area Golf GTI, and behind him is Luke Handley in a similar car. 13th now is Andy Marston in the 37. BMW was nerfed by the Audi TT on lap 2.
I mean, there's a very real chance that that's going to cost Andy Martin a real chance of victory here, because he's in 13th position, but 22 seconds behind the leader at this point. So quite a lot of work for him to do. I think the car that was trying to struggle to identify a minute ago was the 67 car of Julian McBride, wasn't it?
The Audi TCR car is sort of charging up the order a bit, and it's now in a couple of places behind the Browse Stowmarket Glass BMW. The yellow BM also having a good old run there. Behind, that's the Nicole Drought Elise, isn't it, with the Irish tricolour on the roof.
Yeah, that Audi RS3 of Beach and Grice is up to 25th position at the moment. Started, of course, from the pit lane. New fastest lap of the race to Andy Schultz, 1:27.28 in second position. The gap is 2.72 seconds to the race leader Carl Swift, so that has come down by about 7/10 on the previous lap. So Andy Schultz, a very rapid pilot. There we've got contrast in terms of the size of those cars. We've got the big William Taylor, Matty Taylor and Will Ashmore Holden Commodore, now with the BMW 7-speed gearbox aboard it, to hopefully rectify the gearbox issues they were having with the 4-speed unit that they were running last year.
So the Audi that started ended up starting in the pit lane.
It did, yeah.
And is making a good old charge.
22nd now, yeah.
There's Stacey and Co. Schultz carving his way through traffic, just gone past the Baptiste team BMW. Actually, seeing that 49 Lotus from a loftier touring car is difficult.
Down into Clervaux, we've got the 53 car here. The leaders are together, aren't they? Schultz has taken the lead, 1.2 seconds. In fact, he's gone through, take the lead quite convincingly on that lap, so we'll try and pick that up in a second. So we've got a new leader. There it is, the 69 car, and actually Will Stacey's not too far behind either, is he?
He's going nicely to say, cutting his way through the traffic. Very hard to see that car. It's sort of that sort of wind-cheating low shape underneath the radar of most of them. Kevin Schultz diving in. That was a problem with the throttle position sensors, etc. Electronically yesterday, the 3 sensors weren't talking to each other, so they couldn't make the engine run. And it prevents it from going on to full throttle or other nasties happening, apparently.
Colin Gillespie, we're on board with him there. He's trying to get past that 188 car, which is the one that's had the black flag. That'll be to lap it, but he's also right behind Steve Cheetham now, which is that Steve Cheetham has just got through ahead of him, because he was behind previously.
Yeah. Cheetham in the middle of the Porsche. Gillespie behind.
Number 10's into the pits, that's Rob
Oh,
Fenwick.
and that's the 46. Hole's gone off.
Yeah, 6.2 litre V8 of Matty Taylor and Will Ashmore. Will Ashmore, who's started racing 7 years ago in AFRC and had an ex-drift racer as well. There's that Fenwick car. So out front, on the next lap we've had Schultz 1.26 seconds clear of Carter, so the gap pretty static on that lap, but it's a very busy circuit. There you can see the battle for 7th place. That's Cheetham and just ahead of him the Hutchinson and Venables BMW, but it's a very busy circuit with traffic already.
Gaining ground on the 37, Andy Marston up to 10th place in the white BMWs in the back of that group, and Bidgeway's outbraked himself as he into Tower.
He has, and he's lost places.
Lost
because
a lot
of
of places.
He was 6th, so he's already lost a bit of ground, hadn't he? But he's now lost out to the Hutchinson and Venables BMW and Steve Cheetham in the Porsche Boxster as well. And off has gone Jonathan Packer, number 5, one of the Class B front runners in the Golf GTR. In fact, he was the Class B leader, so from 11th place He's had a spin also off the circuit, and having collected a lot of the local flora, is 73. That's the Stephen Duran and Scott Bunn Seat Leon 2-litre car. So quite a few cars having little offs at the moment. Still the black flag is being displayed to 188 Graham Caddy for his stop-go penalty. There's a car as well just waiting for a gap to come through the
is that Packer?
cut through.
Is that the Cookaboo Packer? It's the right colours for Packer.
Yes, it is the Packer car number 5. So he's well. The problem with that is that lap won't count because he should cut the circuit. So hopefully the timekeepers will spot that and not credit him with that lap, because although it might be fun to do that on a test day, you probably shouldn't really be doing that in a race, cutting through the short circuit like that.
Bridgeway's dropped to 9th, by the way, in the Exige.
Oh, another queuing up down there, and that is, I think, the Seat I was just mentioning as well. So I wonder if they were involved together. That's the 73 set of Duran and Bunn. That's also stopped now. There's been one car off, I can see just at the hairpin as well. That's the 99 car, Joe Williams, in his Volkswagen Golf, the Williams Racing Team prepared entry. Still getting a little bit scrappy at the moment, though. Car number 10, which is the one in the pits, the Lotus in the pits of Rob Fennick. That's there was a vibration reported. Also, we think that's down to a loose wheel. So that's why Rob Fennick has been into the pit lane. Hour and 47 still to go in this race. Still Andy Schultz leading. He's stretched that out to 2.5 seconds now over Carl Swift in second. Will Stacey in third. He's only just behind Carl Swift. And then you've got the Parkinson, Blair, Audi TT in 4th place, ahead of Caswell and Rushworth in 5th, and Hutchinson and Venables in 6th.
73's got back in with an awful lot of greenery out of in the radiator duct.
Yeah, so, and they'll have lost probably a good lap and a half of worth of time. And that's, we're watching the 881 car. That's the car that had some strife in qualifying this morning. That's the ex-Civic Cup car prepared by Lewis Rose. He shares it with his brother Aaron, and lists Croft as his favourite circuit, actually, as do a few of these drivers. Nick Dougill and Matthew Titmarsh also listing Croft as their preferred venue in the UK.
Good to see Lance Gould out there racing the Scott, son of the legendary writer, journalist, photographer Graham Gould, who did some Formula Ford and things many, many years ago. Out of the saddle for far too long.
So this is the fight that we're watching for 5th, 6th and 7th positions, just coming down towards the complex. They're just going to get past the TWP Lotus of Reese Lysett and Steve Brockington there. That's the number 4 car. That's going a lap down. Broken rear suspension, we understand, on the Jonathan Packer Golf. After that car, or possibly because that car went off. Maybe it was why the car went off. Just seeing the 2 leaders heading down, or the 2nd and 3rd place cars heading down towards Tower Corner. That is very close between Carl Swift and Will Stacey. There's less than a car length between those two as they turn through Tower Corner and head off up towards the Jim Clark S's. We're watching, though, the fight for, we were watching the fight for 5th, this is the fight for 2nd now. That is Swift and Stacey heading through the Jim Clark S's towards the right-hand kink at Barcroft, and then the heavier turn at Swift. Oh, and there's contact in that battle for 5th position, and Marston again has been involved. Steve Cheetham in the 43 car. He has also come to grief, and there was certainly some contact there, and that looks like that is broken.
That's finished, isn't it?
Yeah, that is finished, and that is stranded in an awkward position pretty much on the apex of Tower Corner there. So I think surely we're going to see the safety car out again for that. We're not quite into mandatory pit stop territory, though, which is the chagrin of the teams who would like to use a safety car to their advantage. So it's still Schultz leading. He's 4 seconds clear of Carl Swift now in 2nd place. It's Will Stacey in 3rd. It's parking better for that. The Master BMW is moving, actually, and reasonably well, so we're probably not going to need a safety car after all. That look, I must admit, I thought that was
it looked like it was knocked around. Certainly the
did.
bodywork's been knocked around. The suspension may be okay. Let's hope so. Pitchway certainly sort of picking his way back up, certainly helped by that, I guess.
Yeah, Cheatham's into the pit lane after he was involved in that incident with Marston, as Marston was trying to come back. There's Stacey getting past the back marker, number 78. That's the Mike Nash car that started towards the back and did make some reasonable progress.
Steve Cheatham's jumped out of his car.
Yeah,
Scrutineer down there having a look at it, possibly so.
Yes, I would think so. So I think frustration there for the Lodge Sports entry. So if we get news from down in the pit lane.
They're pushing the car into the garage by the looks of things.
Yeah. 73 car, I think. They're hoping to get that back out into the face of Stephen Durand and Scott Byrne, Seat Leon. As into the pits comes Marston now, just having a look. Actually, the silly bodywork damage, but it may just be cosmetic, yeah. But that's already a second visit to the pits for Andy Marston before he's made his mandatory one. And there we can see second and third on screen. They've got, I think that's the number 99 Golf to lap. That's en route to Tower Corner, so it's Carl Swift and Will Stacey, the Leon TCR car against the number 49 Lotus Elise 1.8 litre car for the driver from Whittam. Very rapid and well driven machine.
Yeah, it's not short of downforce, it's sort of huge, great trail on the front. It's got a massive Venturi out of the back and a big wing too. It doesn't have a lot of power, the Lotus.
No, of course not.
But it can run very light.
It can run light, yes. Power to weight ratio of the two cars will be similar by design. First lap of the race still to Andy Schultz on 127.28. There is the Marston BMW. It's been reversed into the pit garage, which tends to suggest that they're not expecting it to be able to get back out, or at least not very quickly. So that's a great shame, because that car was
among the potential winners.
Well, it certainly was, and of course if it hadn't been for that incident with the yellow flags down here, he would never have been in that position in the first place.
No, that's right. Let's see where the 27 Grice Audi is. It's
13th.
13th now.
Yeah.
Behind the 55 Kuma Seat. And one of the Golfs right on its tail.
Yeah,
that's Freeman.
It is. That is for 12th, 13th and 14th position. And the Class B lead at the moment is being held by Luke Handley, who's a little bit further below in 10th place, car number 51. Class C lead, I'm going to need to scroll down on a timing screen to see that. That's Nick Dougal and John Monroe, actually, in the TWP Mazda MX-5, number 3 car. Watching Kuma come through. About 5 minutes away from the pit lane window opening for mandatory stops. So we'll see how those pan out. There is the 13 car.
And there's the Grice Audi now attacking Luke Handley.
Yes,
so
that's
Handley,
right.
and where did the Porsche go? Went straight through the Cayman, went straight through the chicane.
It did. So there's the 27 car, the Grice-driven car. It's going to go up the inside of the Porsche, and that's going to be up inside the top 10 because they've cleared Handley as well, who was 10th. So I think that's 10th, 11th, 12th that we can see on screen at the moment. So that's a good drive this from Mark Grice from the pit lane.
Car that came in from Belgium, I understand.
Yes, the Audi RS3 TCR car. Watching Handley there, he's leading Class B then. Second within Class B. No, well, he's not now, is he? Because he's behind the Porsche. So the Porsche's taking the Class B lead. Steve Houston and Matt Fazy in the in the Porsche Cayman that was built sort of during lockdown from a crashed road car. And that is the battle for the Class B lead that you can see on screen now, just heading over the line. That's to complete lap number 16 of this race. 26.5 minutes have gone by. So Hewson and Fazy, and then Luke Handley next up in the 51 car. Yeah, we think the 37 car of Martin's now an official retirement. It doesn't look like there's any work being done on that car in pit lane. Thanks to Tom Butterworth for getting these messages up to me in the commentary box. So it looks like Martin's out, which is a great shame. Handley can't quite live with the pace of that Porsche, it seems, at the moment. In 11th position and the Class B lead. Let's look at the lap times. Houston Faze, that's on 1:32.32. Handley's actually on 1:31.62, so he has been quicker. That's not for position. That's the 117 car being passed, nevertheless, there by Porsche. That's Martin Gadsby in that BMW Compact. Quite a fearsome compact to get it up into Class A.
And Handley's just lost a place to the next of the Golfs, which I think is that of Freeman, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's going to be for position as well, for
yes.
Class B P2.
And that was an unusual way to do it. It's coming into the complex. On screen.
I wonder if Handley's got a problem then, because as we say, he has been quicker than some of the cars ahead. It's not the case now. The 166 cars in for pits. That's Nicole Drought, the Irish driver in the Lotus Elise that she's racing this weekend. You can see the Irish commentator Leo Nolte, who's over here keeping an eye on Nicole this weekend, observing what's going on down in the pit stop. 69 is our race leader, Andy Schultz, going through. He's only got 2.6 second lead now over the next two, and possibly traffic has stymied him slightly. Swift and Stacey are still right together, less than a second between them, and they're picking their way through this traffic now.
Yep, Schultz's teammate Hampson, nothing like his experience, is he? So he's got some work to do when he gets in there. And
reporting the same issue actually on the Nicole Drought car, the 166 car that's in the pit lane, as that was the case with Rob Fennick, also a loose wheel and vibration. Number 2 is into the pits, and just before the half-hour mark as well, so this isn't a scheduled stop. That's the William Caswell and Ben Rushworth car. That's into the pits, but not yet for its mandatory stop. There it is.
Fulton Miller Motorsport with Rushworth. The national flag of Hong Kong.
I think it is, yeah. So that's into the pits a little bit earlier than they would have wanted for the timing of the mandatory stops. Let's see if we get news from Tom Button on what's going on with that one. So working on the front left. Wheel off.
1 minute, 1 hour 35 to go. So that means officially the pit window can open.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
The board is being displayed from the start line to let the teams know that as well. So we are now into the pit window in this race. Interesting to see if many drivers do stop relatively early, or I suspect some might just wait a little bit longer to see if there's another safety car. We've already had one in this race. We thought we were going to have another, but it wasn't required in the end. There's the Rushworth and Caswell car getting back out into the race.
Very smart. It looks like it's absolutely brand new.
It does.
Very tidy. They're still applying the decals yesterday. In fact, indeed, this morning they were still sticking decals on it.
Rushworth drafted in fairly late before the Donington meeting to drive the car and hopefully provide the benefit of his experience. the Machina Motorsport man, 39-year-old. He's a Metro and Hot Hatch champion. On board with Colin Gillespie, who's now 6th. And I think that's one of the back markers ahead of him on the road at the moment. We can just about see the top portion of that set. I think that's the Mike Nash car, quite possibly, that he's coming up to lap. But good to have that on view. And you can see from that, blue skies now over Croft, a dramatic change to what we had about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, it's fabulous, isn't it? It's a very typical kind of Croft afternoon. I've been here so often in glorious sunshine, but during the weekends it's been very changeable.
It was a deflating tyre on the number 2 car that caused the pit stop, which explains why they were working on the front left there. It wasn't fully deflated. Well, they said they've done the driver change as well, which... Oh, and that's the 46 car, that's the Holden that spun at Clairvaux. It's pointing in the wrong direction.
Second time off the track.
Yeah, so Will Ashmore and Matty Taylor, the 2 drivers of that car. And drove about 3 feet forward then, and now it's reversing, interestingly. Okay. Which way is it going to go now to try and get back into this race? It's now in a slightly worse position than it was before. As the driver just looking for a gap in the traffic. Difficult to find a bit of 45 car field. Well, there's a gap and there's no movement. So I think there's a problem with that car as it moves. Yeah, there's a...
it's torn the side valance off it.
Yeah.
And that's going to fall off for the end of the lap, probably.
If indeed it gets that far. So that'll be a pit lane visit, I think, at the end of this one. At least that can now be a mandatory pit stop as well. So we are just over 90 minutes left to run in this race. 55 car Chris Coomer's in, so he's driving solo, so this could well be his mandatory stop, getting it out of the way quite early. Sattler and TCR. So in race Honda Civic, so you can see the refuelling there with the mechanic on hand with a fire extinguisher as well. That's part of the regulations. Driver has to be out of the car while this is happening as well, and no other work can be done on the car. That's what I think of from the brakes there. TCR car. Still Andy Schultz leading, by the way, but the gap's come down to 1.79 seconds to Carl Swift in 2nd place, and he's got a little more daylight now to Will Stacey's Lotus Elise in 3rd position. It's the Ryan Parkin and Adam Player Audi TT in 4th, number 11. Hutchinson and Venable still 5th in the BMW M4, number 70. 6th is number 15, Colin Gillespie. 7th is 32, Leon Bidgeway. 8th is 38.
Swift in.
Oh, he is, yes, from P2. Let's say 8th, Peter Morsdale and Stephen Kent. 9th, 27, Beach and Grice on the back of the grid. And 10th is the Class B leader, Steve Hewson and Matt Fazy in the Porsche Cayman. The Holden's also into the pits, unsurprisingly. So the first significant mandatory stop there, though, for Carl Swift from 2nd place, number 1. And he will no doubt go back out for his 2nd stint in just under 3 minutes time now. It's a mandatory 3 seconds stationary in the Diggy Club Enduro Championship. There we can see the Mini going through. That's number 11, that's the Ryan Parkin and Adam Blair Audi TT that's in 4th position. Just contending for the lead right at the start of this race. There's the Mini going through. And that's the Neville Jones, Christopher Jones car, I think is the only Mini in the race. There's the work being done. There's a tyre change going on, isn't there, on the Swift car?
Certainly.
Just pulled in beside the Chris Cooper car, you can see, to the background, 55.
some cars in that area garage as well. They're all absolutely immaculate.
Yeah. And there's the Holden as well. Some refueling being done there as well.
Yes, they just ripped that side fence thing off.
Yes. Yes, I don't have anything more sophisticated.
Back to the pits at all.
Yeah.
Bright green BMW. It's the Stowmarket glass car. The father and son Browse, Peter and Luke Browse from Suffolk.
102. That's the Martin, the extra car, isn't it? The addition to the programme. Matthew Higgins, and he had his hand out of the window there, so I think he's got a problem. Truck's going to make it back to the pits here. Hopefully he will. See, yes, the team are waiting for him actually down here with their pit board to tell him exactly where he needs to stop. That's the number 12 car you can see on screen there at the moment. That's Scott Parkin, brother of Ryan. Scott in the Volkswagen Golf. He's in a Class B car, and where is he positioned? He is in 15th overall and 4th in Class B at the moment. There's the 102 car coming in.
Hanley's just going past. That's going to
The view here from the pit wall as the cars stream past. About 24 laps into this race for the leaders. Some cars already 2 or 3 laps down. That's the 12 car then, just behind the Phil Nibb and Andrew Rath Seat Leon. So that is for position. In fact, it is for 13th position in that little battle.
We've lost only 4 cars, I think. Duran and Bunn maybe, Cheatham, Marston and Packer.
Yes.
Handley up into 11th place again. Green flashed Golf GTI.
But he's 11 seconds, I think, behind Chris Freeman now, so he's lost quite a lot of time in the battle for Class B honours, whereas for the Class B lead, there's less than a second between the Hewson and Faisy Cayman and the Chris Freeman VW Golf. So we can pick that up at some point. That's for 10th and 11th overall. There's the McGann going through shot. That's the treble 8 car, owned by Graham Price, sharing it with Jason Hennifer today. Pure track prepared car, which has been newly prepared for this season. The 79 car you can see on screen there, that's the Lance Gould and John Brown car. Talking about Lance Gould a little while ago, that's running in 12th place, so just ahead of that Nibb and Rath Cupra and Scott Parkin Turbo Diesel Golf. Dark Side Developments, of which Scott is the co-owner with brother Ryan and director. They do specialise in this diesel machinery.
Pretty good fuel consumption from a diesel car, don't you? Yeah. The racing version.
Treble 8 car's about to be lapped by them though, that began. I'd say it's Graham Price and Jason Henner for the drivers racing in the STXR Championship for 15 years, twice the XR3i champion within that class. Swallowed up by the...
You can see that the torque of that diesel Golf at the back of the group, the 12, is absolutely astonishing.
Yes, it really gains, doesn't it, by having that different power delivery. Also has that idiosyncratic black smoke.
Bit of black smoke, which is just a part and parcel.
Yeah. Right, are they going to get past the McGann anytime soon? Yes, the McGann, I think, gives way to all 3 of those cars in one fell swoop, which is probably a wise thing to do. It keeps them all sticking together in their fight for 12th, 13th and 14th positions. Front right issue on 102 car, the Matthew Higgins car. That's why that came into some damage there for them to assess and to work on, if possible, before they get it back out into the race. Just looking to see where Carl Swift fed back in after he stopped 27th. because it is a 3-minute stop.
Nib, who was under pressure from Scott Parkin, has now managed to get past the yellow BMW, the gold and brown car.
Yeah.
Between them. And I can see the third place Audi coming up. Another Parkin Dark Side Developments car.
Yes, that moved into third place, didn't it? So, not sure whether it's Blair or Parkin in that at the moment. It could be one twin lapping the other.
Yeah, it would be nice to know.
Yeah, Adam Blair, who raced in Formula First in the, I guess, late 90s, and did a little bit in Formula 3 and other single-seater stuff, but not raced at a high level for a little while. Ooh, one of them kicking up some dust there on the. I think it was the gold and brown car, which therefore loses a position, I think.
Has Bidgeway come into the pit somewhere? I haven't seen.
I've not noticed.
Disappeared from the top 10. He hasn't.
Shown as 22nd on our screen. Possibly, if it has come in, Tom Butterworth can confirm. And which car is that? Is that the Kuma car?
I think it's Kuma coloured.
Yeah.
Air Jackson action in a second.
Yeah, 55. Yeah. The yellow BMW's come in now to make it stop. That's the number 79 car, isn't it, of gold and brown. Note that down, but yeah, I've not seen Bidgeway come in. We can see cars as they come underneath us, but then if they're sort of further down the pit lane, we don't get to see them because they're hidden by the roof.
Yes, that's just the other side of race control, from what I remember.
Conversation going on between the drivers, getting ready to put the fuel in. Drivers' work isn't done once they've got out of the car. They have fueling to do as well. About 80 minutes or so to go in this race. We've had just under 45 minutes of it so far. You can see out of our commentary box window of the Hutchinson and Venables M4 coming through ahead now of the Parkin and Blair car. So that's been a change for third position, but I think it's going to change back around again as they head down the straight. But yeah, certainly the Hutchinson and Venables BMW briefly ahead.
This is the battle for the lead, isn't it? With Schultz in the BMW, the Torque Speed car.
It is, yes.
Number 69 is being caught now by Will Stacey in the 49 Lotus. Had that gearbox problem yesterday, stuck in fourth in the towards the end of the Road Sports race. And they're absolutely nose to tail in a group of cars as they come to finish lap 29.
Yeah, and does this give an advantage to one or the other? Possibly, if anything, to Schultz here. Although
Lotus can't live with the Gordon Miller Sayet, can it, in a straight line?
Which is a lap or two down now after its pit stop. But sort of dives out from underneath it as they go through Clervaux. It's then got the Holden Commodore ahead as well. But that's what was really close now become separated a little bit, hasn't it? The lead battle again.
Yes, that's right.
The Ginetta, Flying Tangerine Racing car of Chris Webster, sharing it with Matthew Tidmarsh, the 48-year-old 2018 Max 5 champion.
Stacey dived back past the Holden on the apex of Tower Corner, is now coming back. They've got this little Ginetta dressed as a 1970 Porsche 9083 on the Targa Florio with that single stripe over the top of it. Comes scything past the Ginetta into Barcroft, then into Sunny Corner they go.
Yes, so there is the Colden, there is the, of course, a Miller Seat, And there is Stacey in second position, and he's taken a bit of time back out of Andy Schultz, I reckon, in the second part of this lap.
Very much so. In that twiddly bits, the Lotus is much nimbler, isn't it? Much more agile.
It is. So 0.54 at the start of the lap, at the end of the lap 0.86. The gap between them.
It's 30 laps down.
That's right. So we're going to get probably something like 75, I would think. Something of that order, depending on whether we get a safety car or not. There's the 27 car, so that is the Beach and Grice car, which is 7th position now. And they had a slower lap last time through. They have been catching the Morsdale and Kent E46 M3. That's the 4th place car coming through. Number 11, the Parkin and Black, or 3rd place in fact now, so it's got back ahead of the BMW of Venables and Hutchinson. Is the BMW still there? It is, but quite a long way further back now. So it's lost a couple of seconds, that car, as we're watching the leaders. They're mired in traffic here, aren't they?
Yep, and there's trouble ahead for the race leader there. To negotiate a couple. One's the Kelly BMW, the other is the black and green Seat. Goes charging through. And again, the BMW can out-grunt some of these cars in a straight line, whereas the Lotus apparently can't.
Yeah, and that means that it then gets a car or two between them, which then Will Stacey has to sort of do all the hard work to get back on turns again. The same thing to happen on the next lap.
Yeah, he's certainly enjoying it though, isn't he? Stacey's hanging in there. Little cone is being flicked into the road there. Things blow away, you see.
Yeah, that's at Barcroft. So there's the race leader, number 69, Andy Schultz. On lap 32 of this race, he's also got the best lap of the race so far, 1:27.28. And he's got one car between himself and Will Stacey in second place at the moment. Try and make it 2 if he can, before he arrives. Well, is that I think it was a yellow flag. I think it was for the 16 car, Phil Dryborough, that I think had a bit of a moment, but sunny. Phil Dryborough, the former British GT racer. And he started racing in 2008 at the age of 48, did 3 seasons in British GT, plus also some racing in the GT Cup and Brit car. But enjoying what he's doing at the moment in this self-built Porsche Boxster. Man from based in Edinburgh. Gets support from CW Motorsport and Motorsports as well. Right, here's Will Stacey. He's tucked in. Oh, and the leader's off! The leader's lost a wheel. The wheel has come off there. Unfortunately, it stayed on the inside of the circuit, but the leader, Andy Schultz, out of the race. There must have been a breakage on the car there because I don't think he was around anybody else. So that means that Will Stacey goes through into the lead with drama there for Andy Schultz, leading on lap 33 of the race. The front left wheel goes flying off, and there's nothing that can be done about that. I think this may necessitate a safety car, which I suspect will herald a flurry of pit lane visits. But Will Stacey there, number 49 in the Lotus Elise, takes the lead of the race. The driver out of the car, I'm pleased to say, just having a look. Yeah, there is no wheel there, my friend. It's about 50 yards further down the road. So he'll hop over the bars, and there's another one. So I think that's Mike Nash. Am I right there? Is that the 78 car?
Yes.
Yeah. Thought so. Yes, Mike Nash in the Kinetic Racing 2-litre turbo Supercopa, built by Seat Sport for 2009 season. So, a bit of drama with the leader going out with just about an hour and a quarter of the race left to go. Number 14, that's Chris Freeman's off the road, and he was second in Class B. He may well still be second in Class B.
Yes, he's having a good battle with the Houston Fazy car.
Yes, he was half a second behind Houston and Fazy, but 20 seconds clear of Parkin.
I think he was just past them at that point, so maybe he just got past and then had a problem. There we go, refueling the Lotus far end of the pit lane.
Quite a few cars coming into pit lane, and yes, the safety car boards are out, so I think they're all going to come in now.
And while they were refueling, his teammates having a problem in the number 3, the Mazda, off the track there on the grass.
John Monroe and Nick Dougal in the other car, but yes, the safety car flags are out. Safety car has picked up Will Stacey, and yeah, many cars now, not all of them, but many cars heading down the pit lane to make their stops. First safety car that we've had since the pit lane window opened. We had one in the very early stages of the race, but this will mean that it's an opportunity for most of the drivers to take their stop. The reason for the safety car is, I'm sure, because of the Andy Schultz, the orange BMW that lost its wheel at Hawthorne. Cars stopped just against the barriers there. There's the new Candy car into the pit lane. Get this situation of nearly everyone coming into the pit. It's very hard to keep exact track of who's been in and who's not. I assume probably that either this lap or next one, nearly everyone will come in. And when they come in, they have to stop at a 45-degree angle, approximately, and then they have to be pushed back down back into the pit lane to rejoin the race. The reason they do that is because the pit lane is so tight here at Croft, as it is at many circuits actually. If you had all of the cars stopping at once and they're not doing that's a 45-degree angle,
the BMW that's the wheel 69 car still showing it in 5th place at the moment because they were a long way ahead in that top group.
Yes, that will all unravel, won't it? You can see we've got a couple of vehicles now down there at Hawthorne, ready to try and scoop up the Schultz car. So safety car is leading them round. Well, Stacey is behind it. It will be interesting to see if the cars that are in this safety car train all dive into the pit lane this time.
Or indeed whether they're disadvantaged by this, because the pit lane's absolutely crap.
Yeah.
And we come up towards the end of this pace car lap with the leader, and it'll be a little while before they get the BMW hooked up.
Well, I can see out of our window, yeah, Will Stacey's certainly going to peel in. Is there any car that's not? Yes, there is a car that's not, and that's the car that's already been in.
That's been already, hasn't changed.
That's the 79 car, the brown and gold car, the 188 car staying out, the Holden Commodore staying out. So I think essentially the cars that are staying out are ones that have already made a stop within the window.
And there's the Baker Swift number 1. It's gone through past us.
And everyone else has come in, so I'm pretty sure that will be everyone having made their stop. And it's extremely busy as I look to our left out of the commentary box window down into the pit lane now. So we'll get some cars back on the track, because there's very few of them on the circuit at the moment. You can see the handful. What's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Yeah, just 7 cars. I think those probably all had made a stop that qualifies, because it was during the pit lane window before the safety car come out. The cars that stopped on the first opportunity are now trying to head back out. Possibly in some cases that might be made a bit more difficult by the cars that have arrived in the pit lane more recently, if it's sort of double parked, as it were. The Schultz car, meanwhile, is being JCB handled out of the way. They've got straps underneath the front of the car and lifting it up, and it's running on its rear wheels, and they're getting it onto the grass. Now, whether they're going to leave it somewhere on the infield for the moment and collect it later, or if they're going to get it all the way back to the paddock, which isn't actually that far from that part of the circuit. I'm not quite sure. I suspect they are going to pull it back to the paddock, but they want to over the grass in case it's spilling anything, which I don't think it is. But if it was leaking oil or whatever, then it would be beneficial to go over the grass again, so as not to get that on the circuit. So about 3 or 4 minutes away from the midway point of this race now.
It looked like it had planed the undertrail from underneath the engine, hadn't it, where
Yeah.
it dropped on the BMW, something hanging underneath it, something flat.
So, I guess there's not much point telling you the running order at the moment, because we'll have to wait for the for these pit stops to play out. There's a sort of queue of cars heading out of the pit lane now. There's a recovery truck on circuit as well, which wasn't needed in the end to recover the Schultz car. There is the Schultz car just being dragged into the deeper grass, into the rough. Not quite out of bounds yet.
Yeah, it's off the fairway into the rough. And fairly well up the order in that group that's been released is the Audi TT, which is one of the front-running cars, the Parkin and Blair car.
Yeah, so the cars that have been released will now try and sprint round to catch the group that's already behind the safety car. So the Schultz car is off the circuit now, but behind the barrier very shortly. And I wonder if we'll probably have one more lap, I guess, because the safety car lights are still on and it's almost at the complex. I think we'll have one more lap behind the safety car.
Yeah, the flat bears escaped. There's still a number of cars to come out of the pit lane.
Yeah, now are all of these going to get out before the safety
And
car
the
comes
lights
through?
are still flashing on the safety car, so
these cars are going to have to wait until the safety car queues come past. I think they were probably hoping that they were going to get out before the safety car came.
it's going to be very frustrating for them, isn't it?
They lose a lap there. Effectively, all of these cars.
I think there's probably 15, 18 of them down there, something like that.
Yeah, they'll be getting into a queue. Who's that just coming in now? That's the 166 car. That is back in. That's Nicole Drought. That is going to be refueled. So she'll have to hop out of the car. So, 6 left to go in this race. Give it another lap or so, and the race order will start to make some sense. So we'll run you through that in a moment or two. Interesting to note how the overall positions have changed, but also those within the classes as well.
Just about 3 minutes from halfway, something like that.
Yeah, at Donington 30 round, the class winners, Jonathan Packer, who's already retired from this race, won in Class B, and Johnny Hayes and Paul Sbiani, who aren't here this weekend, won in Class C. There's new for this season a Clubman Cup as well, and that's for effectively cars that are a bit more venerable. I think more than 10 years old, effectively. And they have their own point system as well these days.
So the cars that were in the pit lane have now been released, those that were queuing anyway. The Beach and Grice Audi is just going to go out as well.
Yeah, I would think we'll see the safety car lights go off this time as well. So we'll be back into racing action. And blue skies at the moment. There is some grey cloud behind us again. So we'll see how we get another shower, which will throw a spanner in the works in the late stages of this race. The safety car lights are off, and so the race is going to get back underway. The first car behind the safety car is the number 79 car of Lance Gould and John Brown. Safety car does indeed pull in, and there is the green flag to get the race back underway at just before the halfway mark in this race.
Swift was back up to 7th, wasn't he? And that's going to look good for the area motorsport effort.
Yes, and there is Swift there. He's sort of second on the road now. He's behind the Holden Commodore, which assumes the quote-unquote lead of the cars that have been released from behind the safety car.
Having only been off twice so
yes.
far.
So green flags waving all around the circuit.
So the lead car actually is Monosdale and Kent, isn't it? It's 35 laps.
It is, yes. By 1.89 seconds from the Audi TT of Ryan Parkin and Adam Blair. Colin Gillespie is third in number 15. Fourth is number 49, William Stacey. He's now 12 seconds adrift. Fifth is Hutchinson and Venables in the BMW M4. And those are the only cars showing as having done 35 laps. The rest have all at least a lap down, it would seem. We'll just see if any more light is shed on that as they come through again at the end of the next lap. But if that's the case, we've got the 5 cars left on the lead lap after the pit stops and the safety cars.
Yeah, it's make quite an interesting thing. We've got Swift coming round next. He's shown us 6th currently, but we'll see exactly where he sits.
Yeah, I mean, he's effectively going to be nearly a lap behind, isn't he? So he's going to complete 35 laps now, and he is how far behind the leaders? Just wait for the screen to update itself. A minute 21, so that's virtually a lap, isn't it? Behind.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's Mike Nash, I think.
It is. It's he's struggling to get back into the pits.
Yeah, just stopped on the pit lane entrance there, more or less. There's a black flag for somebody. That'll be for some kind of pit lane infringement, I would think. Maybe speeding in the pit lane or something like that, which requires them to serve a stop-and-go penalty. I'll give you any news on that if we get it.
21. Much of that's probably going to be make-upable, isn't it? Because of the other cars that are currently ahead of it. So.
Yes, that's true.
But whether they'll get up to the likes of Parkin and Blair in that Audi you see there it's another matter.
No, they've got to make up basically more than a second a minute, haven't they?
Yeah.
Which probably is working out about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds a lap, which is a lot. Assuming
it's a lot if you're going to be consistent and do what you need to be.
14 car is the one that's getting the black flag. That's the Chris Freeman Golf. Now that is significant because he is the Class B leader. So that would be for, I would think, a stop-and-go penalty for some reason. Maybe speeding in the pit lane. We'll not got any official confirmation of that, but it could be something like that. And that would hand the advantage to Scott Parkin within Class B once that is served, but also promote Steve Houston and Matt Fazy and Luke Handley as well, and perhaps others as well within Class B. So Chris Friedman leading Class B at the moment, probably not going to be doing so for much longer. There he is on screen now, but he's going to need to stop in the pit lane in the penalty area in the not too distant future. Now on to go also in this race. A few drivers setting personal best laps. Hans Carl Swift did a personal best lap on the first lap. He did have a clear track ahead of him though.
He's 1:14 behind that rather than 1:21.
Well, from out making up 1.5 seconds a lap, he's made up 7 seconds on that lap. I suspect that will not be the case.
It's a kind of a bit of a false dawn, isn't it?
Exactly. It gives them a bit of hope, it gets them a bit closer, but still a long way to go. So almost exactly an hour of this race left now. With a rundown on the order. It is Parkin and Blair that have gone back into the lead in the Audi TT. With 37 laps in the book, they're 2.2 seconds clear in car number 11 of number 38, the Peter Morsdale and Stephen Kent E46 M3. In third place is number 15, Colin Gillespie. In fourth place is number 49, Will Stacey, who's just going through shot there. And right behind him is the car that you can see, number 70. That's the Steve Hutchinson and Sammy Venables BMW M4. Then virtually a lap down. In sixth place is Carl Swift, number 1. He is the last car on the lead lap. Then in seventh place is number 14, Chris Freeman, who has not been into the pit lane that time to serve his stop-and-go penalty. Eighth is number 12, Scott Parkin. Ninth is number 13, Steve Houston and Matt Fazy. And 10th is number 51, Luke Handley. 11th is... And let's go down to Tom Butterworth in the pit lane.
Welcome down to the pit lane for the very first time today during the Club Enduro race. So it's been obviously frantic action from the get-go, but I'm joined here by your current Class B leader, just changed driver. It's Steve Houston. Steve, tell us all about how the race has gone for you so far, and then we'll ask about the car.
Well, exciting so far. We qualified 4th in class. So some good battles in the first part. The Class A cars are really hard to pass, but round here, because it's twisty, good braking sections, you know, we have a fighting chance. So really just icing it, mostly with the area motorsport Golfs. And we came in 1st in class, but we had a penalty from the last race for coming 2nd in the last race. So I think we went to 3rd, but now one of the cars had a penalty, so I think we're up to 2nd.
Up to 2nd and hunting down the race win. Fingers crossed for yourself, of course.
That's the plan. Matt's out there now. He's up against the dark side Golf at the moment, by the looks of things. That's his target. So, yep, that's the next thing.
Okay, so tell us about this Cayman. What's the history of it? How long have you had it for, and what have you been doing so far with it?
Well, I bought it about 2 years ago, just under 2 years, as a crashed road car, and converted it to a race car. So basically all the stuff we've done, we've bolted together ourselves. I got some sponsorship from Intelligent Money, who also sponsor British GT. So they've given us a great deal of support and help, and that's really allowed me to get back into racing again, because I hadn't done much since 2018.
Okay, that's great. And the weather's looking a bit like it's on the turn, to be honest. The big dark clouds out there. How do you think Matt's going to go in the wet?
He'll be fine. Good weather for racing.
Okay, well, fingers crossed it stays dry for him, and fingers crossed it stays wet for him. Let's see. It'll be good for you either way. Thanks very much, and throw it back to the commentary team.
In the meantime, the 14 car has been in to stop, which is the Chris Freeman car service penalty, which I think Steve Houston was referencing there in that interview with Tom Butterworth. The 166 Lotus, the Nicole Drought car, that's been in and out a couple of times now. Just seeing on screen. And it's now right ahead of the Corton Miller car. I think it's going to head into the pit lane again, Nicole Drought, so that'll be her 3rd pit visit for her. But that's the Corton Miller car for Will Caswell and Ben Rushforth that we're just seeing as well. Yeah, Nicole sweeping to the left and heading pitwards. So we've had the stop-go served now by Chris Freeman, who's getting back out into the race. You can see it was not just a stop-go, it was a stop-go with a longish stop as well. So he's committed a misdemeanor of some kind and is now back out into the race. So Class B then, that is going to be led by Scott Parkin, but he's only about 2.5 seconds clear of Matt Fazy, who's now taken over the number 13 Porsche Cayman. And Luke Handley up to 3rd place within that class. Class C, by the way, is being led in 25th place overall by number 3 Nick Dougal and John Monroe. 2nd within that class, we've got Baptiste and Mark Lloyd Jones in the BMW E46 330i, and 3rd within that class, Joel Osric, his teammate Dan Orsano in the BMW E36 328i. So that's the Class C situation. There's Ivan Mares in another of the Class C cars, the 316 325 Ti Compact.
Colin Gillespie's running a really good race, isn't he, in the 15? He's running 2nd now overall, having overtaken the Molesdale and Kent car. He's only 5 seconds behind the leading Audi TT. Of course, had that dramatic moment very, very early on the 2nd lap of the race.
A meatball flag being shown to car number 70. That's the Hutchinson and Venables cars. That's a big problem for them because they're in 5th position, and that's because there's a problem with the passenger window on that car, we think. We have perspex window, but we think that's flapping in the breeze. So that's the reason for the meatball flag, the black flag with the orange spot that you can see on screen now.
So Nicole Trout climb out of the Elise 2nd to go. That's race run by the looks of things.
Now Will Stacey's trying to get sort of back on terms with the leaders here, but at the moment he's not lapping certainly as fast as the leading Audi. They're lapping the 129s. Stacey's lapping the 131s, which is about 4 seconds off what he's capable of.
Yeah, it's not that far behind Molesdale and Kent, which is the car we see there, the white BMW with the rear bumper flapping, or the end of the rear bumper flapping in fairness.
Yes, that's for position for third and fourth, just behind the Holden Commodore that's been in various strife through this race so far.
Because the Holden Commodore has enormous grunt in a straight line.
It does. So difficult to pass through Croft.
That's a real Q car, isn't it? The 70 BMW Hutchinson and Venables, because it problem for the Cayman.
Yeah, that's the
Cayman's gone bang.
Matt Fazy car is out of the race. Surely, yes, he's going to pull off to the side of the road. So bad news for Steve Hewson, who we heard from in the pit lane. His car, I'm afraid, out of the race now. Matt Fazy, having come to a stop just on the approach to the complex there, saw some smoke coming from over towards Sunny, and that was the reason for that. So that's the car that was in second place within Class B. So that will promote Luke Handley now into second position. So 53 minutes now left to go. The stop-go for number 14 was for overtaking under the safety car, we understand. So that's the reason for the penalty for Chris Freeman. There was a 1 minute stop-go. 53 minutes left then, as we say. It's an 8-second lead for Ryan Parkin and Adam Blair over Colin Gillespie in second. That smoke is still pouring out of the 13 car. The problem is where he stopped is the opposite side of the circuit to the marshals post, so there's no marshals there to try and assist with that. So I'm wondering if this might result in another safety car. The number 73 car meanwhile has come into the pits. The 49 car of Will Stacey still can't get past the Molesdale and Kent BMW, but yes, there is now a marshal having to move from quite a long way away to try and get to that car. It was just a question of it being stopped really on the wrong side of the road. There's the marshal, who's I'm trying to work out where he's come from. Yes, he's had to come from all of the way around the sort of exit of the complex. Good couple of 100 yards he's had to run to get there with the fire extinguisher. The Commodore's in the pits, so too is Julian McBride. So these now will be some unscheduled stops for these drivers as well. There's the 12 car, that's the Scott Parkin car, leading Class B at the moment. About 14 seconds clear of Luke Handley, so it's the two Golfs, first and second, within Class B at the moment.
Carl Swift has got down to a minute and 5 behind the leader.
There's the 70 car, now that does have the meatball flare. You can just see there, the passenger window, which is just perspex or whatever plastic, has just sort of popped out, and I think that's what's attracted the attention of the sort of officials watching on, and that will need to come in to get that either taped up or taken out or something.
There's Bridgeway, who was doing so well earlier in the race. He's attacking Luke Handley, and that's knocked him for position. Bridgeway's quite some way down.
Yes, how far down exactly? 39th, he's done 31 laps, the leaders have done 44 now, so he's 13 laps behind. That's the Junior McBride car, the Jeff Stewart Racing Parade car. That looks like it's had some damage, and is the bodywork rubbing on the tyre? Maybe that's the issue down there. 50 minutes left. There's the leading car, the Parkin and Blair car.
Stacey up to third then.
Yes, he did get past the Molesdale and Kent BMW.
49 then, up into third place, and that's with on lap 44.
Oh, is that the
Audi looks like it's smoking.
The leader's smoking. That's the race leading car. And it is still well. There's no smoke coming from it at the moment.
There was certainly evidence of it though when we first saw it, unless it came through just a huge cloud of smoke at the tower.
Oh, and now it's off the road at the exit of Sunny. It's a TFSI.
No, it is smoking.
engine.
It is smoking properly.
Yeah. So
that won't get any better, will it?
It's not going to, I don't think. I suspect that might be heading towards the pit lane as well. Just coming through the complex now. Let's see if he dives into the pit lane from the lead of the race. It's not been a race that anyone's wanted to lead for very long, it seems, this one.
He's continuing.
He is. Now it's a black flag being shown to the number 70 car. I presume that is because they've not taken any heed of the black and orange flag so far. That's the Hutchinson and Venables car, which is about to go past the black flag this time. So there we go, black flag, no excuse for not seeing that, so it should come in this time, we will see. So, and on that lap, Parkin and Blair, despite the smoke, still did a 1:31.04, which was quicker than Gillespie in second, a similar lap time to Will Stacey in third, so whatever the issue is, it's not slowing that car. The 73 car, which that is now showing some signs of damage. The race leading car, Ryan Parkin and Blair. Ryan, who's 32 years of age, been racing only since 2018. Adam Blair with a bit more experience. There's the Nash BM Seat that's stopped in the same place again.
Yeah, it seems to cut out coming out of the hairpin.
Yeah, it eventually does get it fired up again, but it's far from ideal that it's stationary exactly where it is.
Running in 20th place, that car was.
Yes, still shown in 20th on the screens. Gradually it's going to tumble down, obviously. So,
goes Gillespie with a full tyre on the side window.
And then Stacey's about 10 seconds behind him. It just went through his shot there. There's the Holden and also the 42 Lotus. That's the car shared by Paul Clark and the
Here comes the black flag car coming in quite quickly.
Well, as I said, he saw the black flag last time round. Yeah, the car we saw on the screen there was the Tom Gladys car. Tom Gladys ex FIA Formula 2 racer. And that sort of Jonathan Palmer era of the Formula 2 Championship. So the 70 car is in. They'll presumably, I think they've probably already taped up the window or taken it out or something and got it back out into the race. So that's going to cost them, I don't know, 30 or 40 seconds probably by the time they've been into and out of the pit lane as well.
And there's Bridgeway going very slowly.
Yeah,
that's on the back straight.
Yeah, by the old pit lane, isn't it, over there? So
that's it. Race run.
Yeah, he's going to turn in behind the marshal's post. At least he's going to be in a position of safety off the circuit.
Carl Swift within a minute and a few bits of change now. 0.26 of a second of the race leader, so he's making ground up with 46 minutes still to run in this race.
Yeah, he's been more or less making what he's needed to make up, hasn't he?
42 Lotus Elise is a very pretty car, isn't it? That's just gone through.
Yeah, that's the Paul Clark and Tom Gladys car.
Yeah.
So, still the leading Audis out there as well, despite the smoke, and still circulating very quickly at a 1:30 that time.
And leading the B class is Scott Parkin, teammate, also blowing out smoke. That's routine in that case.
Yeah, and he is clear of Luke Handley in second place within that class. Class C still being led by Dougal and Monroe, having a good run in the MX-5 this time, 23rd overall. And there they are on screen now as we talk about them. Quite sure who's in the car at the moment. 73 car is into the pit lane. That's the Seat that's had some damage as well. Stephen Duran and Scott Bunn car. It's not the first time that's been in the pits today by any stretch. Yeah, there's our Class C leader, and they are how far ahead of their nearest rival? About 50 seconds ahead of Roy Baptiste and Mark Lloyd-Jones in the BMW. There's the leader, the Darkside Developments Audi TT. And, yeah, still staying out there, not heading into the pit lane just yet.
48 laps down. Hutchinson and Venables lost just a couple of places. They're still running 6th despite that stop, well ahead of Parkin and Handley.
Right, the 70 car went out of the pit lane very quickly, possibly too quickly, possibly hadn't had the authority to get back out. 5-second penalty as well for Michael Downey, car 76 in the Porsche Boxed S, down 19th and 6th or 7th or 8th in Class B, I think. I don't think it's going to make too much difference. A 5-second penalty in a 2-hour race doesn't have the same impact as it does in a 15-minute race. So, into the final 3/4 of an hour of this race meeting here at Croft, the Ticketwell Club Enduro Championship on circuit for their 2nd round of the season. Big grid, more than 40 cars we've had here at Croft this weekend. Great to see such a mouth-watering array of machinery as well. Next round for these cars is at no less a circuit than Spa on the 8th and 9th of July. It's good to have the Spa. And there's Rob Boston, who was due to be racing today, but his car...
It's going to run its bearings, didn't it, after the end of the race, which he finished really well up yesterday.
Yeah, that's in the road sports race. He was on the podium, wasn't he, in a class winner.
Yeah.
But not out, unfortunately, today. So 42 minutes of the race left to go. There's the 14 car. Now that's the car of Chris Freeman that was in the pit lane for the stop-go penalty. He's now 13th overall and he's actually 3rd within Class B, behind Scott Parker and Luke Handley. But he is around about a lap adrift on the lead. There's that Pretty Lotus you were talking about.
Yes.
Unscheduled stop though. This should, well, they're refueling it. Maybe this, well, I think they must have stopped, but maybe they've just realised that, well, maybe they just can't, they've not got a big enough tank to go all the way with just one stop, which does significantly handicap you in these races. Because every refueling stop has to be 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 3 minutes. Oh, and that's the Browse car in trouble on the back straight. Paul and Luke Browse.
This round
yeah, looks like it's back up to speed now, doesn't it?
Yep. Stowmarket Glass, specialists in bespoke glass installations and for big developments. Run by the Browse family.
Couple of stop-go penalties, we think, in the offing as well, which will be advised to the drivers, but I don't think anyone particularly important to the overall result, or indeed the class results of this race.
50 laps down for our first couple of cars, first 3 now, as Will Stacey's through.
There's the race leader on screen. His lead has actually increased to 12.83 seconds. Ryan Parkin and Adam Blair. And that despite the smoke, we saw a few laps ago. I'm not sure if it's been doing that consistently since then, which is a little bit odd.
No. And the oh, there's a spin for the 76.
That's the
Boxster.
That's the Michael Downey Boxster, for the man that works in the insurance, the CW Motorsport prepared car with a standard 3.2 litre Porsche engine.
Oh, Swift still 61 seconds behind, 38 charging along. Molesdale and Kent still with that flappy bit of back bumper, but it's all very solidly mounted in the middle.
There's only 0.6 of a second between Colin Gillespie and William Stacey now, and they are just about to come over the line again to complete their 51st lap. So I don't know if we can pick those two up. They're just going through Clairvaux corner now. We're watching at the moment the Molesdale and Kent car, which has right behind it Scott Parkin, the Class B leader, although this isn't for position. There's a sort of lap between them.
Yep.
There's the, there is the, oh, it's a change, it's a change. Stacey's gone through, but Hawthorne, I think, takes second place away from Colin Gillespie, who fights back with more grunt in a straight line. It's going to be on the outside line for Tower Corners. That Holden Commodore in the way as well. It gets very tight around there. Will Stacey somehow just slips that little Lotus back through, gets past both of them.
He was having nothing of it. He was relying on Gillespie not wishing to contact the Commodore.
Yeah.
And so it was all kind of nicely done between the pair of them. But clearly the Seat has a lot more straight line performance, but the Lotus has the handling. With that amazing Venturi hanging out the back of it, which a vast piece of aluminium.
It does. Hutchinson and Venables in the number 70 car, who had to make that stop because they had the black and orange and then the black flag. That is now having done a personal best after racing, 129.17. The only other driver to do a PB on that lap was the Holden, actually a 133.06 for either Matty Taylor or Will Ashman, whichever driver is aboard that car at the moment. So the best lap of the race, I think, to Andy Schultz, who retired some time ago with the wheel off his or off Matthew Hampson's BMW. So there's Gillespie now, down to third position, 1 3/4 seconds behind Will Stacey, who's 14 seconds behind the leader. Can Stacey do anything about the Harkin and Blair car? I mean, that's been lapping fairly consistently in the 129s now, that leading Audi.
Yeah, Stacey's gone away from the car we see on the screen, the white and gold car of Colin Gillespie, the Scot. There's Porsches in the past.
Stacey in number 49.
It's a fair old ask. A bit over 2 hours on your Todd in a car, isn't it?
It is. I mean, thankfully, it's actually relatively cool today, on a hotter day. They take an awful lot out of you, I would think. I can see that out of my window, Carl Swift is trying to get past one of the other Seats down at Tower Corner. He's got the gap down to, it is still about a minute, I think, to the race leader.
Beach and Grice are back up into the top 10.
Yeah, they are, and only just behind Luke Campbell, but he's in Class B car, they're in Class A. The problem is they're sort of a lap and a bit adrift, aren't they, of the race leader. Just watching the 70 car of Venables and Hutchinson, which had to make that pit stop. There's the car which we're talking about, the Beach and Grice car, number 27, in 10th position.
And is now ahead of Luke Handley by a margin.
Yeah, as you'd expect, so into 9th then, in fact. Luke Handley still second within Class B, though. Well behind Scott Parkins, number 12 for Diesel Golf. Turbo Diesel Golf, I should say. There's the 79 car, the brown and gold car that we've seen into the pits a couple of times. That car is running in 19th position at the moment. There's a 10-second penalty been applied to 188, which is Graham Kelly. So that takes his running total to 15 seconds now in this race. So that'll be track limits infringements, but he's running down in 31st position anyway. And is 5th within Class C, so not particularly well up the order. 92 is the car on screen at the moment. That is the Phil Nib, Andrew Rath's Leon. There's the 70 car, the BMW M4 going through. Beach and Grice once again in number 27 in 9th position. Now they've got about 7 seconds to make up on that Nib and Rath Seat. That's the Luke Handley car we're seeing there. And he is in 10th place and 2nd in Class B. He's got quite a gap over Chris Freeman, who is 3rd within that class at the moment. Chris Freeman actually just in his personal best lap of the race, a 1:31.07, as he's trying to make up for that 1 minute pit stop penalty that he had to serve for overtaking behind the safety car. Well, Stacey's just gone past the commentary box, I can tell you. And what's the gap now between himself and the race? It's down to 5.62 seconds. It was a slow lap that time for Parkin and Blair, but then they've done a slightly better lap. No, sorry, I beg your pardon. The slow lap last time they were 1:34.74, so they lost 4 seconds on that lap. So Will Stacey now is closing on the lead. Not sure if we can pick up the race-leading Audi TT on the live stream. There it is. But he's got Will Stacey right with him now, so I think there's a problem for the race-leading car here. We saw it smoking probably about 10 laps ago, didn't we, Marcus?
Absolutely, and now it's been caught and shows no sign of being able to tear away. It's not going slowly, but it's just relative to its previous pace.
Well, it's lost nearly 5 seconds on this lap alone because Stacey was 5.6 seconds.
He's not limping,
behind.
that's
no,
the point.
It's not.
So he's hanging in there, but Stacey has a whiff of victory. Stacey's a lot quicker off the corner there than the Audi.
Coming down towards the complex on lap 56 of the race. Two of them pretty much nose to tail now. Wonder if it's a problem through the slower corners for the Audi. Stacey goes to the right-hand side of the circuit. Is he going to drive all the way around the outside here at the hairpin? Well, he can't do that. He's all over the curb.
Now it's not pulling.
It's not pulling.
Audi.
That's the problem for the Audi. It's out of
a fuel
the
pickup problem or something like that.
Fuel pickup out of the slow corners, isn't it? And so, in a out of the corner, Will Stacey can just drive past him. So Will Stacey it is now that takes the lead of the race in number 49 with 32 minutes of the race left to go. At the end of lap 56, Will Stacey now leads this race. We've had a few different leaders so far, haven't we?
That's right. Gillespie's 7 seconds behind the Parkin Blair TT. So Gillespie in the 15, which we can see closing in, and there goes Gillespie taking the place on the back straight.
Yeah, the
Audi's in trouble, serious trouble.
Yeah, it's getting worse, isn't it? It's not just off the slow corners. You can see him looking down into the cockpit to see if there's something he can do to sort this out. Well, I suspect that Dark Side Developments car is going to be into the pits at the end of this lap. To see, and also in trouble
That's
is
the Molesdale car.
Yeah, it is the Molesdale and Kent, number 38 in 4th position.
Asphyxiated by the black smoke from the number 12, the class-leading car, and
that's slowing as well. That's also in trouble. So the two parking cars, the Dark Side Development cars, they seem to have, well, they are twins.
It's almost by telepathy.
It is.
That's a lot more black smoke than we'd seen before.
There's a bumper unidentified that's sort of been washed up on the beach at Clairvaux.
Is it the front one of the? I think it could be the front one of the of Molesdale and Kent.
It could be.
Has it clobbered the?
I wonder if it's clobbered the back of the Golf, which has been going slow. But that Dark Side Developments car, it looks like they're both going to be out of the race, doesn't it?
It does.
It's sort of limping its way around. So Will Stacey's gone through again. He's got a 10-second lead over Colin Gillespie. Stacey's just on a lap in the 29s. First time he's done that for a while. But he's staying out there. That's a bit bizarre. Because it's not going to get any better, I shouldn't have thought. Not by driving it round. Oh, it surely can't drive around at that speed for points for the next half an hour. I suppose he could do. Maybe that's what he's thinking about. But it's that lap time for Parkin Blair was a 1:56, so 26 seconds or so slower than what he has been doing. There's the 12 car. Now, is this going to come into the pits? The second of the Dark Side Development cars.
Got quite a big lead over Luke Handley in that class. It is coming in. It
is indeed coming in. So that will hand the lead to 51 VW Golf of Luke Handley. It will mean that Christopher Plaskett goes up to 2nd place in Class B, and Chris Freeman to 3rd. So that's a change around there. let's go down to the pit lane once again. Tom Butterworth.
Welcome back down to the pit lane. I'm with Nick Dougill, who has been piloting the Mazda MX-5 that's currently heading Class C at the moment. Nick, how's the race been going for you so far?
Well, very well. We're in quite a rare position because we were doing well in 2019, and then the car was reshelled, and we lost about 4 seconds a lap pace, and we've been struggling and struggling to try and find where the problem is, and we at last seemed to crack it. So we were here, and it just felt that bit quicker on Friday practice, but it wasn't as quick as we thought, and we wondered whether the track was slidey or not, and we thought the track was greasy. We weren't as quick as we were, but apparently we were quick enough. So yeah, we're heading the...
Tightened her up and away she went.
Yeah, and it's rare for me because normally I'm fitting tyres. I'd fit the tyres, so normally people come the last 5 minutes before the race. Can you do that? So John Monroe, my teammate, always starts and just sort of does his superstar driving stuff and leaves me to make a mess of it at the end, so it's quite good to start.
And John's out there now into the final half hour as well. How are the nerves holding up?
I'm talking to you, I'm not thinking about it. I'll start thinking about it in a bit, but yeah, he's got a good lead. He's a good... We've got a good lead, I think. I think we've got a good lead, unless it's all gone wrong in the last 5 minutes. So.
Well, we'll find out, won't we? But good luck for the final half hour, and I hope it all comes home for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's Nick Dougill there, and I'll hand back to the commentary team.
Thank you very much indeed. Phil Driver is training his bumper behind him. You can see on screen there. You know, I said that the Audi TT it wasn't going to get any better. Well, it did stay out there, and it did get better. Last lap was a 1:33 compared to a 1:56 on the previous lap, so maybe the Parkin and Blair Dockside Developments car will be able to stay out in the race and gather some reasonable points, but is now only 13 seconds ahead of Carl Swift. So Carl Swift looking good for a podium position, and this time past our commentary box, the Dockside Audi is slow again. So that could all change around once more.
That's the Molesdale and Kent BMW. That explains the front bumper, which is lying in the gravel at Clervaux.
It's not going to handle so well.
Doesn't have much turn anymore, does it?
It doesn't. Strange that. So we'll watch out for that.
Luke Handley into the top 10 again with 51. Here leading Class B. He's got 25 seconds over Chris Plaskett. He's got about, that's about a half a minute over Chris Freeman. Here's the Audi again. Looks like it's going okay.
It does at the moment, but it's very much an intermittent issue, it seems. The 38 car is into the pits as well. The BMW with the front bumper that's vanished. That's the Molesdale and Kent car. So that's going to, well, it's going to retire from 6th position, or it's certainly going to pit from
Carl Swift with 26 minutes to go is 42 seconds off the lead.
Yes, that's he is closing in, and he's continued to at a good rate. Phil Driver's coming in with that bumper that's hanging off.
Very tatty, that rear bumper. Rip that off, won't it?
I would think so. Yep, that's exactly what they've done.
It's not worth saving, that's for sure.
Right, and he goes back out into the race. Seems to be a motorsport team there trying to sort that out as quickly as they could. 25 minutes left here. And is this going to be Will Stacey's race? He's 10 seconds clear at the moment of Colin Gillespie in second place. They're both up in the 131s at the moment. The Audi on that last lap was in the 136s, and Carl Swift behind was in the 128. So Carl Swift was actually in about 4 seconds behind the Audi. Now, in fact, he's now ahead of the Audi, you can see, out of our commentary box window. The Audi trying to fight back, though, at Tower Corner, and doesn't manage to do so, and it's slow out of the corner. But Carl Swift is now up to 3rd position. The Audi TT of Parkin and Blair down to 4th. So Carl Swift now only about 36 seconds behind the leaders, I reckon. Been taking a bit more time out of them on this lap. There is the number 11 car we're talking about. It just seems to be an intermittent problem out of the slow corner, so it could well be fuel pickup. sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It's been an eventful old race for that number 11 car, that's for sure. Heading its way through the complex. Once again, working lap 61 of the race. The two brothers are together, the twins, and Scott is going to overtake Ryan, or Adam, whichever it is, at the wheel at the moment. Adam Blair. But the two Dark Side development cars were together briefly. The 12 car is still there in 14th position. It is now down to 4th place within Class B because Christopher Plaskett has been going well, and Chris Freeman have both gone ahead. Christopher Plaskett in the number 91 car.
And the Audi's just been gobbled up by the Hutchison and Co BMW.
And that's for position as well,
yes.
for 4th as well. And indeed the next car then that may get past, he's going to do so shortly actually, is the Neb and Rath car. Well, that's a lap down, isn't it? But it's actually just behind the car on the circuit, I think, as it happens.
Yes.
There it is, the two of them in shot together. But that's to unlap itself rather than for position.
It is bizarre, isn't it? Because the Audi is tolerably fast in some parts of the circuit, then it just struggles out of the slow corner.
Behind the Audi there is a battle for position though. That is between the Neb and Raf Leon and the Audi RS3 of Beach and Grice. So we think it's Will Beach in that car at the moment. So that there on the screen now is a battle for position with 22 minutes to go.
Yeah, battle for 6th overall.
Yes, that's right.
I think they're sorted. Because up into this, up to the heaven on the inside, Beach and Grice and the Audi have got through.
Yeah, they have.
Past Nib and Andrew Rath.
And also past the Audi TT as well, which is really limping around now. Sure. Well, I suppose they will just try and get it home for points. Could be all important at the end of the season. Right, Scott Park is also limping his car around as well in Class B. Will Stacey just past our commentary box to complete his 63rd lap. I think he's getting away, if anything, from Colin Gillespie in 2nd place. And then it's Carl Swift that's going to be in 3rd position. Just heading through the complex now behind us. We're watching that that 92 car, the Nib and Rath Seat Leon TCR. It's down to 7th place now and will possibly fall into the clutches of the Caswell and Rushworth version before the end of the race. That car's about 8 seconds behind.
Yeah, that car was going well earlier on before it's stopped marginally before the pit window.
That's right. So we'll see if that car can come into contention for 7th place before the end. Luke Handley in 9th place, still leading Class B. Oh, and off the road has gone the 188 car of Graham Kelly. He's also had 15 seconds worth of time penalties in this race. Off the circuit he's gone again, I'm afraid. In his BMW. There's the race leader, Will Stacey. And just behind him on the road at the moment is the McGann, and then you've got the 53, which is the Crown Paints liveried Joel Oswick and Dan Orsano car. The Elite Works Car X BMW Car Club Racing Championship car with the M52 engine in. Joel, one of the drivers, is 19, race technician, 2nd season of racing. Into the last 20 minutes we go then here at Croft in this Tequila Club Enduro Championship race. The 2nd round of the season. Looks like we're going to have a different winner to round 1 when it was Carl Swift that took the victory. He's 40 seconds behind, just under 40 seconds behind the leader, Will Stacey, at the moment.
And up into 10th is the Browse and Browse Stowmarket Glass BMW, the bright green one.
Yeah,
That's
good.
about 13 seconds over Plaskett in the second of the Class B cars. Funny, isn't it? The number 12 Darkside Golf Diesel now running cleanly again.
The number 188 car, Graham Kelly's getting a drive-through penalty, by the way. After his various moments during the course of this race. And problems there, that's for number 4. That's the TWP Lotus Elise of Reece Lysett, the XF1000 racer, and Steve Brockington, the former rally man. So that's come to grief. I also spotted, I think it was for the car that's second in Class C, the Roy Baptiste and Mark Lloyd Jones BMW, I thought it was. Yeah, just coming through shot now. Has that got some... The bonnet's just coming up, isn't it, on the number 98 car that's second within Class B. And that's certainly going to attract the attention of the officials, because if that flies up, as it may well do as the air gets underneath it, it's going to be straight into the windscreen and smash there. I imagine it's just not been fixed down properly, or if it was the...
Or the clip's pinned out.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a problem. That's one of the tyre stacks having gone for a burst after a collision with the 881 car, the Lewis Rose and Aaron Rose Honda Civic from Class B. You can see that's quite heavily damaged where it's collected that tyre stack. Very... It's looked like it's landed on the bonnet, doesn't it? The tyre stack there, so possibly it's flicked up by another car, maybe? Or maybe not. We didn't see the start of that incident, but that car is now in a ropey position sort of at the second part of Clairvaux.
Double wave yellow is currently covering that. And there's a big sign going out there as well. Another drive-through penalty for somebody.
Yeah, that's the Graham Kelly penalty. That's the 98 car being passed by 51, which is Luke Handley, the Class B leading Golf, ahead of the second place in Class C BMW. The treble 8, the McGann has stopped, and also the car off in the field as well. One of the Golfs has gone off. The treble 8 is the McGann. We could see that one, Graham Price and Jason Hennifer, and couldn't make out the number on the Golf. So I don't know if we can get a better view of
McGann's
that.
going again. Dark blue and striped Golf.
Perhaps we can get our cameraman to zoom in on that. There's the Rose car. Well, the driver's still in it at the moment.
It's safer to remain in it than
possibly so.
running away.
Safety car boards are out now, which is not a surprise. There we go. It's the 99 car, isn't it? So that's Joe Williams in his Golf. He's okay, I think. The car's ended up in the oilseed rate.
Yeah, he's sort of surveying it.
It's smouldering.
Smouldering a bit at the front.
Yeah, might be wise for the marshals to check that out.
There's a concept here, because one, Carl Swift, is going to gain a lot of ground, one suspects, on Stacey and Gillespie.
There'll be traffic, won't there, between his car and the cars in front. But yes, the gap will shorten somewhat. Got the medical car out there as well as the safety car, so let's just check what the drivers. There's 70 cars into the pits now. That's one of the front runners as well from 4th place, Hutchinson and Venables. Venables in the car at the moment. Now that's one that had to come in for the flapping window earlier on, and now it's mechanical issue. So the medical car stopped down there with the Rose car just to make sure the driver there is okay after that quite heavy impact by the looks of it with the tyre stack there that marks the corners at Clairvaux. So the safety car's picked up the Mini, which is the Jones Mini, isn't it? That's well down the field. Yeah, 29th position for the Class C Mini Cooper S. The 70 cars, it was very smoking very badly, and that has now retired from the race. Some cars coming in. 73, I can tell you, is in, and so too is 98. 98 is the Baptiste and Lloyd Jones car. That I imagine was just to get that bonnet fixed down while there's a safety car.
This is interesting. It's gone the other way, the pace car, because Gillespie is now 50 seconds behind. having been 15 seconds behind.
Ah, so it has the safety car.
It's advantage to the leader currently, but of course, potentially, if there is time and inclination, there'll be a wave through, recapture the leader.
There's only 14 minutes to go, though, isn't there?
Yes.
In this race, and we've got the magical car on circuit. I don't know if the Golf I can see actually behind us is still in the field. It's the 99 part. But don't appear to be looking to do anything with that. Focus does seem to be on the Honda Civic of the Roses down there at Clairvaux towards Hawthorne. So there's the race leader, number 49, William Stacey. So he's now behind the safety car. So the safety car has got the lead, so that's worked out okay.
So the leader is on lap 68, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
As is the pursuer, Gillespie. Swift is 7 seconds behind Gillespie.
Well, one of the problems here is there is, and is that actually Swift that's leading that group down there at Clairvaux, but there's a big gap, isn't there, between the chunk of them behind the safety car and then the next car. Just get your binoculars on that, Mark.
Yeah, there's the
it's
the Mini,
that's
isn't it?
the Mini. So
58 Mini.
Yeah, and if Carl Swift's in the queue behind that, that's not going to help him, is it? I don't think he is. I can't see him there. So
it's helping the Audi TT get to the end, that's for sure.
Yes.
Carl Swift is here in this group. Say yes, there he is, turning into the hairpin, and this is when we'll see everything wind out, won't we? Lap 68, because there is the leader, there is P2 behind him in the lineup. We've got a race now between some tractors and some JCBs and a flatbed.
Yes, it's with 12 minutes left on the clock. I suppose they've...
Yes, it's down to 1.07 seconds between 1 and 2.
Yeah, and 7.8 between 1 and 3. So, if we can get this cleared up and out of harm's way, then we could be in for something of a grandstand finish here.
The Audi is on the lead lap still, I think, isn't it? No, it's a lap behind. As we go through in this line, it is on the lead lap, but it's a long, long way behind.
The number 70 car retired with an engine issue. The treble 8 car has retired. That's the Prince and Hannah car. It was tagged by, I say by one of the TCR cars, but
by the Golf.
That's not a TCR car.
No, but it kind of looks
like one. So
that's what they might have thought.
Yeah, unless there was another car that got involved with both of them, and potentially. But anyway, that's why that car's out of the race.
Beach and Grice are now 5th, aren't they?
They are.
But they are a lap behind. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so the 11 car is still on the lead lap, isn't it? But 52 seconds behind at present. Right. Sort of second group.
Levenrath are right behind Beach.
So a will to try and get this race back underway.
They're absolutely right behind, and Caswell and Rushworth are right behind them.
Yep. So potentially you're going to have a battle for first and a battle for fifth.
Absolutely.
In this, whatever time we have,
Luke
the race gets back underway.
Still leads B, doesn't he? He's on 56 laps.
Yeah, he's now 7 seconds clear of Christopher Plaskett in another of the area motorsport Golf GTIs.
With the Browse BMW between them.
Yeah. And Chris Friedman is third of the Class B cars. They are now going to hook up the number 99 car, which is the Joe Williams car, the Williams race team, Volkswagen Golf, in his first season of racing ex-Auto Grasser. And this is the ex-Beach and Grice car that's been fully rebuilt. That's the Rose Civic, the ex-Civic Cup car, which is now looking very second-hand indeed. Self-prepared by Aaron Rose, so he'll have some work to do or Lewis Rose should say. He'll have some work to do to get that back out again.
Back on a jig, won't it, or reshelled potentially.
Yeah.
It's taken a big whack by the A pillar.
That's right.
On the passenger side.
Yeah.
That's the back position, isn't it, for those 3 cars together.
That's right.
I think it saved the TT in that it's a lap ahead of anyone else, still running 4th.
Yeah. I think we're nearly clear down at the Clairvaux end of the circuit now. They're just pulling that Civic out of the way, and I think that's good to go. They just need to clear the Williams Golf now from sort of the Jim Clark S's part of the circuit. And we've got 8.5 minutes, so we're probably only going to have 3 laps maybe after the restart at most. I would think, maybe 2. I think with that in mind, that might not give enough time for... I don't think it'll give Colin Gillespie a chance. I think I'd favour of the 2, Carl Swift to get ahead of Will Stacey rather than Colin Gillespie, I think, in those circumstances.
I think there might be a change for second. I do wonder about first and second, but we've seen how the quicker saloons, or the saloons so much quicker on the straights, can go out of the blocks in comparison to the Little Lotus.
The Williams car's being released, and it's under its own steam. Going to head presumably back round to the pits. Just needed hooking up to get out of the oh, and he's going to pull off it. Oh, he's just going to drive around the outside at Sunny and pull off behind the barrier there, presumably. Yeah. Maybe that's where it's been directed to go. So that should mean that we'll get the safety car in at the end of this lap. So that's going to give us maybe 5 minutes, which is going to be 3 laps, isn't it?
Yep, looks like it.
By the time it comes back round. So grandstand finishing prospect. Class C. Nick Dougal and John Munro, even 64 laps they've completed. The next car in their class is the Baptiste and Lloyd Jones car, which has they've only completed 62 laps, so they've got a 2-lap advantage effectively in Class C. So it would have to go very badly wrong. Now the tractor's back out again, doing its work in the field. Farmer's work is never done. And that's just beyond Tower Corner.
Six and 40 minutes to go. There are 1 and 2 absolute together, and Colin Gillespie's got a sort of that steely look on his face.
Oh yeah, he's gonna. Well, he knows that he's got probably one chance here. If he lets Stacey get away at the restart, then he might not be able to catch him.
The lights are off on the safety car. This is lap 70. This will remain. The order must remain until the line.
We might even squeeze 4 laps out of this.
It's possible. And Stacey's gone. He just absolutely knows that he's got to nail it out of the understeer from the second place car. And here's Stacey. He's got his foot down now, and he clears the line. Swift's still in that next little pack of cars. Over the line, it's 2.28, wasn't it? But this time round, when it comes up, 0.57.
Yeah, and those 2 have gone because there was back markers then between themselves and Carl Swift. But
yes.
So Carl Swift will need to sort of pluck his way through. I think he's got a couple more back markers between himself and the front 2. But Stacey, through that twiddly bit, he's got away from
but this is where
Gillespie.
If it's going to show at all.
Yeah, Gillespie is able to close on the long back straight down towards Tower, but he's not going to get close enough to attack there.
It's kind of 4 or 5 lengths at Tower, isn't it? And he's bouncing the inside front wheel off the deck going through Tower as Colin Gillespie.
Swift's got back past one of those slower cars, which I think was actually the Browse BMW, which is in 9th position overall. So he's just got one more back marker between himself and these the 2 leaders with 4.5 minutes to go. So probably actually 3 more laps to go at the end of this one, I think. Look how busy this part of the circuit is. It involves Chris Coomer, who got back out into the race again after a long pit visit. It also includes the number 11 car, Parkin and Blair, who are still 4th, but a lap down, or not, well actually they're not a lap down, they're 25 seconds behind the leaders now, helped by that safety car.
And the Elise that was off a few laps ago seems to be all right again.
It does, doesn't it? That's the TWP car of Reese Licence, Luke Brockington.
I think that's your answer.
Yeah, Will Stacey's coming through with a big lead at the end of the first lap of the restart, so 0.57 seconds has become, let's wait for the screen to update, 2.82 seconds now, the gap between Stacey and Gillespie.
And it's still 7.4 between the leader and Carl Swift in 3rd place.
Look how busy that was, with the 100 car having spun as well. That's the 166 car, so Nicole Drought, isn't it, I think? That's had the spin there. So we've got Stacey in the lead, we've got Gillespie in 2nd, Swift now is 3rd car on the road as well, but he's 7.86 seconds behind the leaders with 3 laps to go. At 5th looked pretty spicy as well, didn't it? And that's actually among these cars now.
And the nib car is going back, isn't it? It's going back. There's a touch there between the two sensors, but that's a change of position. Number 2, which is Caswell and Rushworth, coming back past Nib and Raff.
They're into 6th place now.
That's going past the leading Mazda, aren't
the Audi of Beach and Grice, the RS3, is a little bit further up the road, so that's not really going to come into it. There's the Class B number 12 car, Scott Parkin as well. He's back to 4th, wasn't he, within that class? Class B still being led by Luke Handley.
Well, that's brought them back from 2 minutes odd behind, or whatever it was. No,
yeah.
A minute odd behind, almost a lap to much closer. 70 laps down for the Audi at the moment.
2 minutes 30 to go. Will Stacey's just crossed the line, so there's going to be 2 more laps. There's the 12 car up on the inside of 92. That's not for position, but the 92 car, as a result of all that, has run out off the road. Phil Nib and Andrew Raff. So still in 7th place, I think, because they've got a lap in, or a minute plus in hand on anybody else. But nevertheless, they have been off the road there, which I'm not sure if the team's pleased with.
Yeah, 2.3 seconds now between 2nd and 3rd. Carl Swift in number 1, closing in on Colin Gillespie.
Yeah, that time he did a 1:27.79, only 300ths off his best time, whereas Gillespie did a 1:30.40. So we could have a change for 2nd place before the end here. I think Will Stacey, barring any mechanical issues, is looking pretty good for the honours. Still exciting to sort of get
off at the. Well, that's the parks, isn't it? Early on, yeah.
Porsche that's been there for half the race, pretty much, yeah.
I just saw one over the top of the barrier.
Yeah, so we're going to see, I think, that's the set battle for 2nd and 3rd on screen now, because Carl Swift is right with Colin Gillespie as they come into the complex. They are almost overlapping there. Can Carl Swift thread up the inside? He tries to do that, takes a lot of the curb in doing so. Still right there with Colin Gillespie to the right-hand side at the hairpin. He'll try and get the tighter line on the exit of the corner and then power past. No, he's actually going on the outside and he's all over the glass, Carl Swift, on the exit of the hairpin. And he gets back on circuit. And this is the last lap now. The last lap board has gone out to Will Stacey in the lead of this race. He's more than 5 seconds clear now, but 2nd place still to be decided. They're down at Clervaux, and it's still anyone's race.
This is tremendous. What a climax this is to the Tegua Club Enduro.
There's Stacey well out in front now. See if we can pick up the battle for 2nd. That's heading down towards Tower Corner. There they
Still
are.
as it was.
Yep. And Swift trying a different line here again, trying to get the tighter line on the exit. But Gillespie able to hold on. Half a lap to go.
Yeah, Gillespie doesn't look like he's going to be a pushover, does he? There's some more cars ahead of them. Round the outside comes Carl Swift. Looks, tucks back in. They go past a lap car. Down into Sunny. Gillespie just wants to kind of hog the centre of the track. He's going to hold on to the 2nd place. He's not going to catch the Lotus.
He's not. Will Stacey it is that's already at the hairpin, a good few seconds ahead of these two. There is Gillespie. There is Swift. It's all going to be about the run to the line. But Will Stacey comes through and takes the checkered flag to win round 2 of the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship of 2022. It is going to be number 15, Colin Gillespie, in second place. Number 1, Carl Swift takes third position. And then we are going to see in fourth place the Audi, I think, of Parkin and Blair. That's a little way back though, 41 seconds back. In the meantime, we've got our Class B winner over the line, I think, to take the checkered flag in number 51, Luke Handley. So he's taken the Class B victory from Christopher Plackett in second place within Class B, and Chris Freeman in third. Up to the line comes the Audi now to... Oh, and it's slow out of there. And again, the number 11 Audi is still going to come through to take fourth position. Unfortunately, our screen's frozen. I don't know if it's frozen for anyone else that's watching the stream at the moment.
Still on the site, still on the lead lap, just the Audi in fourth place.
On the lead lap. Has the TWP Mazda come through to take the Class C win?
Beach and Grice in 27, they're fifth, but closing on them was the Caswell and Rushworth car in sixth. They got ahead of Niv and Rafi. They had quite exciting last few laps over the grass in various places. And then Luke Handley is the winner of Class B. He's on 72 laps. And, he's in 8th place overall. 9th were the Browse, Perry Feast, Peter and Luke Browse in the big BMW. Second in B, Chris Plaskett in the area cars. That's the number 91 Golf. And he was only 3 seconds ahead of Chris Freeman with Scott Parkin fourth. And Tidmarsh and the little Janetta of Tidmarsh was 13th overall ahead of Dryburgh. That's not to replace the back, or remove the back bumper of his Porsche.
So the car's heading into the pit lane. Will Stacey pleased with his victory. First victory for him this season in the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship. The results then. It is number 49, William Stacey, that takes the win. 74 laps completed. We might have gone 75 without that late safety car. He won by 4.56 seconds in the end from number 15, Colin Gillespie, in second place. In third place was number 1, Carl Swift. In fourth place was number 11. That was the car of Ryan Parkin and Adam Blair, 47 seconds behind the leader. In fifth place, 27. That was Will Beach and Mark Rice. They were the first car not on the lead lap. Of course, they had to start from the pit lane after the extinguisher went off in the car before the race. Sixth place to number 2, Will Caswell and Ben Rushworth. Again, they had to make an early stop before the mandatory window that stymied their chances. Seventh place to number 92, Phil Nibb and Andrew Raff, another of the Seat Leons that have taken 5 of the first 7 places. Eighth, the Class B winner, number 51, Luke Handley in the Volkswagen Golf. Ninth, number 22, the car of Paul and Luke Browse, the BMW, and then the second of the Class B cars in 10th place was number 91, Christopher Plaskett. In 11th place, it was number 14, Chris Freeman, and he was third in Class B. 12th to number 12, Scott Parkin in the Golf TDI. 13th was number 8, Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster in the Janata G40. 14th was number 16, Phil Driver in the Porsche Boxster. 15th, number 4, the Lycett and Brockington Elise. 16th, number 53. And actually, yes, at the end, the Class C victory did change hands then. Joel Oswick and Dan Asano in the BMW E36 328i getting the Class C victory in the end, beating the Dougal and Monroe Mazda MX-5 by 5 seconds, as it turned out. Because they were 18th in car number 3, and between them was the 17th place car number 117, Martin Gadsby. In 19th place was number 79, that was Gould and Brown, and in 20th place, number 46, that was the Taylor and Ashmore Holden Commodore. And then 21st was Fenwick, 22nd, Baptiste and Lloyd Jones, 23rd, the Jones Mini, 24th, the Hutchinson and Venables BMW, 25th, the Clark and Gladys Lotus Elise, 26th, Chris Coomer, 27th, we're getting to the cars that didn't make it to the end now, because Lewis and Rose, Williams, Mares and Mortal and Kent did not make it to the end.
So the Class C, Oswick and Asano's late thing, looks like they've taken benefit from that situation with the pace car in.
Absolutely, yes. That's
it's only 8 seconds split them at the end.
Yeah, no, it was all A very last-minute change there in Class C. So those the results, and from Marcus and myself up here in the commentary box, we will say goodbye, and we will hand down to hear interviews and to close the programme from Tom Butterworth.
Okay, welcome back down to the pit lane. Yeah, welcome back down to the pit lane here. The Tequila Tools Club Endurance has just finished. William, take us through how that race went for you. Late safety car drama as well. All your fanboys and girls are getting involved as well. Late safety car drama. Talk us through how it went for you.
It was good. Like the start, I started quite a bit further back in 10th, and I managed to get an amazing start. Don't know what happened, and I was sort of getting the gap, and then the safety car came out earlier on in the race and caught us out, and we were about 15 seconds off. But I think the Audi in the lead had a bit of a problem, and we were quicker, caught up, got past him. Massive gap. I thought it was all sorted. Then we got the safety car last minute, and I had the TCR behind me. The car behind me was second position, and he's a lot quicker down the straight. So I just had to try and back him up and get a good run through the last complex, where I'm a bit quicker to get the gap on him, and I managed to get the gap. And once I had the gap, it was all right.
Yeah, just pulled it out over that last sort of lap and a half. I think they were battling behind as well, which sort of, I bet you were rubbing your hands together with glee.
Yeah, I know. When they slow each other up, it's brilliant. Try to make them slow themselves up.
Well, brilliant. Congratulations on the win. Well deserved. Fantastic result.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So that's William Stacey, your winner of the Tequila Club Enduro. So we're going to move on to Colin Gillespie, if we can find Colin anywhere. Colin?
Colin's here, mate.
Colin is here. Colin, there we are. Sorry about that. We were missed you a little bit there. So, late safety car drama as well. We were just going through that with William. Yeah, you were. It looked like you were going to go for the win, and then it ended up being trying to hold on for your life for second place.
I could not believe. I got told in the last lap I was second. I've only been in the car for 2 hours, so this is mega. I cannot believe. I can't thank the 750 enough, because I actually called it a day a few weeks ago, and decided I got the phone call to drive this car, and here we are. I just cannot believe it. A big thanks to the 750 and the team. The team's just amazing.
Straight on the podium. Well done.
I cannot believe it.
Brilliant. Well done, Colin.
Thank you very much.
And well deserved second place. And then we have Rob Baker.
Nope. He's not here. It's Carl Swift.
Oh, it's Carl Swift. Of course it is. Sorry. It's because we've got two names on the entry sheet. So Carl, almost getting second place. Is safety car helping you out a bit there? And did you think all your eggs in one basket and all that kind of thing?
Well, that safety car helped, but the puncture didn't 30 minutes in.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, so we had the puncture and then the 30-second penalty for the win at the last round, so we'd lost, like, I don't know, a full lap and a half or something. So just chipped away at it for that whole second stint after the first safety car, and then magically another safety car, and we're all in view, so great ending.
Yeah, lucky there. But yeah, you were really hounding him towards the end. It was a shame that you couldn't get past, but yeah, made it all exciting for us, definitely.
Yeah, one more lap would have been nice. Maybe we could have done, but it's great third. Taking a bit less of a penalty over to Spa now, so that'll help us in that first race. So, great weekend.
And it looked like you tried everything as well, including being on the grass coming out of the final corner as well.
I tried left, right, upside down, everywhere. There was no getting past him. He drove that well.
Well, thankfully no upside down. There's Carl Swift. Thank you very much. That's your podium. So then we move on to Class B winner. So Luke Handley, how was Class B?
It was literally the hardest race I've ever done. 30 minutes in, problem with coolant temps, went to about 140. I think it's sensor related, but it cut the power on the car. So the car was like 2 seconds slow and it wasn't qualifying. Managed to manage it the whole way through, pitted under safety car, and then Tom keeping me updated where we were in terms of people catching us and what we needed to do to keep it in front. But a lot of things went right and we managed to win it, so absolutely brilliant.
Well done. Get your garland back on, sir. That's well earned. Thank you
very much. Cheers.
So thank you. So that's your Class B winner. And then we're looking further down, here we go, into Class C. So we've got two drivers in Class C. So we've got Joel and Dan, is that correct? Brilliant. Well, let's get you both in here and have a quick chat. So Class C, taking it from the MX-5 towards the end of the race, how was it for you?
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, the car was absolutely brilliant. The team, so thank you to the team, they got the car ready, literally skin of their teeth, right, literally 2 o'clock in the morning finished. Yeah, couldn't fault it. And Joel brought it home. I mean, I've done the first stint, but yeah, fantastic drive, fantastic.
Yeah, Joel, how was it for you towards the end?
It was great, actually. Dan did a brilliant job to put it where he did. And yeah, I just had to bring it home, so I did that. And yeah, thanks to Crown Paints and Elite Works Motorsports.
Yeah, we'll have a quick look at the paint job as well, because this is one of the more interesting paint jobs that we have here, with all the swatches of the different paint from Crown. So a brilliant colour scheme, brilliantly designed, and well done to you both. So that brings to an end our coverage, certainly from the pit lane, and our coverage for the day. I will hand you back to the commentary team, but thank you very much for joining us.
So thank you very much to Tom.